Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 3372. Hearing Xiao Hua speak of the worries in his heart and even faintly reveal the intention of being able to control the state teacher, Qin Xiaoyao couldn't help but be overjoyed. He almost stuttered as he said, Senior, you're thinking too much. You are the imperial tutor. How can you handle all the trivial matters? You only need to designate a disciple. For example, this Taoist sitting in front of you, and let him handle it for you? Also, as the imperial tutor, your greatest use is to resist the challenges of the imperial tutors of other countries, especially when Jiang country has conflicts with other countries. You don't need to act when it rises to the level of a country war. Even to put it bluntly, you are a deterrent, a country's greatest reliance. You don't need to do anything, just cultivate. The higher your cultivation, the better. Ah, you really are different from the sect master of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua sighed, and finally understood the other meaning of the imperial tutor. At this time, Xiao Jian's eyebrows involuntarily rose, and he said with a smile, Senior, don't worry. If you are willing to be the imperial tutor, willing to stand up for the Chongling princess, willing to revive Jiang country, this junior will shoulder all the miscellaneous matters, and will not let senior worry. And indeed, this is what you are good at. Xiao Hua nodded, and then looked at Qin Xiaoyao and asked, Are you sure that the descendants of Taoist Qin of Jiang country will side with this old man? Senior's cultivation is not inferior to Grandmaster, and Grandmaster does not have any cultivators of the 4th level of essence power. If you go up and call, they would be too happy, right? Qin Xiaoyao naturally did not dare to make a guarantee, and could only answer in such a roundabout way. However, at this point, Qin Xiaoyao hesitated, and said with a smile, Of course, Jiang country has a second imperial tutor, Grandmaster Hong. I don't know if he died in the war. What is Xian Hong's cultivation? Xiao Hua's brows furrowed even tighter. Grandmaster Xian Hong should be around the 4th level of essence power? Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly answered. But elder, even if Grandmaster Xian Hong is still alive, his cultivation cannot compare to elder. Jiang country cannot be revived in his hands. The Chongling princess needs elder's help. Qin Xiaoyao's answer naturally couldn't satisfy Xiao Hua. This was a very important decision. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, You can leave. Let this old man think about it. Yes, I understand. Qin Xiaoyao looked at the hesitant Xiao Jian and bowed before leaving with his 4 disciples. Senior. Xiao Jian took a step forward and said in a low voice, This is no small matter. Senior, you really have to consider it carefully. If he wanted to be the imperial advisor of the Jiang country, then the senior would have to walk to the front of the stage. Not only would the Confucian cultivators of the Copper Pillar state and the Jiasa state challenge the senior, even the imperial advisor of the state of Xi and the other countries might have a grudge against the senior. It would be impossible for senior to cultivate in peace. Furthermore, the life and death of the second imperial advisor of Jianghua was also a troublesome matter. Of course, this junior will not take back what this junior said earlier. This junior can help senior with all the trivial matters. And you can leave as well. Xiao Hua nodded. This old man will think about it alone. But before he could finish, footsteps sounded outside the cave. Xiao Hua looked up. It was Qin Xiaoyao who had just left. What else do you want? Xiao Hua frowned and asked. Qin Xiaoyao walked a few steps quickly and hurriedly said, This junior just walked out of the cave and immediately thought of something. This matter must be reported to senior first. Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. If senior has made a choice, this junior will say it. This will put senior in a passive position. Go ahead and say it. Yes. Qin Xiaoyao carefully replied. This junior remembers hearing Grandmaster say that if a cultivator of the Dao sect wants to take charge of a country, they must first pass a test. After passing this test, they can obtain the recognition of an organization and truly become the imperial advisor. As for what this test is, what this organization is, this junior does not know. There's such a thing? Xiao Hua was startled, and looked at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian frowned, as if he did not know about this matter. He blinked a few times and shook his head at Xiao Hua. If you don't know, who would know? Xiao Hua asked Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao laughed bitterly, and said, Perhaps Ancestor Xian Hong knows about this. But Ancestor Xian Hong is also in danger. In this way, this junior doesn't know who will know. But this junior can't not tell senior about this. All right, this old man understands. You can leave now. Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating for Qin Xiaoyao to leave. Xiao Jian watched as Qin Xiaoyao's figure disappeared, and said thoughtfully, Senior, this junior has never heard the imperial advisor mention this before. However, since Qin Xiaoyao mentioned it now, I'm afraid it's true. Yes, it doesn't matter. Xiaohua waved his hand. If everything goes smoothly, these difficulties will not be in my eyes in 10 days. Xiao Jian raised his eyebrows and bowed. Junior congratulates Senior on your improvement in cultivation. That's not certain. Xiaohua waved his hand, and also took out some spirit pills and gave them to Xiao Jian. This is for you. Cultivate after consuming it. I'll have to trouble you in the future. Many thanks, Senior. Seeing Xiaohua casually take out 3rd or 4th grade spirit pills, Xiao Jian's heart thumped wildly, and he hurriedly took them and said, This junior owes Senior a lot. It's only right for me to exhaust myself for Senior. Go, cultivate well, plan well. This old man will not mistreat you. Xiaohua nodded. When Xiao Jian started walking, Lu Yi also hurriedly followed Xiao Jian. However, he stopped outside the cave and sat down cross-legged, quietly waiting for Xiaohua's summons. 3 days passed quickly, and when the red sun rose from the east, Lu Yi called everyone into the cave. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Senior. A few respectful greetings resounded in the cave. Xiaohua listened to them. It didn't take more than 10 days, so he felt like he was a senior. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and said with a smile, You all can rise? Thank you, Master. How are the Chongling Princess injuries? Xiaohua looked at the nervous Chongling Princess and asked softly. The Chongling Princess hurriedly smiled and said, Senior spirit pills are very effective. Before night fell, this junior's injuries were mostly healed. This junior thanks Senior for his great kindness. Haha, that's good. Xiaohua waved his hand. If others did not ask for spirit pills, this old man would have almost forgotten about your arrow wound. Right, if you have any needs in the future, you can tell this old man, or Lu Yi. If this old man has it, I can give it to you. Senior. The Chongling Princess was clever, and had been unable to sleep these past 3 days because she had hoped for Xiaohua's news. Hearing Xiaohua say this, how could she not know Xiaohua's meaning? She asked in disbelief, Has Senior already decided? At this point, she did not dare to ask. Xiao Jian and Qin Xiaoyao's eyes also lit up, excitement rising on their faces as they listened to Xiaohua's explanation. Yes. Xiaohua stood up and waved his sleeve. Previously, this old man said that I would establish a sect on the hidden immortal continent. Also, this old man set up a bloodsteel in the Copper Pillar country's 7-Yang temple. Helping Jiang country revive is this old man's first step in establishing a sect. If this old man does not help the princess revive Jiang country, who else can I help? As long as the Chongling princess does not fear that this old man's help will cause the countries of the hidden immortal continent to attack, then so what if this old man helps you? This servant thanks Senior for his great kindness. The Chongling princess was so happy tears came out of her eyes. She almost fell to the ground again. As long as Elder helps this one recover the country and take revenge for royal father, so what if 10,000 countries attack a city, and even the entire hidden immortal continent as enemies? Haha, there is no need. Xiao Jian also smiled. Every year, there are at least 3 or 4 sects that establish countries on the hidden immortal continent. It does not matter if our Jiang country is added or not. As long as Senior Xiao is willing to help, reviving Jiang country is a small matter. This one is also waiting for Senior Zhao's help. And, since we have made such a decision, Xiao Jian, Chongling, and Qin Xiaoyao will have to discuss the details in the future. Xiaohua nodded and pointed at Qin Xiaoyao. Chongling, you do not need to care about Qin Xiaoyao's previous matter. When a person is in a hopeless situation, if there is a threat of life, they will do their best to grasp it. This is why people cannot drown in the copper basin. This is an instinct. Also, if you have a grudge, the 3 of you will not cooperate well. It is not beneficial to each other. Ah, the Chongling princess sighed and said sincerely. Elder knows that this junior really did hate Daoist Qin a few days ago. Even when he came to visit, he was scolded away by this junior subordinate's women. However, just as Senior said, this junior thought clearly yesterday. Since this junior can abandon royal father and royal mother to escape Jiang country, Why can't Daoist Qin abandon this junior and escape Black Cloud Ridge? Putting myself in his shoes, there is no dignity in front of death. Many thanks for Princess understanding. Qin Xiaoyao's face was slightly red. What he had done was wrong to the imperial house of Jiang country. Now that the Chongling princess had forgiven him in front of Xiaohua, how could he not be excited? All right, Xiaohua said with a smile, since the grudge between the two of you is gone, then Chongling. Are you satisfied with this old man's arrangements? Good, the Chongling princess nodded. Daoist Qin can contact the forces of Jiang country. Daoist Xiao has rich experience and can give this servant advice. This servant represents the imperial house of Jiang country. The three of us working together is the best. At this point, the Chongling princess looked at Yuanya next to her and said with a smile, if Brother Ye can be the vanguard general of Jiang country, will the Bronze Pillar country not be destroyed? All right, Xiaohua said with a smile. Yuanya is Xiao Jian's disciple to begin with. Princess Chongling's request, you only need to tell Xiao Jian. But princess, please do not worry. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Yuanya is a talented general. It will be easy for him to attack cities. Chapter 3373. Seeing that he was able to help Dia Wu, Yuanya couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, laughing foolishly. Also, Xiao Jian, this old man has set up a formation in the shadow of the mountain. This is the way to enter and exit. Take a look. Xiaohua smiled slightly and took out a jade eye from his bosom. He said, if there is anything you do not understand, you can ask me now. Elder. Xiao Jian was puzzled and said curiously, you have not been cultivating in the past few days? This old man has to go out for a while. While the pursuers of the Copper Pillar country were killed outside Black Cloud Ridge, the traces of the pursuers cannot be completely erased. If the Copper Pillar country wants to pursue the matter, they will come to Black Cloud Ridge, just as we thought. There are many Yao in Black Cloud Ridge, and I fear they do not have the power to fight back against the power of a country. With this formation, all of you can hide inside without worrying about being discovered. Xiaohua explained. Of course, you have to do enough on the surface to make people feel that you have left Black Cloud Ridge to avoid trouble. Xiao Jian took the jade eye and checked with his consciousness. Surprise appeared on his face. He said in shock, Elder, your formation can protect hundreds of little Yao? Of course. Xiaohua smiled and asked in return, even if it does not work, do you have any other methods? Many thanks, old master. The black bear spirit was overjoyed. He did not think much, but those old bear spirits did. They had been chattering by his ear in the past few days. Now that he heard Xiaohua had plans, he naturally smiled. Immortal Elder is so calculating. The Chongling princess sighed. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Other people will not think that we are hiding in Black Cloud Ridge. Also, Elder's formation is even more wondrous. This one thinks that the Confucian cultivators of the Copper Pillar country will not be able to find us. Xiao Jian beamed. Where is Daoist Elder going? How long will you be gone for? Of course, only Yuanya would ask this. How could other people ask Xiaohua such a secret? Xiaohua did not care. He waved his hand and said, busy yourselves. First make a plan. Do what you need to do. When this old man returns, I will lead you all to sweep through Copper Pillar Nation. Xiaohua didn't sit down in the first place. At this moment, an auspicious cloud appeared under his feet. It carried Xiaohua and slowly flew out of the cave. I respectfully send you off, master. I hope you return victorious. The black bear spirit was timid, but he was good at flattery. He actually called out, Your Majesty. Farewell, senior. None of them had thick skin like the black bear spirit, so they could only bid farewell to senior. Xiaohua flew into the air and waved his hand. The heavenly horse landed in front of him. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the back of the heavenly horse. The heavenly horse spread its wings of light, and the white light that filled the sky sprinkled in everyone's eyes. With a few swings of the wings of light, Xiaohua had already turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Louis. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Inside, Yuanya could not help but pull Louis aside and ask, Where are you going, Taoist priest? Why is he going there? Brother Ye. Louis smiled bitterly. Didn't you already ask the Taoist before he left? The Taoist priest didn't answer you, so how would I know? Yeah, don't ask too much. Xiao Jian smiled. Did you forget what I told you when I met Taoist priest Xiao back then? You said a lot, and one of them was that Taoist priest Xiao was a spy. Yuanya asked, puzzled. Xiao Jian glared at Yuanya fiercely. This bastard really touched the pot that didn't boil. He then said, Taoist priest Xiao Hua's cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Now is the time for him to get rid of the shackles on his body. Didn't he say that when he returned, he would bring us to flatten Copper Pillar State? What? Not only was the black bear spirit stunned, even Qin Xiaoyao was shocked. Taoist priest Xiao, you said? Immortal priest Xiao isn't at his peak? Then, what kind of divine ability did he have when he was at his peak? Xiao Jian shrugged and blinked his small eyes. He said helplessly, Elder Xiao has always been like this. I have never seen his power at his peak. However, if he is already so powerful now, once he recovers his cultivation, not to mention the Imperial Academy of the Copper Pillar Nation, it is not impossible for him to wipe out the entire Copper Pillar Nation. What about the Imperial Academy? The Chongling princess asked anxiously. The Imperial Academy of Copper Pillar State is the center of Copper Pillar State's Confucian cultivators. Did Elder Xiao spar with Confucian cultivators there? It was more than just a spar. Xiao Jian smiled faintly and showed off. If Princess wants, you can go to Copper Pillar State to investigate. Now, everyone in Copper Pillar State knows the name of Taoist priest Xiao Hua. Good. The Chongling princess clapped and smiled. With the help of a Taoist priest Xiao, our plan will succeed. That's right. Let's quickly discuss and arrange things before Elder Xiao returns. Qin Xiaoyao was also excited. Elder Xiao is a reassurance pill. We are the real medicine. That's right. It should be so. Xiao Jian also nodded. So the three started to discuss bit by bit. The recovery of Jiang country started. Xiao Hua's trip was naturally for the light beast. He explained the situation of the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians to the light beast. He asked about the secret art to remove the primal energies of the universe in the baby light beast's body. The light beast did not explain the specific method or secret art. It only left a place and time. Xiao Hua knew that his sense of direction was far inferior to ordinary people, and did not dare to leave before the time was up. But even so, after flying for an hour and looking at the same scenery in the sky, Xiao Hua still could not find the path he had come from. But Xiao Hua was not in a hurry. He let Little Black out and told Little Black to have the Pegasus send him to the place he had been 9 days ago. As expected, when Little Black finished speaking, the Pegasus neighed in the air and flew in a direction to the left. In just 4 hours, Xiao Hua was high in the sky with strong winds again. Looking up at the sky, at an unknown height, Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. Then, he patted the Pegasus's neck. The Pegasus spread its wings of light again. It soared into the sky and flew in a certain direction. It seemed to be very free. Xiao Hua released his spiritual will, paying attention to the movements within 200 miles. Previously, Xiao Hua felt that his spirit sense, which was at the late Yuanying stage, was sufficient. But in this incomparably vast sky, not to mention 200 li, even 2,000 li was insignificant. Xiao Hua really didn't know how that light beast was able to determine its direction in such a high altitude. Harumph! Just when Xiao Hua was about to release his Buddhist sense, the Pegasus let out a cheerful neigh. Then, Xiao Hua no longer needed to control it. It spread its wings and flew towards the heavenly fire, wind and thunder in the sky. Damn it, it's actually here? Xiao Hua was shocked. He wanted to take out the seal of overturning the sea to defend himself, but unfortunately, the seal of overturning the sea shook in his hand and disappeared. Xiao Hua's face was filled with a bitter smile. His meridians were completely blocked. How could he use any mana? I'll use my body to resist first. Xiao Hua pondered, if it doesn't work, then I'll release the innate primordial water. Now, only the Buddhist sect and soul cultivators can use it. No wonder the light beast didn't tell me the exact location before, and the location it left behind was also vague. Perhaps this dangerous place is its secret? Xiao Hua knew that the Pegasus and the light beast had some connection, so he simply withdrew his spiritual will and Buddha's consciousness, allowing the Pegasus to gallop in the sky. At this time, the Pegasus seemed to be the real Pegasus. The boundless sky was where it should live. Traces of white light were like a layer of light curtain, blocking all the heavenly fire, wind, and lightning outside, and as the Pegasus waved its wings of light, countless threads of fire and countless sounds of thunder swayed between the light feathers. An indescribable feeling, a yearning for freedom, was emitted from the brilliance, not only penetrating the sky, but also into Xueqi's heart. Involuntarily, Xueqi also stood up from the Pegasus' back, as if the slightly quiet sitting cross-legged was a kind of blasphemy to the Pegasus galloping. Phew! Xueqi let out a long breath, as if the thousands of melancholy that had accumulated in his heart had dissipated. The Pegasus' freedom also seemed to break through the heavenly fire, wind, and lightning, splitting his heart open. The long-lost feeling of liveliness gradually seeped into Xueqi's heart like rain, and the dryness caused by Xueqi's helplessness finally had a possibility of being relieved. People, regardless of whether they were people of the secular world, chi-refining cultivators, or even cultivators with remarkable abilities, regardless of whether they had a Tao foundation, or whether they had Tao skills, everything they experienced would have an impact on their heart. This impact might be slight, like a bird's feather brushing past, but it might also be deep, like a metal or stone leaving a mark in one's heart. But no matter how deep the mark was, it was only a mark. It wasn't the entirety of life, nor was it the entirety of cultivation. Because of Xueqi's helplessness death, it created an enormous shadow in Xueqi's heart. Although he clearly knew that although Xueqi's helplessness had died, that death was only a new beginning. And a new beginning was who knows how many times higher than the old ending. But after all, Xueqi saw a living person self-destruct in front of him without the slightest hesitation. Xueqi let Zhang Xiaohua's stone statue accompany beside the netherworld lotus, as if he wanted to bury his heart there. However, the dead left, never to return. The living still had to live, still had to wander about in front of his eyes. As a cultivator, Xueqi had already gradually smoothed out this mark in the past 100 years of bitter cultivation. Previously, when he saw Princess Baihua's teasing words in front of the dragon boat, it was a kind of budding mood that gradually broke through the soil. And now the unruly Pegasus, the heavenly fire, wind, and lightning, which were like mountains and seas, all allowed Xueqi's mood, which had already grown wings, to finally fly. It was like a kind of metamorphosis, like a cocoon breaking free. It allowed Xueqi's temperament and cultivation to improve greatly. Even the boulder-like bottleneck of the nascent soul stage that had been motionless for a long time now had a faint ripple. Everything clearly indicated that Xueqi's trip this time was going to be fruitful. Chapter 3374. Roar. Faintly, in the distance of the heavenly fire, wind, and lightning, the cry of a light beast could be heard, directly entering Xueqi's ears. Xueqi was overjoyed. The direction of the Pegasus was exactly where the sound came from. If possible, he would be able to see the light beast soon. However, at this moment, the Pegasus suddenly stopped. The waving light feathers and galloping hooves were all retracted. Even the dancing brilliance was gradually restrained. "Why aren't you going over?" Xueqi was stunned. He sat down and patted the Pegasus' head. Unfortunately, the Pegasus only let out a few low cries and snorted a few times. The light feathers were already retracted back to its body. Its 4 hooves were only stomping on the ground, not flying forward at all. Could it be that the Pegasus is afraid of the light beast? Xueqi looked at the distance with some suspicion, but immediately denied it. Although the Pegasus was some distance away from the light beast last time, it was very intimate with the light beast cub. After not seeing each other for a few days, there shouldn't be any estrangement, right? Ayo! Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xueqi's mind. Damn it, this light beast isn't testing me, right? This old thing. Looking at the strong heavenly fire, wind, and lightning in the surroundings, the heavenly wind that seemed as if it was cast by the wind, the fiery threads that looked like small snakes would rush out from time to time, and the lightning that looked like a flood dragon would strike down with a catch of sound. Xueqi pinched his chin and pondered very thoughtfully. If Xueqi were to say what he was thinking now, perhaps even the light beast would laugh to the point of rolling in the sky. Because Xueqi was thinking, damn it, needless to say, this must be the light beast testing my strength, to see if I can pass through this section of the heavenly fire, wind, and lightning. Since the Pegasus can block the heavenly fire, there is no reason why I can't block it. But my Taoist robe can't block it. Even if I take out the scholarly robe and some magic treasures, they are all external objects that can block it, and not my own ability. The light beast is a demon of the thousand demons' sacred realm. What it wants to see is the power of magic treasures? But if I don't have my Taoist robe, wouldn't I be naked? See a demon? The light beast cub and that male light beast are still okay. But isn't there still a female light beast here? Where is this Xiao supposed to put his face? The more he thought about it, the deeper the path became. Xiaohua couldn't possibly lose face for the human race, right? Perhaps I can only rely on the fire manipulation art or the lightning flash and thunder roll technique to block it with the help of the heavenly fire, wind and thunder. Just as Xiaohua's brows relaxed, the radiance beast in the distance let out another long hiss, as if urging Xiaohua to hurry. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Senior, don't be anxious. Didn't you say that tomorrow is the day? Since this junior has come early, it's better for this junior to be prepared." As he spoke, Xiaohua gathered his remaining mana and formed a seal with both hands. Outside the pure white brilliance of the Pegasus, several dozen strands of fire were like jumping butterflies. They turned into pieces and pounced toward Xiaohua, completely covering Xiaohua. "Go back and rest first." Xiaohua released his divine sense, enveloping the heavenly horse and sending it back into the small universe bag. Then, the surrounding heavenly fire that seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas mixed with wind and thunder, howling as it drowned Xiaohua. Xiaohua's seemingly tall and thin figure instantly disappeared. "The heavenly fire burns my broken body, the wind and thunder refine my remaining thoughts, the void is my path, the fire is my clothes, I will sing loudly and walk confidently in the universe." Within the wind and thunder, Xiaohua's lofty voice came from within. Then, a young man covered in fire walked out step by step from the heavenly fire, wind and thunder. With every step, a fire lotus would grow under his feet. With every step, whistling wind and thunder would rise outside his body. The radiance beast's hiss sounded very close, but it took Xiaohua several hours to walk over step by step. These several hours of trekking were not inferior to ordinary people walking in the desert or in the river. Waves of heat and bursts of thunder were like furnace fire, like a hammer, constantly tempering Xiaohua's body. All kinds of soreness and pain drilled into Xiaohua's heart. It was only until he saw the radiance beast push the heavenly fire, wind and thunder away that he let out a sigh of relief. Xiaohua simply did not enter the radiance beast's brilliance. Standing outside, he bowed and said, "Junior Xiaohua has come to keep the appointment today. Greetings to the two seniors." At this time, the radiance beast's figure was a lot bigger than before. Its lantern-sized eyes were flashing with scarlet flames. Inside the flames, one could not see any expression of the radiance beast. When the radiance beast opened its mouth, a loud buzzing sound was heard. The surrounding heavenly fire, wind and thunder were also shaken, as if they were breathing. "Xiaohua, since you can pass through the heavenly fire, wind and thunder by yourself, it means that you have the qualifications to enter that place." The radiance beast shook its huge dragon head and shouted, "However, just like I said 10 days ago, we will only bring you to that place. As for how to pass through that place, how to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in your body, that is your own matter. As long as I open the entrance to that place, it can be considered that I have resolved the karma between you and me." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Junior knows, this is what I have said before. Moreover, since Senior left behind this heavenly fire, wind and thunder test, you have already done your utmost for this junior. This time, the karma between you and me can be considered to be completely resolved. Xiaohua, I still have to remind you that that place is my Radiance clan's training ground. The dangers inside are definitely not comparable to the heavenly fire, wind and thunder. It is also definitely not something that you can imagine. Even I have been seriously injured there." The Radiance Beast turned its head and looked at the impatient baby Radiance Beast, who opened its mouth and sucked in some heavenly fire. It said, "Moreover, if my son enters that place, he will also not be protected by me. However, he has the innate divine ability of my clan. Perhaps he will be injured, but he will definitely not die. You still have to think thrice before you act. Do not blindly act recklessly." Many thanks for Senior's concern. Since he had already come here, how could Xiaohua turn back? On the other hand, the Radiance Beast's repeated persuasion made him feel that demons were not only demons, they also had human nature. They were definitely not like what old demon Zhifeng had said. Come with me." The Radiance Beast knew that Xiaohua had already made up his mind. It turned around and roared a few words. The Radiance Beast responded with a few AO sounds, seemingly very impatient and unwilling. The other Radiance Beast that had been silent all this time lowered its head, opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, licking the Radiance Beast's head a few times. The Radiance Beast seemed to enjoy it very much. It actually rubbed against the Radiance Beast like a spoiled child. The Radiance Beast had no choice but to lick a few more times. Only then did the Radiance Beast cheerfully fly in front of Xueqi. Every time the Radiance Beast took a step, clouds similar to ingots would appear under its feet. Aoing. The Radiance Beast cried a few times in a low voice. It crouched down, exposing its back in front of Xueqi. Hee, good as you wish. Xueqi looked at the two Radiance Beasts that were already flying. He already understood in his heart that the Radiance Beast had formed a comma with him. The Radiance Beast had brought him to the secret training ground of the Radiance Beast clan, and the Radiance Beast had carried him there. The comma between him and them had truly disappeared. It was not what they had said earlier. Xueqi lifted his foot and stood on the Radiance Beast's back. The Radiance Beast raised its head, feeling rather uncomfortable. However, under the urging of the Radiance Beast, the Radiance Beast moved its four hooves and followed the two Radiance Beasts towards the sky of the heavenly fire wind lightning. The sky of the heavenly fire wind lightning was naturally filled with even more violent wind and lightning. There was another layer above the first layer, and each layer was even more violent than the previous. If Xueqi came here by himself, without the protection of magic treasures, it would really be hard for him to resist the wind and lightning with just the strength of his body. However, at this moment, the fist-sized heavenly lightning and the heavenly wind that could tear the void apart were all blocked by the radiance of the Radiance Beasts. They were unable to touch Xueqi and the Radiance Beast at all. What was special was that when Xueqi tried to release his divine sense, the moment he released the radiance, a burst of pain that was comparable to being hit by a heavy hammer was transmitted to his Niwen Palace through his divine sense. The innate divine restriction outside his Niwen Palace was suffused with specks of golden light. Could it be the Radiance Beast's training ground is in the sky? Xueqi was already shocked that the Radiance Beast's training ground was in the hidden immortal continent. Now that he saw the two Radiance Beasts flying towards the sky, he couldn't help but be even more surprised. After flying for a full hour, the Radiance Beast finally stopped when it saw that there was nothing else but the heavenly lightning, heavenly wind, and the indescribable darkness between the wind and lightning. The Radiance Beast finally stopped. The two Radiance Beasts whispered to each other for a moment, then the Radiance Beast raised its head, opened its mouth, and spat out a mouthful of radiance. A scarlet color covered the entire sky. The scarlet specks in the radiance were actually the Radiance Beast's blood essence. Wherever the radiance landed, the heavenly fire wind lightning retreated, revealing an area of absolute darkness. When the Radiance Beast's blood essence splashed on the pitch-black area, numerous red specks suddenly appeared. These red specks grew bigger and bigger until they actually became red bubbles. However, when the bubbles reached a size of 10 zhong, they could no longer grow bigger. The heavenly fire wind lightning had already begun to shatter the red bubbles at the edges. Roar! Another loud roar resounded. The other Radiance Beast raised its head again, but this time, it didn't spit out the radiance from its mouth. Instead, it rushed out from the top of the Radiance Beast's head, from the two dragon horns that were a little smaller than an ordinary dragon's. Moreover, this radiance was exceptionally pure. Even the heavenly horse Guang Yu's holiness couldn't compare to it. Two beams of radiance rushed into the sky, instantly transforming into a waterfall. Thousands of thin threads shot with incomparable precision into the scarlet blood bubbles within a radius of 10 zhong. Every bubble was pierced by a thread of light. Boom! All the blood bubbles within a radius of 10 zhong burst at the same time. The pitch-black area under the blood bubbles seemed to have formed a scab. Piece by piece, it cracked, and piece by piece, it fell off. And when all the pitch-black area disappeared, a hole of 10 zhong in size appeared in the heavenly fire wind lightning. And inside the hole it was actually the void. Hiss! Xueqi sucked in a breath of cold air. He really didn't expect that the Radiance Beast's training ground was actually the void. Moreover, the entrance was in the heavenly fire wind lightning sky. Chapter 3375. Xueqi, this is the land of light trial of trials. The light beast roared, its voice shaking like thunder. My blood essence can last for 3 days. After you enter the land of light trial of trials, you must come out within 3 days. Otherwise, I'm afraid you can only be trapped in the land of light trial of trials. And this land of light trial of trials. Even I, a light beast, don't dare to stay here for more than half a day. And the place I'm going to is the secret land of my light clan. I can't take you there. Of course, I'll also clearly tell you that this place is a maze in the void. Every place has dangers, and every danger is fatal. Of course, within this danger zone, there must be a place similar to my secret place. If you have the opportunity, you can definitely refine the earth crystal Yao milk in your body. Roar, the other light beast at the side roared again, making Xueqi quite puzzled. Since this light beast can speak human language, then the other light beast can naturally also speak human language. Why didn't it speak? Hearing the roar of the light beast, this light beast hesitated for a moment. After a while it sighed again, alas, Xueqi, I don't know why the so-called earth essence in your body is so much. The earth essence in your body is not inferior to that of a child. And your body can't contain so much earth essence. Even your so-called meridians can't contain it. The best way to get rid of the earth essence is to throw it away. There is a saying in Hidden Immortal Continent, throw away the baggage and go into battle. But since you found me, you must be unwilling to throw away the earth essence. Just now, I can see from your heavenly fire wind lightning that you have a certain foundation in body refinement. Now, I'll teach you some of my light clan's secret techniques. I hope you can comprehend some of them and help you get through this difficult time. Moreover, at this time, I don't need to hide it from you anymore. The only thing that can eliminate the earth crystal in my light clan's cub is the storm in the void. Relying on this powerful storm and this secret technique, ordinary cub can turn the earth crystal in their body into their own. After it finished speaking, an extremely fine crystal thread emerged from the dragon horn of the radiant beast and fell on the space between Xueqi's eyebrows. Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent and hastily closed his eyes. A burst of coldness fell on him like drops of dew. Xueqi only felt a burst of rumbling in his head, and a burst of indescribable dizziness made his vision turn black. When he opened his eyes again, the two light beasts and the baby light beast had already disappeared. The heavenly fire, wind, and thunder in the sky were fiercely shrinking and boiling in a radius of 10 feet, swallowing the black hole inch by inch that even light could not escape. 3 days. Xueqi looked at the black hole that was much larger than himself and hesitated. He knew that the place the light beast wanted to take him to was dangerous, but he felt that by relying on his physical body, his soul cultivation, and his Buddhist cultivation, he might be able to escape from danger. But he never thought that there would be a time limit in this trial ground. In particular, after this period of time, he might not be able to return to the hidden immortal continent. This was a huge price to pay. Damn it, the light beast said that this place is not only a void, but also a void labyrinth. This Xiao got lost on the land. Wouldn't this Xiao become a headless fly in the void? How would this Xiao know where to go? Xueqi was really at his wit's end. Should I go or not? But this void is just a void. What is a void labyrinth? The void. Thinking of this, Xueqi suddenly smiled. Damn it, it's not like this Xiao hasn't been to the void before. This Xiao has also used the devil world's concealing technique more than once or twice. So what if I go take a look now? At worst, if I see that the situation is not right, I will quickly retreat. Moreover, if this Xiao is lucky, I might be able to encounter a void storm as soon as I enter this void. It seemed that Xueqi was unable to resist the temptation of getting rid of this burden. He was eager to give it a try. Step by step, he stepped in front of the black hole. Xueqi tried to release his divine sense. Fortunately, divine sense was also useful in the void, but it was suppressed very badly. Rumble, following the flash of green light between Xueqi's eyebrows, the two green seal characters, thunder and lightning, rushed into the void. Layers of lightning and thunder also appeared, but the power was a lot weaker than that of the hidden immortal continent. Good, since he saw that the lightning flashes, thunder rolls, and telekinesis were all effective, Xueqi's courage was naturally boosted. He no longer acted like a cowardly little wife as he arrogantly stepped into the black hole. But how could he know that just as he entered the void, the flames around his body immediately extinguished as if they had met ice water? Damn it, Xueqi almost lost his voice. He hastily looked left and right. Seeing that there was no one around, he felt relieved. He immediately took out his robe and put it on. After Xueqi put on his robe, he looked up and unconsciously became stunned. Xueqi revealed his body in the black hole. Unfortunately, there was no one nearby, so it could not be said that he was exposed. Of course, in Xiaohua's opinion, apart from the light beast, who else would know about this kind of secret place? But unfortunately, there was nothing absolute in this world. On the other side of the void maze where Xiaohua had yet to see its true appearance, a faint clear light suddenly appeared in the darkness. That clear light flashed, and then a ray of light was left in the void. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, that ray of light gradually became longer and wider. When this ray of light was half an inch wide and half a foot long, an even more intense golden light suddenly blossomed in this ray of light. With a schwab sound, like silk being torn apart, that golden light streaked across the void and unexpectedly created a 1 zhang long crack. Moreover, that golden light flickered and quickly blocked the crack. Immediately after, 2 slender white hands appeared in this crack. They were as gentle as a spring breeze caressing one's face, but also as vigorous as a tiger tearing apart a leopard. Between the combination of movement and stillness, this crack was actually torn open by these 2 hands. Borrowing the light from outside the void, a well-built, fair-skinned man wearing golden armor and a purple gold crown appeared. This man's eyebrows were like mountains, abnormally thick and black. His pair of tiger-like eyes contained no fear. At this moment, the 2 hands that could tear apart the void had already been retracted. His left hand hung at his waist, and a misty blue mirror floated in midair between his thumb and index finger. His right hand held a 3-pointed, double-edged sword that was as thick as a duck egg. The tip of the sword flashed with a golden brilliance. This man's eyes revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. He raised his left hand, and the mirror flew in front of him. His fair-skinned left hand grabbed the mirror, and then the man spat out a 3-colored brilliance from his mouth. Buzz buzz. The mirror began to emit a misty blue brilliance. Go. The man's 5 fingers touched the back of the mirror. Whoa. The clear light brewing on the mirror rushed into the crack in the void and disappeared extremely far away. Sure enough, it's a stable spatial node. A trace of joy appeared on the man's face, and then he put away the mirror in his hand. He took out a green ink cloud eye and placed it on his forehead. As the ink cloud eye flashed with intense light, the man's eyes slowly turned. Once the ink cloud eye returned to its original state, the man smiled. Hee, this old man has searched for this place for 100 years. Today, I've finally gotten what I wanted. If the ink cloud eye is correct, then the void-penetrating beast should be here. Once I obtain the void-penetrating beast, I can cultivate the heavenly eye. This heavenly eye ability is even more formidable than the Buddhist sect's heavenly eye. After he finished speaking, the man also put away the ink cloud eye. The 3-pointed double-edged blade in his hand danced in front of him, and his figure flew towards the crack in the void. The void was pitch black, but the purple gold crown on the man's head emitted a misty golden light that protected the man's body. The golden light from the golden chainmail was even more eye-catching in the void. Out. The man stood in the void and coldly looked around. After which, he pointed his hand. As he raised his finger, the mirror that he had just put away flew out again. As the man spat out a mouthful of true qi, the mirror began to emit a dense clear light once more. However, this time, the clear light didn't rush out of the mirror. Instead, it rolled on the surface of the mirror, forming layers of ripples. Clear. The man opened his mouth again, and a stream of air appeared in the void. This stream of air blew onto the mirror, and the clear light quickly withdrew. After that, as the man lowered his head, all he saw was a patch of gray on the mirror. He couldn't see anything. Seeing the mirror like this, the man's expression didn't change at all. It was as if this was a matter of course. After carefully looking at it for a moment, the man took a deep breath and bit the tip of his tongue. With a poof, a mouthful of true qi that contained traces of true qi was spat onto the mirror. As the strands of blood fell, the entire mirror turned blood red, and then the mirror flew up from his hand. It spun around and charged towards a certain place in the void. Tens of thousands of strands of light rushed out from the mirror and disappeared into the void. Quick! The man actually pointed his finger like a Tao sect cultivator when he saw the blood-red color of the treasure mirror gradually disappear. The treasure mirror fell from a high place and landed in the man's hand. When the man lowered his head to take a look, he saw that the surface of the mirror was actually covered in densely packed veins. They appeared like cracks on glass, or like the messy branches on a large tree. When the man's gaze fell on these meridians, he saw that about 20% of them were swaying left and right and changing at any time. His expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, "Isn't Isn't this a stable space node? Why is there such a passage inside? These passages are also so easily changing. Where am I supposed to find a void-penetrating beast? After hesitating for the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the man opened his mouth again and spat out another stream of true qi. Unfortunately, although the clear light on the mirror was overflowing, the range that the mirror could see was still limited. Chapter 3376. Forget it. Seems like I can only find the whereabouts of the void beasts by entering this strange space node. As he spoke, the man once again took out his treasured mirror. A wisp of clear light emerged from the treasured mirror and shone at the place where the man had just entered. It condensed into a ball of light that was the same color as water. After doing this, the man finally felt relieved and put away his treasured mirror. He waved the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand and a golden light appeared out of thin air. The man took advantage of this light that had yet to disappear and rushed into the depths of the void. Xueqi naturally didn't know that there was another person besides the three light beasts and himself in this labyrinth. He just stood in the void in a daze. That's right, a kind of indescribable familiar feeling emerged from his heart. The skin and flesh under the Taoist robe felt endless comfort, as if his hometown should be in this void. Strange. Xueqi scratched his head. He really didn't understand. Previously, no matter if it was Xiaoyu continent or hidden immortal continent, when this Xiao used the demon realm's concealment technique, this Xiao didn't encounter such a situation? This void is obviously difficult to enter. Not only can I not find the direction, it's also impossible to find any clues. How could this Xiao have come here before? Of course, this was only a kind of frightening feeling. Xueqi's naked eye and divine sense couldn't see the so-called void labyrinth. He didn't even know what was one zhong away from him. Open, Xueqi pondered for a bit. The green light between his eyebrows flashed again, and the illusion breaker magic eye that was completely similar to the naked eye opened. See. Just like that man, Xueqi once again sucked in a breath of cold air. Because Xueqi also saw a stretch of grayish-white color. Other than grayish-white, it was grayish-white. There was no other color. It was even more impossible to find the so-called direction. Damn it! Isn't this going to die? Xueqi frowned. There are no markings at all. How can I go? This is more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, where is the labyrinth that the light beast spoke of? Since the illusion breaker magic eye didn't have any effect, Xueqi simply closed it. Looking with the naked eye, all he could see was pitch black. It was no different from a starless night. Xueqi was like a lost sheep. He stood there helplessly. He wanted to go somewhere else to find his goal of happiness, but he was afraid that if he went too far, he would be even further away from his goal. Let's try it first. He couldn't just wait here forever. I only have 3 days. Xueqi thought for a moment and released his divine sense. He used the secret technique of the sun-shrouding art to leave behind a divine sense mark in the void. He then activated the flight talisman and slowly flew into the distance. There wasn't any heaven and earth spiritual qi in the air, so Xueqi couldn't use any Taoist magic arts. In just a moment, the true qi in his body was exhausted. Fortunately, in addition to the Taoist flying technique, Xueqi also knew the soul cultivator's flying technique. However, in this vast world, the soul cultivator's flying technique was far inferior to the Taoist flying technique. Xueqi had almost never used it. However, in this place, soul cultivators were the best candidates for flight. After flying for a while, Xueqi frowned. Looking left and right at the unchanging void, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. Just like in the night, although he couldn't see the direction clearly and didn't know where he was going, his intuition told him that he was very close to home. It was as if the smell of home had already drifted to his nose. Xueqi's eyes turned a few times. Then he turned around and flew in the direction of his left hand. After flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xueqi stopped and looked at his left hand with an inconceivable expression. Because he clearly felt that the place he was looking at should be where his divine sense was. Pu Teng Teng, Xueqi's little heart couldn't help but madly jump. For Xueqi, who had no sense of direction, this was simply a kind of earth-shattering ecstasy. He had never felt such a wonderful sense of direction so clearly before. Almost without thinking, he closed his eyes and flew in the direction of his heart. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, Xueqi opened his eyes again. Astonishingly, the void gate that the light beast had torn open was right in front of Xueqi's eyes. Great! Xueqi let out a long sigh of relief, sincerely convinced. The heavenly Tao has always been fair to the people of the world. Although this Xiao is a cultivator, in terms of direction, I can't even compare to a mortal. However, when the heavenly Tao closed this door to this Xiao's direction, it opened another window for this Xiao. This Xiao can actually easily find the direction in the void. Void, there is no such thing as direction, but in this Xiao's eyes, it is like taking a leisurely stroll. Forget it, the heavenly Tao is really not unkind to this Xiao. That's right, Xueqi had always been able to find the way. In everyone's eyes, this was inconceivable. However, who would have thought that in this void that no one could pass through, Xueqi could also clearly sense the direction without relying on any magical ability? It was really inconceivable. Ayo! Xueqi gathered himself and happily flew towards a place in the void. Suddenly, he thought of something. That's right, this Xiao's phoenix celestial body seems to have fallen into the void. Could it be? This is the effect of the celestial body? Immediately after, Xueqi hurriedly raised his gaze and looked into the distance. He really wanted to see if he could find his lost phoenix celestial body in the void. Unfortunately, he naturally looked through the autumn water and did not see anything in the shape of a phoenix. Other than pitch black, there was only pitch black. It was as if this pitch black was the main theme of the void. Where did the phoenix celestial body go? Could it be? It is no longer in the void? Xueqi's heart moved, suddenly giving birth to an inconceivable thought. Could it be that he has some other opportunity? Forget it, even if there is some opportunity, it is this Xiao's. The more opportunity he has, the happier this Xiao is. Xueqi smiled until his eyes narrowed, almost humming a little tune. After flying for a while, Xueqi suddenly turned his head. He really did not dare to believe that he could actually fly in such a straight line in the void without changing direction at all. Of course, Xueqi himself was already certain. He could not help but fly straight back. When he saw a bean-sized light in the distance in the pitch-black darkness, Xueqi finally confirmed that he was not mistaken. That was the location of the void gate. Only then did he turn around and fly forward with peace of mind. Since he had this kind of innate divine ability, Xueqi's previous hesitation had already been dispelled. The void maze that was regarded as dangerous in the eyes of the light beast was probably not too frightening in his eyes. After flying like this for about the time it took to eat a meal, Xueqi suddenly stopped and raised his head. Those star-like eyes gave birth to two strands of faint crimson red as he looked in one direction. An indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Almost without thinking, he hurriedly flew downwards. Just as he was flying, a fingernail-sized red dot suddenly appeared in the void. This red dot flashed and turned into a several zhang-wide vortex. Within the vortex, a crimson flame surged like a mountain flood, completely enveloping the void where Xueqi was. Run! Xueqi was greatly shocked. That flame was extremely strange. Before it could reach Xueqi, that heat that caused the space to distort had already turned the Taoist robe that Xueqi had just put on into nothingness. A scorching heat that was even more painful than being cut by a knife immediately spread from his skin. Although Xueqi had already practiced the fire escape technique and his body had also been baptized by the fire origin, he was still far from reaching the level of being impervious to fire. In particular, this flame was different from all the flames that Xueqi had seen before. There was not a single thread of flame, and the shape of the flame was actually liquid. Moreover, the liquid was abnormally sparkling and translucent, extremely similar to the scarlet ripples of water. Although this flame was condensed into a liquid state, it was filled with berserk energy. Even in the void, it was still exceptionally rampant. As the fiery water flowed past, the void was completely dyed crimson. Damn it! Is this water or fire? Ouch, this is bad. Xueqi clearly felt the stabbing pain on his back growing increasingly larger. He knew that his injury was not light, but his flying speed was simply unable to increase. Almost without thinking, Xueqi waved his hand and threw a dozen fire talismans on his back. With a few muffled rumbles, the incomparably powerful fireballs of Hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent were actually not much stronger than firecrackers in the void. However, fortunately, when the wave of air rushed over, it forced Xueqi to retreat several zhang away. Moreover, The fire talisman's fireballs and the strange water flow formed a kind of buffer for a short period of time. Xiaohua's back unexpectedly gave birth to a kind of cool feeling. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and unconsciously trembled with fear. Because in just an instant, his back was already charred black. It seemed like the majority of his skin was scorched. Using his hand to touch it, it was hard, different from the usual roasted meat. Could it be that this is magma? Xiaohua looked at the water flow that was obviously in a liquid state, but the temperature was also unbelievably high. He was extremely bewildered. The splashes of water were as transparent as colored glass. Very beautiful. Seeing that the splashes of water were so strange, Xiaohua did not dare to use any fire escape technique. No. I must escape from this water flow. Otherwise, I will definitely be burned to death by this water flow. The fear in Xiaohua's heart had already reached an incomparable level. He hastily ran into the fire. Because of his nervousness, other than the fact that his back was already scorched, many goosebumps appeared on the rest of his body. Unfortunately, the situation was too urgent. Just as he thought of escaping, the strange water flow had already completely swallowed the flame produced by the fire talismans. That kind of feeling of being roasted on fire gradually emerged again. At this moment, Xiaohua did not have time to regret. He once again touched and threw out a handful of fire talismans. With great effort, he once again rushed forward several zhang. However, this time, Xiaohua had already learned well. While rushing forward, he used ethereal steps and slightly leaned to the left. Clearly, he wanted to escape from the envelopment of the water flow. Chapter 3377. Ha! All of a sudden, Xiaohua sensed a large amount of Zhen Qi being generated from his back. He carefully checked his back and found out that the Zhen Qi came from his burnt skin. Under the high temperature of the water, the earth crystal Yao milk had been turned into natural power. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly tried to guide the natural energy into his meridians. Unfortunately, the surface of his burnt body did not have the earth crystal Yao milk, but the meridians inside his body were still blocked by the earth crystal Yao milk. The natural energy simply could not enter his dantian. Everything that Xiaohua did was useless. Helpless, Xiaohua could only channel most of the natural energy into his body and try his best to resist the burning of the strange water flow. The remaining natural energy was then guided into his meridians to be refined and turned into a little bit of magic power. After checking again for less than half a cup of tea, the fire talismans Xiaohua refined were already used up. And the strange water flow did not seem to weaken at all. Even after flying for a long time, Xiaohua still could not escape from the range of the water flow. Fortunately, there's only about 3 meters left. Xiaohua thought to himself as he glanced at the distance. Even if Xiaohua's cultivation was not at its peak, he could still fly over this 10 feet distance in a moment. But now, this 10 feet was the difference between life and death. If Xiaohua could fly out of this 10 feet distance, he would be able to escape from the sudden water flow. If he could not fly out, he would really die in this void. The water flow behind Xiaohua was more turbulent than a mountain torrent. It chased after Xiaohua's but it seemed like it would soon annihilate him. Rise. Although Xiaohua was somewhat flustered, his expression was still calm. He formed a Buddhist seal and the innate primordial water in the clear water bottle suddenly rushed out. Since Xiaohua obtained the innate primordial water, every time he used it, it would succeed. Whether it was the morning rain continent or the hidden immortal continent, there were no magic treasures or imperial tools that could block it. But this was Xiaohua's last resort. Just as it turned into a water curtain and covered Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's almost half-burnt back felt a chill. Pop pop pop, a burst of sound like beans being fried continuously rushed into Xiaohua's ears. When Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, his face turned pale. Under the strange water flow, every drop of the innate primordial water suddenly turned into fist-sized bubbles. These bubbles admittedly blocked the water flow, but when the water flowed over, these bubbles burst one after another. The sweeping power of the water flow was not blocked at all. I was wrong, very wrong. Xiaohua almost instantly recalled that when he had just entered the void, he had tried to use the lightning flash and thunder roll technique. Now he was extremely regretful and said, "In this void, the most important thing is how to protect yourself, not how to attack." Even someone as strong as the light beast was injured in the void, so how could this Xiao be spared? Having a few more means of self-protection was the only way to enter the void. How can I attack? Unfortunately, what was the use of regret and understanding at this point? Being able to escape was the best plan. In this kind of situation, Xueqi did not have much magic power. Even if he did, how could he dare to use the water escape technique that he had just comprehended? He was afraid that before he could use it, he would be roasted by the high temperature of the water flow. I don't know if the spiritual fire can subdue this water flow. Xueqi thought of his previous strongest method. But now, Xueqi's magic power was insufficient, so he could not release the spiritual fire. What methods does the Buddhist sect have? Xueqi hurriedly thought carefully. What methods can soul cultivators have? At this time, Xueqi was somewhat scratching his ears and cheeks. He regretted that he did not have enough knowledge when it was time to use it. Fire carpet? Or clear water bottle? Xueqi once again thought of several magic treasures that were practically unusable. However, as soon as these thoughts appeared, they were forcefully strangled to death by him. Xueqi shook his head, trying his best to expel some unrealistic thoughts. Then, he looked at the void that was already beginning to distort, and a green light flashed between his eyebrows. When the words thunder and lightning appeared in the air, layers of lightning appeared out of thin air, forming a net of lightning behind Xueqi. It forcefully blocked the foreign flames that had already touched Xueqi's skin, and burned several inches of Xueqi's back. Now is the time. Xueqi clenched his teeth and waved his hand. A flight talisman fell on his body. The true qi that had just been generated in his meridians rushed into the flight talisman. Whoosh! Xueqi's figure suddenly sped up, rushing out of the range of the water flow like a stray dog. Xueqi's lightning and thunder technique was admittedly powerful, and the net of lightning was admittedly tough. But in the face of the water flow that was wreaking havoc in the void, it was like child's play. In just a few seconds, all the lightning was swallowed by the water flow. Of course, what Xueqi wanted was this few seconds. In this short period of time, Xueqi had already rushed out a distance of nearly 1 zhang, and was about to fly out of the range of the water flow. But at this moment, a strange change occurred. Xueqi's rapidly rushing figure suddenly stopped, and even in the blink of an eye, he bounced back in an extremely unreasonable manner, rushing into the range of the water flow, as if he was pushed back by someone. Damn it! Xueqi, who had once again fallen into a dangerous situation, didn't have time to think. A green light appeared between his eyebrows again, and layers of lightning appeared again. His figure didn't dare to randomly fly to the side, and his face was even more ashen. I finally understand why that damned light beast called this a void maze. Xueqi almost shouted in his heart, because just when he was about to escape from the range of the water flow, he seemed to have hit an incomparably solid wall, and that wall was the edge of the void. In other words, the left side of Xueqi's current location was the boundary between the void and the continent. If Xueqi could shatter the void, he would be able to escape from here. Unfortunately, Xueqi didn't have the ability to shatter the void, and even if he did, the water flow behind him wouldn't give him the time. Xueqi panicked, and just as he was about to escape towards his right side, the water flow had already broken through the lightning and pounced on Xueqi again. Xueqi turned his head to look at the surging water flow in a panic, and saw that the water flow was like a fire dragon chasing after him, and didn't want to spread in all directions. He suddenly realized, damn it, this seems to be a path in the maze, right? This water flow is just like the water in the maze, only rushing along this path, and I'm precisely on this path, and my flying speed can't compare to the flood. If I don't have a place to hide, I'll be swept away by the flood sooner or later. Rumble. The helpless Xueqi released the lightning again, and used his hand to slap his forehead, and shouted, "Open!" When the delusion breaker eye opened, a feeling of powerlessness mixed with despair spread out in Xueqi's heart. Because what the delusion breaker eye saw was a several zhang wide passage, and this passage seemed to have no end. Looking further in the distance at the side of the passage, there were streaks of light as thin as spider silk wantonly circling around like seaweed in water, and within these streaks of light, there were streaks of light like ripples, emitting different colors of brilliance as they circled around. Needless to say, these streaks of light were probably the same as the passage Xueqi was in right now. Space vein. Instantly, Xueqi almost blurted out. Wasn't this the space vein that Zhang Qingxiao was talking about? Those different streaks of light were different kinds of spiritual energy, and the strange water flow behind him was rushing into the void from an unknown plane. Thinking of this, even if Xueqi had the ability to break through the void, he probably wouldn't dare to casually break through. Who knew what plane was outside the void? Who knew what was inside that plane? Knowing that he was in a dangerous situation, Xueqi was even more helpless. Apart from using the lightning flash and thunder roll technique while using the delusion breaker eye to escape, he really didn't have any other methods. But even this method of struggling at death's door was ineffective in just a moment. Because every time Xueqi used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, he could block the torrent of flames, but every time it was destroyed by the torrent of flames, the momentum of the torrent of flames would increase a bit, and when it encountered the lightning net again, the lightning net would be able to block the torrent of flames for a bit less time. After a dozen or so times, the lightning net was easily destroyed by the torrent of flames, and could no longer resist the torrent of flames. Is this Xiao going to die here? Xueqi's heart was like dead ashes. Looking at the endless passage and the torrent of flames behind him that was even more ruthless and fierce than a deity transformation cultivator, Xueqi was already in a desperate situation. If I die, can my soul enter the space? Can my space still exist? If it can, this Xiao can also accompany Xueqi and Master. Unfortunately, this was all wishful thinking on Xueqi's part. How could he know if the space would be intact after he died? This gamble was too big, so big that he didn't dare to try. Over there. Yes, it's over there. At this moment, Xueqi's already exhausted transcendence vision suddenly saw a dark green brilliance about 10 feet away from the edge of the passage. This brilliance was extremely dim, and if Xueqi hadn't been in a daze and stopped his transcendence vision there, he wouldn't have been able to see it. If it's a cave, that would be great. Xueqi's heart gave birth to a fluke, and he hoped that the place where the brilliance was located was a normal cave. However, even if that cave was a cave and was a safe place, with Xueqi's current flying speed, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach that place. Crack, crack, crack. Xueqi once again released lightning, but this time, all the lightning was instantly destroyed by the torrent of flames, and it didn't show any effect at all. At the same time, Xueqi waved his hand and took out the fire carpet that he hadn't used before. He activated it with his remaining true qi, causing the fire carpet to suddenly expand and cover the space behind Xueqi. It was like a checkpoint that blocked the passage to the void. Chapter 3378. This fire carpet was originally damaged, and Xueqi had never refined it again. The only reason he used it now was because he wanted it to block the torrent of water. Of course, Xueqi didn't place too much hope on the fire carpet. With a flip of his hand, he took out the fire bottle that he had never used before. Although his heart was pained at the loss of the innate fire and other things, he couldn't care about it at this time. He only left some in the space as a backup and sent out the rest. Xueqi even held a few worn-out magic tools in his hand. He was going to casually throw them out when there was a gap. Sure enough, as Xueqi expected, the fire carpet blocking the passage was like a rag. With a rumbling sound, it was broken by the water flow. However, the moment it broke, the flames inside the fire carpet and the remaining arrays blocked the water flow. Crackle. A very strange sound, like an old farmer chopping firewood, was heard. The flames really did block the water flow for a few breaths. In the span of a few breaths, Xueqi had flashed out another 3 meters or so. Damn it, not to mention the lightning escape, even if it was the flowing cloud movement technique, as long as I could use one of them, I wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Xueqi even had the heart to die. This flying speed that was slower than a snail was really dragging him into the abyss of death step by step. The water flow was naturally followed by the fire bottle. Seeing the fire bottle suddenly turn into water flow, even worse than the fire carpet, Xueqi's heart turned cold. He was about to wave the magic tool in his hand. Boom! With a loud sound, an explosion more powerful than the explosion of dozens of fire talismans suddenly erupted from the place where the fire flask disappeared. At the same time, a strong airflow was produced. This airflow, along with that long-lost happiness, suddenly submerged Xueqi. Xueqi's figure was sent several feet away by this airflow. That dark green brilliance was already very close to him, and Xueqi could already see that this dark green brilliance was produced by a collapsed pit. Although he didn't know what was inside this collapsed pit, but could there be a fate more tragic than falling into a fiery stream of water? Xueqi hastily urged the flying talisman to rush towards the collapse. However, just as Xueqi approached the collapse, A scarlet radiance that was half a step faster than Xueqi blocked the front of the collapse. This water curtain of brilliance was precisely caused by the explosion of the fire bottle. Coincidentally, it blocked Xueqi's escape route. Does the heavens want me dead? Xueqi looked at the nearly 1 zhang-wide water curtain that was blocking the collapse, and behind him, the surging current had already caught up to him, but it was only about 50 to 60 zhang away. If he hesitated for even a moment, he would definitely suffer a calamity. Go! Xueqi did not dare to pass through the water curtain, and without any hesitation, he threw the few broken magic weapons in his hands into it. Puff puff puff. Several soft noises rang out, and these magic treasures really did explode in the water curtain, blasting open a hole that wasn't too big nor too small. And at this time, the flood had already chased down Xueqi's left arm, and a feeling like his flesh was being cut was born there. At this time, Xueqi also did not want to pass through the water curtain, and wondered if his handsome face would still be in good condition. Faster than a rabbit, he rushed into the already shrinking hole in the water curtain. Whoa! The water curtain disappeared, and Xueqi did not have enough time to dodge. The layer of skin on his buttocks that was still outside the collapse also disappeared at the same time. That heart-piercing pain was merciless, wave after wave after wave, came from all over Xueqi's body. Pain and luck. This was the only feeling Xueqi had after escaping from death. If it was not for him being able to use his transcendence vision to see such a small collapse in the void passage, and if it was not for the fire carpet, fire bottle, and other items that helped him escape, how could he have possibly escaped from the flood of destruction? However, without waiting for Xueqi to use his grief as a tongue to lick the pain in his body and heart, the dark green brilliance in the collapsed area suddenly flourished. Within the brilliance, countless tiny dots of light the size of soybeans appeared. These dots of light rapidly rotated, and all of a sudden, Xueqi felt that the sky and earth were spinning. Moreover, the strange thing was, after these dots of light were born, there were some faintly discernible thin threads between them. These thin threads were gray in color, and firmly trapped Xueqi. Not to mention magic power, even his body could not move in the slightest. Xueqi turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to struggle, the brilliance in the collapsed area was annihilated again. Following the disappearance of the brilliance, the completely gray thin threads disappeared into the void, and Xueqi naturally disappeared along with them. The collapsed area was like a shriveled fish bubble filled with water. It swelled up from the inside, and slowly disappeared. And in the distance inside the void passage, the scarlet tail could be seen, and gradually disappeared. No one knew where the tyrannical flood of fire went and who it harmed. Xueqi felt that the sky and earth were spinning. The brilliance in front of his eyes overflowed, and all of a sudden, he felt an indescribable sense of disgust. Before he could close his eyes, his body became light, and the huge binding force had already disappeared. However, his eyes and mind were still shaking like mountains and seas, unable to calm down for a long time. For no less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xueqi kept his eyes closed. He did not release his divine sense, nor did he open his Dharma eyes. He simply kept his eyes closed. The struggle just now was really dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would have died. Moreover, at this moment, Xueqi's entire body was covered in scars. Although he could not smell the fragrance of roasted meat from his mouth and nose, Xueqi believed that as long as he cut a piece of meat from his body, it would be fragrant. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xueqi's heart gradually calmed down, and he immediately opened his eyes. However, he saw that his eyes were still pitch black, and he still could not see any brilliance. It was as calm as when he had just entered the void. Looking at this calm void, Xueqi slightly raised his head, as if he was looking at the sky, and the corners of his mouth revealed a rare confident smile. This was because he had already felt the correct direction with his naked eyes. Somewhere high up in the sky was where he had entered the void. If he wanted to, he could fly there right now. The so-called collapse seemed to be just a small passage in the vein of space. Through this collapse, Xueqi did not arrive at any boundary, but instead arrived at another passage in the void. In other words, Xueqi was still in the void maze. Thinking about this, Xueqi patted his forehead and prepared to open his Dharma eyes. He wanted to use his heavenly eye connection to check the situation of the nearby space. But suddenly, a kind of vigilance rose from the bottom of his heart again. Xueqi did not hesitate to enter the space. The place where Jade Archive Xueqi appeared was a barren area of space. At this time, This barren space was emitting a thick black flame. This black flame flowed along the ground in all directions, emitting an extremely unpleasant burnt smell. Sigh. Jade Archive Xueqi sighed and grabbed at the black flame with his hand. A crimson brilliance illuminated the area within 100 miles, and a crimson drop of water flashed with an extremely intense heat wave as Jade Archive Xueqi pulled it out from the ground. This drop of water was precisely the drop of water that Xueqi had created when he passed through the water curtain. When the torrent of water had washed away the water curtain, this drop of water had penetrated Xueqi's arm, and was sent into the space by Xueqi's mind. However, Xueqi did not expect this drop of water to be so powerful. The ground of his space could not bear it at all. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it had actually sunk more than 1,000 feet into the ground, and there was no end to it. If Jade Archive Xueqi had not grabbed it, perhaps the space would have been penetrated by it. Even when the drop of water fell into Jade Archive Xueqi's hand, a circle of distorted ripples appeared from Jade Archive Xueqi's hand, as if Jade Archive Xueqi's hand was also burned by the drop of water. Jade Archive Xueqi looked at the water droplet in his hand. His eyes, which were as silver as the starry sky, flashed with a strange light. After another half a cup of tea, Jade Archive Xueqi raised his head. His gaze fell on the strange inkstone on the left side of tracing light. Quick! Jade Archive Xueqi reached out with his right hand, and a stream of lightning water flowed down from the inkstone and landed in front of Jade Archive Xueqi. Poof! Jade Archive Xueqi gently blew on it, and the lightning water immediately turned a strange color. The surrounding space began to distort, and in the blink of an eye, something that looked like a jade box was born from the lightning. Go! Jade Archive Xueqi stretched out his hand, and the drop of water fell into the box formed by the lightning water. This box was also transparent, and when the drop of water fell into it, the lightning water on the surface of the box was stirred up like steam by the drop of water, producing countless tiny lightning threads. However, when the lightning threads rose to the top of the box, they met another lightning water, and the lightning threads fell into the lightning water, disappearing instantly. This cycle repeated over and over again, and the box created by the lightning water actually imprisoned the water droplet within. Good! Jade Archive Xueqi praised. After which, he pointed with his finger and the box formed by lightning water fell into the hole that the water droplet had penetrated. When the box fell into the hole, the black flames that had just flowed out flowed back into the hole. In a short moment, everything returned to its original state. Fellow Taoist. Jade Archive Xueqi looked around and called out softly. Green-robed Xueqi answered, and although there was no expression on his face, there was a hint of complaint in his voice. Fellow Taoist, this is our home. Why did you send everything in here? I don't know if this thing is water or fire, but it seems to be able to destroy space. Aren't you afraid of any future troubles by leaving it here? Fellow Taoist, don't panic. Jade Archive Xueqi smiled and said, you also saw it, although the torrent is powerful, this is only a small drop of water after all. Compared to our lightning water, it is still a bit inferior. Now that it has been absorbed into the lightning water, if you find any abnormalities with it, immediately inform I, and I will send it out. You're really a guy who would rather injure your mind to take advantage of others. In the future, when you meet other people, don't say that you know I. Green-robed Xueqi's mouth slightly curled, and he looked very stiff. Hee. Jade Archive Xueqi naturally knew that Green-robed Xueqi was mocking him for his mind being injured by the drop of water when he received it, and said, our bodies were burned to pieces by this water, and if we didn't get some benefits from the water, I'm afraid that you and I wouldn't be able to sleep well, right? I did this for everyone's sake. Chapter 3379. Don't tell me it's because of your greed and stinginess? The green-robed Xueqi mocked. The Jade Archive Xueqi didn't refute. He stretched out his hand and said, fellow Taoist, do you have any healing spirit pills? Take some out. Let's not talk about my hair. It's already gone. The scars on my body need to be cleaned up. Don't ruin my handsome face. I'll give it to you. I've already prepared them. The green-robed Xueqi waved his hand and several jade bottles appeared in front of the Jade Archive Xueqi. It's just that this thing that's neither fire nor water is very strange. I don't know if these spirit pills are useful. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. The Jade Archive Xueqi took the jade bottles and cupped his hands. I'll try them first. At this moment, the Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned and his expression changed slightly. It seemed that there was another change outside the space. Please. The green-robed Xiaohua raised his hand. The Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't answer and disappeared in a flash. The green-robed Xiaohua stared blankly at the place where the thunder water box disappeared. A burst of starlight appeared in his eyes and then he also disappeared. The Jade Archive Xiaohua came out of the space and hurriedly looked around. However, he saw that the surroundings were still pitch black and there was no special change. Moreover, when Xiaohua used the Heaven's Eye technique again and opened his magic eye, he saw a faint light on the left side. He didn't see any special brilliance. The passage he saw with his magic eye just now also disappeared. His left side was very wide, as if he was in a quiet grassland. Strange. Xiaohua was a little bewildered in his heart, because after opening his Dharma eye, that ominous feeling disappeared again. There's nothing special here. However, Xiaohua also knew that he was now in the void where the space vein was located. Although the void was stable, there was definitely danger. Although he didn't notice any abnormalities, it didn't mean that there was no danger. It was better to be careful. Thinking about it, Xiaohua took out the spirit pills refined by the green-robed Xiaohua. He swallowed a few and applied a few on his body. He felt some coolness coming from where he applied the medicine. Only then did Xiaohua apply the spirit pills all over his body. This time, Xiaohua was in a miserable state. His whole body was riddled with scars. He had used up almost all of the spirit pills given by the green-robed Xiaohua. After applying the spirit pill, Xiaohua took out a Taoist robe and put it on. In the void, defensive treasures might not be useful, so it was better to keep them than waste them. The stingy Xiaohua calculated this well and only wore an ordinary Taoist robe. In fact, if Xiaohua didn't feel awkward in his heart, perhaps he wouldn't even want to wear this Taoist robe. After putting it on, Xiaohua carefully inspected his body. If he didn't inspect it, he wouldn't have known that his body, which he had always been proud of, was actually seriously injured this time. It wasn't just the superficial injuries that Xiaohua had imagined. Under his body, there was an extremely thick part that had turned into rotten wood. What was special was that this rotten wood-like body could actually make Xiaohua feel pain. Just by touching it with his hand, Xiaohua immediately grimaced in pain. The heavens really took pity on me. What is this water-like torrent? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. It hadn't been long since he'd encountered the torrent and escaped from the spatial tunnel, yet he'd suffered such heavy injuries in such a short period of time. If the spatial tunnel hadn't collapsed, his ending would have been unimaginable. Of course, Xiaohua also knew that it wouldn't be strange if the radiant beast was seriously injured in the void. However, although Xiaohua was seriously injured, the injured part of the earth crystal Yao milk had turned into the world spirit qi. The majority of this spirit qi was absorbed by his intact body, and a small part was absorbed by his meridians. Although this part of the earth crystal Yao milk was very small, it still made Xiaohua see hope. If it really was the void storm that the radiant beast said, it really could turn the remaining earth crystal Yao milk into the world spirit qi. But where is this void storm? Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the pitch-black darkness in the distance, and once again urged the soul cultivator's flying technique to slowly fly forward. This time, Xiaohua was much more vigilant. As he flew forward, he constantly opened his transcendence vision, looking left and right. From time to time, he even tested the direction of the void that he just discovered. However, this time, it was very quiet. For a full 4 hours, he didn't see anything abnormal. But through Xiaohua's transcendence vision, he saw nothing but a faint brilliance. Even the variegated brilliance of the previous void maze couldn't be seen. After a long time, Xiaohua became a little anxious. He didn't have much time. If he couldn't find the passage of the void storm in 3 days, he would have to quickly leave. However, before he could think of any other way, suddenly in his body, pooh! A muffled sound rang out. A piece of flesh smaller than a sesame seed burst open, and the earth crystal Yao milk contained in this piece of flesh turned into pure spirit qi at the same time. This. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to use his divine sense to investigate, poo-poo-poo, 3 consecutive sounds rang out, and 3 more pieces of flesh burst open near that piece of flesh. Not good. Xiaohua's scalp immediately went numb. He suddenly thought of the warning signs he had when he first entered this void. Almost without thinking, He desperately flew in a direction. However, what happened next made Xueqi tremble with fear. The flesh in his body burst open one after another. Although only small pieces of flesh burst open, these explosions seemed to be connected, and there were more and more of them. Perhaps there was no sound in the void, but in Xueqi's mind, these explosions were no less than a bolt from the blue. There was nothing more frightening than this strange thing. Xueqi not only released his divine sense, but also opened his transcendence vision. He even released his Buddhist sense and soul sense one after another. Unfortunately, apart from him, there was no one else in this void. There was no spirit chi of heaven and earth, fluctuations, and so on. PFFF. A series of explosions caused Xueqi's heart to skip a beat. Xueqi's body had been tempered. His meridians had also been tempered, and even his bloodline had been tempered. However, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and so on in his body had not been tempered. Although his 5 viscera had been strengthened because of the tempering of his body and his bloodline, they were relatively weak. Although Xueqi's powerful body was formed from Yao Feng's flesh and blood, his 5 viscera were the same. However, in this strange explosion, Xueqi could not guarantee that his body was in good condition, let alone that his 5 viscera were safe, especially when these strange explosions came from the inside. He had no idea how the other party attacked him. What the hell is going on? Xueqi could only release his divine sense and do his best to check his surroundings. The transcendence vision in his transcendence vision was also opened wide. He carefully looked, wanting to find something strange. But it was clear that the development of the situation had once again exceeded Xueqi's expectations. It was just a simple meal of cultivation techniques, but the sound of continuous explosions rang out from his body. His originally intact body was now like a beehive, and many parts of his body had already turned into bloodstains. Pain was naturally necessary. Moreover, this pain did not only affect his body, it also affected Xueqi's mind. His Tao foundation and primordial spirit were faintly injured. The stingy Xueqi had never thought that there would be a day when he would have to abandon his body for his own life. However, just now, he actually had the idea of cutting his wrist. He was prepared to abandon his body in the void at the last moment in exchange for a chance to escape. However, at this moment, the feeling of his primordial spirit told him that this was a dead end. Under this inexplicable attack, his body would completely explode. His primordial spirit and mind would no longer exist. He would be deader than dead. If he could not find the source of the explosion, if he could not find a way to solve it, he could only die. I just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. Xueqi thought fiercely in his heart. A feeling of unwillingness to submit grew in his heart. His heart that had been chased by the torrent of water earlier was now gradually becoming firm. I have always been a bit lazy. Previously, I relied on the auspicious jade talisman to obtain a lot of luck. In times of danger, I was always able to find an opportunity to escape. Now that the auspicious jade talisman is gone, my luck seems to have also disappeared. However, I still have some dependence in my heart. I feel that the heavens are still looking after me. This void is very dangerous. The light beast had clearly said that there was only a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. However, I barged in without even thinking about it. The torrent of water just now and the explosion now, which one of them is not strange? Which one of them can't easily take the life of an ordinary cultivator? Xueqi, you have to wake up. From today onwards, don't slack off. You must rely on yourself for all the dangers. You must face them calmly. Xueqi, who had calmed down, didn't say anything further. He first took out the innate real water to protect himself. However, although the innate real water's water curtain was formed, the explosions in his body were like beans being fried. Instead, they became even more violent. Xueqi was so frightened that he hastily withdrew the innate real water. Strange. Xueqi's mind spun rapidly. Why is it that the appearance of the real water is like pouring oil on fire? Although Xueqi was at a loss, he still couldn't understand after thinking for a moment. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of explosions became more and more intense. Currently, close to 10% of Xueqi's body had turned into blood clots. Moreover, this kind of development seemed to be continuous. If Xueqi didn't have any countermeasures, his entire body would become a pool of blood in less than a meal. Fellow Taoist, save me. A pitiful voice appeared in Xueqi's mind. Needless to say, This was the voice that had fused with his body and primordial spirit. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and simply stood in the void. This kind of aimless flight would only consume his true qi and magic power. It was basically useless. When the Jade Archive entered Xiaohua's body, the demonic phoenix Xiaohua was no longer as arrogant as before. Not only did his entire demeanor look dispirited and listless, the entire phoenix shape was damaged by more than 10%. Even the 5 colors were abnormally dim. In particular, the 1300 and 205 colored spots actually showed signs of melting. Chapter 3380. Where is Dragon Vein Xiaohua? Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart moved and he hurriedly called out. I am here, fellow Taoist, please. Along with Jade Archive Xiaohua's voice, the long dragon shape appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. At this time, Dragon Vein Xiaohua still looked like a thin line, but this thin line was already extremely clear. It was a dragon shape. Not only were there flashing scales all over its body, even the head and horns of the dragon shape were revealed. When the dragon shape appeared, a golden light flashed and the dragon shape turned into the human shape of Xiaohua. Obviously, Dragon Vein Xiaohua must have obtained the essence of the fire dragon's soul before, which was why he was able to make such progress. Of course, Xiaohua did not have time to look at Dragon Vein Xiaohua's progress. He only asked, does fellow Taoist feel that something is wrong? Burning. A burning that can destroy all things. Dragon Vein Xiaohua also knew that the situation was urgent and directly answered. However, this is just the beginning. As time passes, I will not be able to resist. Very good. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. Does fellow Taoist know the reason? No. Fellow Taoist, please return. Jade Archive Xiaohua cupped his hands. After sending Dragon Vein Xiaohua off, he called out again. Is the bone-honing fellow Taoist here? The bone-honing Xiaohua was naturally the primordial spirit that Xiaohua integrated into the bones and focused on tempering the bones. This primordial spirit was very important, and Xiaohua also knew that according to the image secret technique from Backtrack Time, it seemed that the key to light escape was not only related to the 5 elements escape technique, but also the tempering of the bones. Therefore, he never called out to this primordial spirit and only let it focus on cultivation. At this time, at the moment of life and death, Xiaohua had no choice but to call it out. Unexpectedly, Jade Archive Xiaohua called out several times, but there was no response. This bone-honing primordial spirit seemed to be even more arrogant than green-robed Xiaohua and the others. It was actually not afraid of Jade Archive Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua was slightly angry. Lightning flashed between his eyes and he was about to fly towards the bones. Fortunately, at this time, a voice louder than a bell rang out. Fellow Taoist, why are you looking for me? This voice sounded extremely simple, and there was even a hint of contempt in the tone. Then, a yellow light flashed, and a burly man with an indomitable spirit appeared in front of Xiaohua. The Jade Archive Xiaohua seemed to be seeing Xiaohua's bone-honing for the first time. He couldn't help but take a closer look. Compared to Jade Archive Xiaohua, who knew how many times larger this man was. His thick and solid hands and feet were simply like heavenly pillars that supported the heavens and earth. What was special was that there was a strong primordial aura coming from this man, and a feeling of indestructibility and eternity arose spontaneously. The man's appearance was exactly the same as Xiaohua's. Most of his body was earthy yellow in color, and only his head was golden. That brilliant golden color was extremely dazzling, and there were strange runes swimming around his forehead. Welcome, fellow Taoist. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the incomparably huge bone-tempering Xiaohua and was extremely surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that this trace of primordial spirit would actually become like this. He cupped his hands and said, You and I are originally one. Why are you so arrogant? Now that our physical bodies are in danger of collapsing, if we don't solve it quickly, not to mention even the other fellow Taoists won't exist anymore, right? Haha. The voice of bone-tempering Xiaohua resounded throughout the world. When the nest is overturned, there are no intact eggs, I know this. But the problem is, if this physical body doesn't recover, then it doesn't recover. What does it have to do with me? You and I are no longer here, but I will still be here. Moreover, the other fellow Taoists may not necessarily not be here, right? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that the situation was urgent, and he didn't want to be entangled with him. He hurriedly asked, "What good plan do you have in this situation?" "Nothing," bone-tempering Xueqi said concisely. "I don't feel anything, and I don't know how to deal with it. In the future, if there is nothing important, don't disturb my cultivation." After saying that, bone-tempering Xueqi's body shone brightly and slowly disappeared into his bones. "Damn it!" Jade Archive Xueqi almost cursed, but the crisis in his physical body didn't allow him to think too much. He hurriedly shouted again, "Where is the fellow Taoist in the bloodline?" Unfortunately, Jade Archive Xueqi shouted several times. How could any primordial spirit answer? "Ai, I'm dizzy." Jade Archive Xueqi patted his forehead. The blood drop grotto heaven of the demon realm within his bloodline was the blood shadow technique, which had nothing to do with the primordial spirit. Where would any fellow Taoist appear? Without a choice, the Jade Archive Xueqi returned. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The sound of rain hitting a banana leaf could be heard. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were bursting out. This was even more dangerous than the previous torrent. Scorch, a scorch that can destroy all living things. What is this? Xueqi's mind turned rapidly. And this Zhao's bones are not afraid. Ayo! I'm stupid. Suddenly, the faint brilliance in the Dharma eye that opened suddenly attracted Xueqi's attention. Xueqi almost immediately understood. Isn't this the culprit that caused the explosion? This culprit has always been here, it's just that I didn't notice it. That's right, there was nothing in this void. This kind of faint, invisible brilliance, although this brilliance didn't cause any harm at first, who knew if it would cause harm to him after being in this brilliance for a long time? Wasn't this exactly the same as boiling a toad in warm water? When a toad was suddenly thrown into boiling water, the toad wouldn't be able to withstand the sudden heat and would immediately jump out of the boiling water to escape. When boiling a toad in warm water, in the beginning, the toad wouldn't notice because of the heat. When the water became hotter and hotter, the toad would realize that it was about to be extinguished. He had seen all kinds of brilliance in this void. These brilliances wouldn't cause any harm to him, so he took it for granted that the brilliance in this void wouldn't cause any harm. But in fact, this brilliance that he was familiar with was the culprit that destroyed all things. Damn it, previously I was in pain all over, and those injuries were on the surface. Perhaps this brilliance was harmful, but I didn't notice it. Also, in order to heal my injuries, I applied a spiritual pill, which blocked the damage to the surface of the brilliance. Xueqi immediately understood. But this brilliance can penetrate the surface of the body and cause harm to the depths of the body. That brilliance is even more powerful after passing through the innate primordial water. This is also the reason why innate primordial water is useless. Since Xueqi knew the source of the danger, he naturally wanted to escape immediately. However, his Dharma eye was filled with this brilliance, as if it was endless. Although Xueqi didn't dare to think too much, he still flew in one direction. But obviously, he didn't have enough time to rush out of the area covered by the brilliance. The basin used to boil Xueqi was really too big. No, this won't do, Xueqi thought as he flew. Although escaping from this area is a way to treat the root of the problem, I can't escape now. I can only find a way to treat the symptoms and stop my body from exploding. Although he wasn't afraid of that bullshit bone-tempering primordial spirit, I am. Who knows if my body can be regenerated after it explodes and my internal organs are gone? That's right, what do you mean by regenerate? However, Xueqi didn't have time to think about the meaning of the word regenerate at this moment. He hurriedly thought about it again. It seemed that there wasn't this kind of effect in the Tao techniques he knew. Moreover, he didn't have enough transcendence energy, so it was even more impossible to think about it. Buddha Sarira, Xueqi immediately thought of the Buddhist sex cultivation and hurriedly sent the Buddha Sarira out of his Naiwan palace. What scared Xueqi out of his wits was at the moment the Buddha Sarira flew out of his Naiwan palace, the golden surface of the Buddha Sarira immediately exploded violently. It was even weaker than the physical body. Xueqi hurriedly sent the Buddha Sarira back. How could he still dare to use Buddhist methods? Lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique? Unfortunately, that thin lightning net was unable to block the brilliance at all. Xueqi still dejectedly withdrew the green seal text. What should I do? Xueqi's newly born ambitions seemed to be about to be annihilated again. The saying that man could conquer the heavens seemed to be a joke. If he didn't have any methods, his soaring aspirations would be nothing more than a cloud of nothingness. Mirror. Kunlun mirror. A light flashed in Xiaohua's mind. He hurriedly took out the damaged Kunlun mirror and poured his remaining transcendence energy into it without hesitation. Wang. Sure enough, following the activation of transcendence energy, a faint beam of light immediately shot out of the mirror surface. This faint beam of light could only overflow half a foot from the mirror surface. However, Xiaohua's transcendence eyes could clearly see that the faint beam of light was swept away by the Kunlun mirror. Phew! Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. Inside his body, the sound of beans being fried also slowly weakened. Seems like there is still some effect. Seeing this situation, Xiaohua was half happy and half worried. He was happy that he found a way to solve his current predicament, but he was worried that he didn't have the transcendence energy to support the Kunlun mirror, especially since his meridians were blocked. Even if he took some spirit pills and spirit fruits, it was impossible to change the world's spiritual energy into true qi. Isn't this asking for my life? Xiaohua sensed the rapidly disappearing transcendence energy. On one hand, he was like an ant on a hot pan. His brain had never been this anxious in the past 200 years. As time passed, Xiaohua also stopped flying. Because his transcendence energy was supporting the Kunlun mirror while supporting the flight technique, it was almost exhausted. He had no choice but to make a choice. Is there any other way to get more true qi? Is there any other way to block this light? Xiaohua thought and took out the Confucian robe and other defensive magic weapons to try, but they were all useless. At this time, a wisp of smoke in front of him attracted Xiaohua's attention. This wisp of smoke was extremely faint. In the pitch-black void, Transcendence eyes couldn't see it at all. And if it wasn't for the light of the Kunlun mirror, the naked eye naturally couldn't see it. When Xiaohua noticed it, he found that the skin and flesh that had just been burned by the torrent had already been peeled off from his body. And when the charred flesh fell into the void, it immediately turned into smoke. It was the burning of all things that the dragon vein had mentioned before. Chapter 3381. Xiaohua was slightly disappointed when he saw this. However, just as his divine sense was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the tiny wisp of blood that had left his flesh and blood had shrunk back into his body. It did not disappear in the light. Oh! Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately thought of something and hastily used his divine sense to examine his body. Sure enough, he saw that 20% of his body had already turned into blood, but strangely, the blood did not turn into smoke and disappear. This. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and hurriedly took out some water from the space. The moment the water touched the void, it immediately disappeared. It didn't even have time to emit smoke. Then, Xiaohua poured some more water into the bloodstains. As Xiaohua expected, the brilliance could really pass through the body. The water was basically no different from the body. Blood-dripping paradise. Xiaohua felt as if he had come back from the jaws of death. At this moment, the Kunlun mirror flashed, and Xiaohua's surroundings fell into a kind of pitch-black silence. In this silence, no one knew that it was actually a killing trap. The light was invisible to the naked eye, and the divine sense and Buddhist sense were unable to detect it. Just like that, people were killed. A drop of blood, tens of thousands of lives. A paradise, free and unfettered. I offer a drop of blood to the heavens in exchange for a paradise to descend. Xiaohua put away the Kunlun mirror. Continuous bursting sounds appeared around him. Xiaohua was no longer afraid. He opened his mouth and began to chant, blood-dripping paradise, I am the master. I use demonic blood to wash the blue sky. I am not afraid that my will not descend. Every drop is my body. Along with Xiaohua's chant, traces of demonic blood flashed. They were like tentacles and spider webs. They densely seeped out from his blood vessels. Then, they penetrated his body and rushed out from the surface of his skin. This demonic blood contained countless black flames. The black flames flickered in the pitch-black void, as if they were even darker than the void. What was special was that when the demonic blood rushed out, it immediately turned into tens of thousands of blood qi. This blood qi also flickered with a bloody color, complementing the black flames. Although this blood qi did not spread to the extreme like outside the void to form a blood mist, it was still dense and spread around Xiaohua, firmly protecting him. Roar! Xiaohua let out an angry roar from his throat. There was no sound in the void, but the nearby pitch-black color actually trembled. Xiaohua's body rapidly swelled along with the roar that sounded like a demonic person. As his body swelled, the flesh and blood within Xiaohua's body also swelled. The flesh and blood that had been burned to death by the brilliance now went crazy. Under the blood-dripping paradise, it also evolved into demonic blood. Countless demonic heads that were almost invisible to the naked eye emerged from within his body, roaring as they rushed out of his body. At this moment, Xiaohua's figure was like a demon god that was dozens of feet tall. The blood-red armor covered his head and feet. On the armor, tens of thousands of demons would occasionally roar and rush out. At other times, they would devour each other. If one looked carefully, these demons were also formed by countless smaller demons. The blood-red armor's blood-red light mixed with the black light, illuminating the surroundings. The light that was invisible to the naked eye was completely excluded from this blood-red light. Occasionally, there was a light that could pierce the blood-red light, but it was devoured by the demonic heads on the blood-red armor. These devoured demonic heads roared angrily and grew a lot stronger. Ha 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 ha. Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. His face was sinister. On the top of his head, two horns flickered with a faint golden light. This golden light flickered slightly as if they were breathing. As the golden light flickered, from the gaps of the blood-red armor, strands of golden light appeared in the blood-red and black flames, flowing everywhere in the blood-red light. The demonic realm's cultivation method actually has such an effect. It's really beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua once again relied on himself to survive in a desperate situation. He was in a really good mood. With a wave of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Grow, 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 with Xiaohua's proud roar, the wishful steel staff that was once again refined by the green-robed Xiaohua suddenly became more than 200 feet long. Whoa! There was no sound in the void, but under the wave of the wishful steel staff, not to mention the momentum, just by looking at Xiaohua's demonic body and the giant staff of 200 feet, it could be said to be majestic. And where the wishful steel staff passed, one could see the nearby void shaking, as if it was somewhat unstable. Grow, 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 grow. Xiaohua roared a few times, and the wishful steel staff grew and grew at will. It was really beyond Xiaohua's expectations. He thought that after adding the exquisite gold, the wishful steel staff could double in size. However, the wishful steel staff stretched straight for 100 feet before reaching its limit. Similarly, the wishful steel staff grew to several feet before stopping again. Looking at this divine weapon that was taller than an ordinary mountain peak, Xiaohua spontaneously had the ambition to compete with the heavens. He really couldn't imagine what the real wishful steel staff of the 5 elements would look like. Go! Xiaohua roared, and the wishful steel staff in his hand returned to the size of several feet, dancing and flying into the distance. Although Xiaohua had an unparalleled sense of direction in the void, and under the protection of the devil body, he was no longer afraid of the colorless brilliance that could burn all things, but it still took him several hours to get out of this murderous void. Using the blood drop paradise did not require any spiritual power, nor did it require any spiritual power. What consumed Xiaohua was the bloodline power. What made Xiaohua feel uncomfortable was that when the blood helmet was born, a bloodthirsty, cruel, and violent feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. Even in Xiaohua's eyes, the dark void was completely covered with a layer of blood, which made Xiaohua extremely uncomfortable. When he used the heavenly eye connection and saw the brilliance disappear, Xiaohua immediately returned to his original state. As the blood that formed the blood helmet entered his bloodline, Xiaohua lost a lot of weight. Not only did the scars on the surface of his body disappear, but the blood clots in his body also disappeared. Of course, the earth crystal Yao milk contained in this flesh and blood was completely absorbed by Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua looked at the faint cyan blue brilliance, which looked like flickering fireflies. He knew that there were a few spatial veins in front of him. Although he didn't know which realms these spatial veins would lead to, he knew that one of these spatial veins would definitely have the void storm he wanted. Where should I go now? Xiaohua was extremely hesitant. After experiencing 2 incomparable dangers, he was no longer as reckless as before. Pinching his chin, he waited in front of these passages for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not daring to break into any of them at will. However, he had not yet reached his original intention, so he had to make another choice. Here. Xiaohua finally took a step and came in front of a passage. In his eyes, This passage looked like the mouth of a gourd. It was narrow on the outside, but it was huge on the inside. Moreover, there was no special brilliance in this passage, and it looked very quiet. Alas, I'm afraid it's not this. Xueqi shook his head slightly. He did not know whether the void storm was similar to the blood-red storm in the Netherworld Eye, but since this space was quiet, there naturally would not be any storm. Could it be this? Xueqi turned into another passage. This passage was like a winding path, extremely narrow and deep. Inside, there were also some thumb-sized wriggling things that were invisible to the naked eye. When Xueqi's divine sense swept over these wriggling things, his divine sense was immediately swallowed up by the wriggling things. How could Xueqi dare to enter? Not to mention, just thinking about it made Xueqi feel disgusted. It's too quiet, and it's too dangerous. It's really troublesome. Xueqi looked at the surrounding brilliance that was like a spider web and sighed in his heart. This is only this Xiao, who can see through it with his divine sense. If it was someone else, they would not even know how they died in the void storm. After searching for a while, Xueqi came in front of a passage. This passage was a little strange. The brilliance was actually golden, and there were extremely obscure fluctuations in the invisible passage from time to time. These fluctuations gave Xueqi an indescribable feeling of familiarity. Is this the fluctuation of a transcendent treasure? Or is it the fluctuation of a formation? Xueqi frowned slightly and thought for a while, but he did not have any clue. He only felt that it was familiar, but he did not know how it was familiar. This is... Just as Xueqi was thinking, a clear fluctuation appeared about 10 zhong in front of him. Along with the appearance of the fluctuation, a strong wind was generated. Of course, this strong wind was only for a flash, and in an instant, it turned into nothingness. Good, Xueqi immediately beamed with joy. Needless to say, if a fluctuation could cause a strong wind, then if there were more fluctuations, wouldn't it cause more strong winds? Isn't this a spatial storm? Thinking of this, Xueqi's little heart trembled uncontrollably. A kind of anxiety of getting what he wanted spontaneously arose. Wasn't this what he was thinking? Let's go, not to mention that he didn't know what kind of danger lay ahead. Even if there really was danger, Xueqi would still make up his mind to rush into this passage because of the fear storm that might eliminate the earth crystal Yao milk in his body and meridians. However, under Xueqi's vigilance, after flying straight into the passage for half an hour, other than encountering some fluctuations from time to time, he did not see any storms, nor did he see any other brilliance. Xueqi was somewhat at a loss. Looking at the 3 forked spatial passages in front of him, he did not know whether he should continue forward or retreat. Because after careful calculation, he had already been in the void for more than a day, and although Xueqi roughly knew the way back, he did not know what would happen on the way back, nor did he know how long the way back would take. If he did not leave some time for his return journey, Xueqi really did not have confidence that he would be able to rush back to the void gate in time. Should I go or not? If I go, where should I go? This is troublesome. Xueqi stood in front of the passage, vexed as he thought, even if I want to go, that is the last passage. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I have to return. Just as Xueqi was preparing to gather troops and ride horses to war, a thought lit up his mind like lightning. Chapter 3382. I heard second senior brother say that some of the passages in the space vein are stable, while some are unstable. Stable ones can safely lead to other realms, while unstable ones are caused by the true qi and laws of different realms clashing against each other. Since it's a void storm, it's only natural that it's caused by instability. How could a stable passageway have something like that? This Xiao wants to find a void storm, so naturally, I have to choose an unstable passage. As for which passage was stable, Xueqi took out the wishful staff and hit it with all his strength to distinguish it. Cracks flashed in the space, indicating that it was unstable, and in the stable passage, the void could naturally withstand the weight of the wishful staff. Therefore, Xueqi easily chose the leftmost passage, and the golden brilliance in this passage was more intense. Gods and Buddhas all over the sky. Xueqi prayed in his heart. This disciple is a Buddhist disciple who wants to achieve the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Oh, you can take a look. This disciple's hair is now gone. For this void storm, this disciple has risked his life to come here. Don't let this disciple go empty-handed again. Xueqi secretly muttered in his heart, and at the same time, he redoubled his caution and slowly flew into the passage. Not only that, but Xiaohua also calculated the time. If he went deeper and didn't see any void storm, he would make a prompt decision to turn back. Xiaohua's choice was not wrong. The space within the tunnel was not stable. As Xiaohua went deeper, indescribable spatial cracks began to appear, and there were even some small spatial collapses. Of course, the seemingly familiar fluctuations also became more and more concentrated, and bitingly cold gales began to wreak havoc in the space. When a gust of strong wind coincidentally hit Xiaohua's body, it cut a small scar on his body that had just recovered. Xiaohua was stunned. No, that's not right. This void storm. Didn't it directly crush this Xiao's body? It is more powerful than the invisible brilliance just now. How can it crush the earth crystal Yao milk? Is it possible that it is not only the earth crystal Yao milk that was crushed but also the body? No, that's impossible, right? If so, how can the light baby beast survive? Light beasts are not phoenixes, they can't be reborn from blood, right? Besides, even if light beasts can be reborn from blood, this Xiao can't. There's no way the light beast wouldn't know about this, right? Forget it. Xiaohua saw that the fluctuations in front of him were becoming more and more violent. A few gusts of wind blew against his face, causing him to feel pain. Xiaohua felt that his future was not good. He immediately beat the drum of retreat in his heart. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a chaotic fluctuation that was even more scattered than falling leaves rushed over. This fluctuation was extremely irregular and without any warning, it instantly passed through Xiaohua's body. Swoosh! Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared. At the same time, some of the earth crystal Yao milk also turned into pure natural power. Wave! Ripple! Xiaohua was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. He finally understood. This void storm is not a real storm, but a chaotic fluctuation. Only the chaotic power vibration could penetrate into his body and shatter the earth crystal Yao milk, which was condensed from natural powers. As long as I fly further in, the more chaotic power vibrations there are, the more the earth crystal Yao milk inside my body can be activated. As a result, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to retreat for the time being. Instead, he continued to fly forward, hoping to encounter even more chaotic fluctuations. However, when Xiaohua encountered a few more waves of chaotic fluctuations, an ominous feeling once again emerged from the bottom of his heart. Crap! What's going on? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly opened his transcendence vision. Not good! When Xiaohua could clearly see the front of the passage, a golden smoke appeared in the air. How could he not know that he had really encountered a void storm? Damn it, although I need a void storm, but there's no need to make such a big fuss, right? I'm afraid this void storm can drown the entire passage. How can I withstand it? Drown the passage? Then, doesn't that mean this passage is going to completely collapse? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was once again stunned. He looked around the passage with an inconceivable gaze. Sure enough, the blue-green passage had already cracked and many thin lines had appeared. Run! How could Xiaohua not know that he had fallen into another danger? Without saying anything further, he stopped moving and was about to escape. Xiaohua's thoughts were extremely fast, but how could he be faster than heaven's might? Just as he stopped, an earth-shattering tremor spread throughout the entire passage. In an instant, it overtook Xiaohua and rushed towards the fork in the road that Xiaohua had just entered. Not good. This tremor has reached the end of the passage and will definitely turn back. This passage was originally unstable, so it will definitely start to collapse from the end of the passage. Sure enough, Xiaohua's thoughts were correct. He had just turned around and flew several meters when a kind of world-destroying aura, a kind of rumbling sound of vibration, was born in his mind. In his transcendence vision, in front of Xiaohua, at the beginning of the passage, a smoke-like cloud of dust rose up and rushed toward Xiaohua. Before leaving Black Wind Ridge yesterday, why didn't I look at the almanac? Xiaohua was greatly regretful. It must have written on it that everything is not good, or is it not good? Grumbling was grumbling, but Xiaohua did not dare to stay in the collapsing space for too long. He hurriedly turned around and rushed towards the end of the passage. Woo-woo! Although there was no sound in the void, the howling wind was once again produced in Xiaohua's mind, constantly tormenting Xiaohua. Swish! Another turbulent wave, which was like a storm, passed through Xiao Hua's body. A part of the earth crystal Yao milk was instantly shattered and absorbed by Xiao Hua's body. Right after that, large and small turbulent waves blew one after another like a cool breeze. Although the earth crystal Yao milk in Xiao Hua's body was shattered piece by piece, Xiao Hua's face did not show any joy, because from these turbulent waves, Xiao Hua had already sensed that a storm was coming. The change happened even faster than Xiao Hua had expected. After only a few breaths of time, a violent vibration came from Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua felt as if his internal organs were being rubbed by a pair of giant hands. Right after that, the entire void passage began to vibrate as well. Xiao Hua hurriedly opened his magic eyes, and immediately saw that not far away, the blue-green light was collapsing like a collapsing wall, falling down section by section. In front of this falling light, there were a few exceptionally bright rings of light, which were rushing over from afar at an even faster speed than the streams of light. Xiao Hua originally wanted to fly forward, but seeing this situation, he knew that this void passage was collapsing from both ends. If he wanted to escape, he could only find an opportunity in the middle of the passage. Therefore, he hurriedly activated his power, which had already begun to recover gradually, and flew towards a place that he believed to be safe. Although Xiao Hua was flying much faster than before, how could he be faster than these waves of energy? Only after flying for tens of zhongs, from Xiao Hua's left hand, tens of thousands of disordered waves of energy rushed over like stormy waves. Those waves of energy, which seemed to be able to drown everything, seemed to not be inferior to the torrent Xiao Hua had seen at the beginning. The void is dangerous. Xiao Hua's heart trembled incessantly, but his mind was still clear. The heaven's eye of the Dharma eye was activated to the extreme, and the perception of the void was also activated to the extreme, in order to find a trace of survival in this crisis. Like a tsunami storm in the closed sea, the void storm instantly slammed Xiao Hua into the collapsed passage. Those waves of energy were like waves of the sea that battered Xiao Hua's body. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Hua's Taoist robe turned into powder and disappeared. In the pitch-black void, an indescribable brilliance could still be seen on the surface of Xiao Hua's body. When the waves of energy came into contact with Xiao Hua's body, many of them were actually blocked, and only 40% of them penetrated into his body. Like washing away the mud on Xiao Hua's body, it instantly transformed the earth crystal Yao milk in Xiao Hua's body, meridians, and upper and lower dantian into pure earth attribute heaven and earth spiritual qi. Great! Xiao Hua felt his body go limp, as well as the pressure that was heavier than a mountain. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength to resist, and even his body was collapsing slightly. He smiled bitterly, and could only praise his own misfortune. That's right, the problem of the earth crystal Yao milk was about to be solved, but the scale of this void storm was far beyond what he could bear. Perhaps when the earth crystal Yao milk completely transformed into heaven and earth spiritual qi, his body would also collapse, and his flesh would begin to melt away, right? Although Xiao Hua had just used the blood drop paradise to resist the nameless brilliance, this void storm was different from before. This kind of monstrous devastation was far from what the previous silence could compare to. Xiao Hua didn't feel that his devil realm cultivation method could resist anything. Swoosh! Another wave-like fluctuation rushed into his body. This fluctuation came too strangely, because this fluctuation was comparable to a flood peak between the two other fluctuations, and was close to being in between movement and stillness. If Xiao Hua wasn't very sensitive and familiar with fluctuations, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. However, when this fluctuation entered his body, the earth crystal Yao milk didn't move at all. However, when this fluctuation rushed into Xiao Hua's lower dantian, Xiao Hua's huge gold core, which was like an invisible nebula, suddenly shook. The edges of the nebula began to flicker with strands of star-like luster. After that huge fluctuation rushed into the gold core, it didn't move at all, as if it was absorbed by the nebula gold core. When the fluctuation disappeared, the entire gold core shook violently. In the center of the countless tiny gold cores that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, a fluctuation similar to the previous fluctuation suddenly appeared. This fluctuation condensed into a point, flashing with intense brilliance. There were many tiny gold cores in the nebula gold core. In the beginning, the fluctuation was slightly chaotic, but in a few breaths, all the fluctuations became uniform. Moreover, the moment the brilliance in the center of these gold cores became uniform, it immediately turned into an oval-shaped halo that bloomed from the center of the gold core, as brilliant as fireworks. Chapter 3383. Many rings of light rippled rapidly within the nebula gold core. The entire nebula gold core began to collapse just like the void passage Xueqi was in. This collapse also produced ripples, unexpectedly forming a resonance with the collapse of the void passage. Waves of ripples were also produced from Xueqi's body, becoming one with the void passage. Admittedly, it was this tiny body that was drifting around like a pellet in the collapsing tunnel, but it was also these two kinds of fluctuations that combined into one that protected Xueqi's body and allowed him to escape the calamity of losing his life. At the same time the ripples were produced from Xueqi's body, the gold core began to collapse, and then collapsed at an extremely fast speed. The direction of the collapse was precisely the trace of black and white light that suddenly appeared in the center of the nebula gold core. Once again, an obscure fluctuation appeared at the spot of light. This fluctuation was extremely slow, but it was also extremely vast and powerful. It was filled with traces of the way of the heavens. The moment it appeared, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in a thunderstorm. It instantly attracted all the fluctuations within the collapsed gold core into it. Pregnant. Pregnant with a baby? Xueqi was dumbfounded. He had read a lot of ancient books, and also comprehended a lot of cultivation methods and experiences. He had even thought about the abnormalities of his pregnancy many times. However, he had never thought that he would be pregnant in the void. However, if he thought about it carefully, Xueqi once again felt the vastness of the heavenly Tao in this strange situation. His gold core was currently formless. On the hidden immortal continent, it was basically impossible for him to conceive a baby. In this void, the formless gold core revealed the shape of a nebula. If he didn't conceive a baby in the void, where could he conceive a baby? But, suddenly, Xueqi thought of a fatal flaw. There is no heaven and earth spiritual energy in the void. Why should I conceive a baby? Even if I know the dragon transformation art, even if I know the immortal body bestowment technique, what's the use? All of these are useless in the void. Right, there is no heaven and earth spiritual energy in the void, but this Xiao has a huge amount of earth crystal Yao milk in his body. This is the purest earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xueqi was like a drowning man who had caught a tree branch. He suddenly realized, but I don't know if this earth crystal Yao milk can support me to successfully conceive a baby. In the short period of time that Xueqi was thinking, a powerful pressure came from his body and spread out in all directions. His divine sense also came out along with the pressure. Xueqi felt that this pressure was incomparably powerful, and his divine sense was also extremely vast. However, in this void passage, although the two of them carried the power of the heavenly way, they seemed so insignificant. After just a few dozen feet, they were suppressed by the chaotic fluctuations and the power of space, forcibly compressed around Xueqi. Of course, this kind of suppression didn't harm Xueqi at all. On the contrary, it was even more beneficial. On one hand, the divine sense and pressure were the phenomena of a pregnant baby, and they carried the power of the heavenly way. The range that they should have been able to cover was suppressed by the power of the heavenly way. They would be able to use the power of the heavenly way to grow and reach their own range. While competing with the power of the void passage, the pressure and divine sense would inevitably grow beyond Xueqi's imagination. This kind of opportunity was not something that all cultivators could think of or encounter. On the other hand, the pressure and divine sense were compressed around Xueqi, forming an extremely powerful defensive buffer. The destructive power of the collapse of the void passage was also not something that Xueqi could imagine. Something even more powerful than the previous torrent could still kill Xueqi, and under the protection of this defensive buffer, Xueqi was able to safely escape. Xueqi naturally didn't think of this for the time being. As soon as the pressure appeared, he sensed it and knew that he could conceive a baby. Almost without thinking, he waved his hand with great difficulty and put the nascent pregnancy pill he obtained from the Seven Suns Temple's golden steel into his mouth. As soon as the nascent pregnancy pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into spiritual energy and rushed into Xueqi's lower dantian with a faint fluctuation. At this moment, in Xueqi's lower dantian, the collapsed golden nebula core had already stopped when it was half a foot in size. The originally tens of thousands of tiny golden cores had now all disappeared, and even the small golden cores formed from the male and female inner cores had turned into speckle-like fluctuations. As for the fluctuations within the golden nebula core that contained the traces of the heavenly way, it was still flickering methodically. It slowly swept through these fluctuations, passed through the golden nebula core, and rushed out of Xueqi's body. A faint fluctuation from the nascent pregnancy pill fell into the lower dantian and was attracted by the newly born fluctuations of the golden nebula core, sinking into the half-foot golden core. Wang wang wang. As soon as the fluctuation entered the golden core, the entire golden core immediately shook. The black and white speckles of light began to expand, and the golden nebula core began to collapse and shrink again. Following the change of the golden nebula core, an even stronger suction force was born from the invisible golden core. Not only was the medicinal power of the nascent pregnancy pill sucked into the golden core, even the residual true qi in the meridians was sucked into the golden core. What made Xueqi feel gratified was that this suction force was so strong that although it couldn't suck away the earth crystal Yao milk in the meridians, at the same time that the golden nebula core in Xueqi's lower dantian changed, following that invisible and soundless fluctuation, it rushed into Xueqi's body like a tidal wave. The earth crystal Yao milk that was being washed over and over again turned into waves of heaven and earth spirit qi. These heaven and earth spirit qi were all sucked into the golden nebula core to nourish the nascent soul. However, it only moved for a moment before the fluctuation was assimilated by the other fluctuations in the golden core and disappeared. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the vital energy of heaven and earth were continuously sent into the golden core, the entire nebula golden core stopped moving. Xueqi, who had been nervously observing, finally understood. He threw the nascent pregnancy pill in his hand into his mouth one after another, maintaining the spirit qi and fluctuations of the golden core. Right now, the void was abnormally chaotic. Violent fluctuations and strange splendor rose and fell one after another. The collapse not only destroyed the void passage Xueqi was in, but it also spread out in all directions. It seemed as if the entire network of space was affected by it. As for Xueqi, he was like a drop of water in the vast ocean, drifting with the waves. He didn't know where his future was. There was a saying in Buddhism: a flower, a world, a drop, a space. Xueqi was like that at this moment. No matter how dangerous the outside world was, he only silently guarded his heart. With a single thought, he became a nascent soul, paying no attention to the madness of the outside world. He didn't know how long it took. Xueqi had taken a total of 1440 nascent pregnancy pills. Only then did he see the black and white splendor collide with the outline of the golden nebula core. At this moment, the golden nebula core was about half a qi the instant the two collided. It was as if the heavenly thunder had attracted the fire of the earth. It emitted lightning like a thunderbolt. Moreover, the golden nebula core contained the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts. Lightning instantly filled the entire golden nebula core. At the same time, the black and white splendor rushed into the golden nebula core, and the golden nebula core was dyed black and white. Ka ka ka. A crisp cracking sound emerged in Xueqi's heart. The black and white splendor, together with the golden nebula core, cracked. At the same time, an even stronger fluctuation than before rushed into Xueqi's body. The remaining earth crystal Yao milk was completely shattered. It rushed through his meridians and rushed into his lower dantian, rushing into the shattered golden core. The strange thing was, after this huge amount of earth attribute heaven and earth spiritual qi rushed into the golden core, it actually turned into clusters of tiny fluctuations. It was like 100 birds returning to their nest, clustered in the center of the golden core. As the fluctuations increased, the fluctuations in the center of the black and white splendor suddenly stopped. Xueqi's body suddenly became still. Xueqi felt that his thoughts were also stagnated. When Xueqi's thoughts were able to move again, a half-qi-long baby's shadow was born in the black and white splendor. Void nascent soul. Xueqi's heart was in ecstasy. He immediately understood that he had already completed the crucial step of conceiving a nascent soul. His nascent soul had already been created from nothing. Now, as long as he used the heaven and earth spiritual qi to enrich this shadow, he would be able to conceive a nascent soul. The process of filling the shadow was naturally the process of forming a nascent soul. This was easy in the Dawn Rain continent, or even in the hidden immortal continent. Where the pressure was, and the range of the divine sense, there would certainly be countless heaven and earth spiritual qi condensed into crystal beads and rushed into Xueqi's body. With Xueqi's current cultivation, there would even be a large amount of spiritual qi coming from all directions. However, the current Xueqi was in the void. Where would the heaven and earth spiritual qi come from? The earth crystal Yao milk in his body had already been completely exhausted, and there was not much nascent soul pills left. He could no longer use them. The only thing Xiaohua could rely on was the nearly endless supply of spiritual grasses in his space. Roar! An indescribable cry sounded. Xiaohua suddenly raised his head. He saw that above his head, a several zhang tall spiritual image doppelganger had appeared. It had the same appearance as the shadow in his lower dantian. My goodness, this is the void. With so much pressure, the spiritual image doppelganger is still several zhang tall. If it was in the hidden immortal continent, how tall would it be? Xiaohua was somewhat aghast. He hastily took out some spiritual grasses from his space and put them into his mouth. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's little calculation was wrong again. These spiritual grasses might have been very old, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi they contained was not much. However, if he used this method to supply the nascent soul, he would be unable to make ends meet. The heaven and earth spiritual qi contained in several stalks of spiritual grasses filled Xiaohua's meridians to the point of choking. Even if he used the dragon transformation art, it would not be able to produce the slightest change in Xiaohua's nascent soul. Not good. Seeing that this path was blocked, Xiaohua's complexion changed greatly. The only thing I can do now is to escape from this void. No matter what world this is, as long as there is heaven and earth spiritual qi, this Xiao can successfully conceive a nascent soul. However, Xiaohua's thoughts were very rich. This void was also very thin. Not to mention that the void was currently collapsing and the storm was raging. Even if it was a calm void, how could he come and go as he pleased? What should I do? Xiaohua's heart was burning with anxiety, but he was also at a loss as to what to do. Xiaohua was distracted, and the spiritual grasses in his mouth became slack. His empty meridians no longer had a trace of true qi absorbed into his nascent soul. Damn it! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He understood in his heart that at this moment, his nascent soul needed an endless supply of spiritual qi. With this mistake of his, wouldn't the nascent soul that had already been condensed collapse? Chapter 3384. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, without the supply of true energy, the fake nascent soul didn't distort or collapse as Xiaohua had expected. It didn't even change in the slightest. Instead, at the heart of the fake nascent soul, where the black and white brilliance fluctuated, that slow heartbeat-like fluctuation paused for a moment, then changed its rhythm and firmly vibrated. Following this vibration, the fluctuation rushed out of the fake nascent soul and firmly spread in all directions. Xiaohua was startled. He immediately sent in more spiritual herbs, but at this time, he was extremely sensitive to the changes in his surroundings. The numerous fluctuations that were originally blocked by the spirit statue Dharma body were now attracted by the fluctuations produced by his fake nascent soul. As the rhythm changed, they rushed into his body. The pressure and divine sense could not be stopped, and the body could not stop them either. Strand after strand, they all entered the fake nascent soul. The influx of fluctuations caused the fake nascent soul to vibrate again. Dots of fluorescent light were produced in the fake nascent soul, as if a spirit tide was directly surging out of the fake nascent soul. Xiaohua did not have any experience in pregnancy, but he had experience in producing Buddha relics. Seeing this, he immediately knew that the fluctuations were filling the nascent soul. Since his mind was calm, Xiaohua immediately thought of the details just now and cursed inwardly. Damn it, didn't the fake nascent soul pill just enter the dantian? Moreover, the extremely large amount of spiritual energy and true energy that entered the dantian also turned into small fluctuations. In this void, I'm afraid the fluctuations are the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, right? It's just that although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was vast, the amount of fluctuations it turned into was extremely small, so I didn't notice it. My nascent soul is originally different from ordinary nascent souls, so it should be normal to use the fluctuations in the void to construct it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua opened his Dharma eyes with difficulty. There was also the power of heaven and earth in the void. Xiaohua's surroundings were confined for several hundred feet. However, the confinement of Xiaohua's nascent soul realm seemed insignificant in the void, and even more insignificant in the void storm and the collapse of the passage. However, even so, Xiaohua's transcendence eyes could see that within the chaotic darkness, a multicolored brilliance similar to the spirit tide was also emerging from the void. It flickered with a rhythm as it surged into Xiaohua's body. What was special was that the spiritual idol was similarly absorbing a large amount of brilliance. This brilliance was once again pouring into Xueqi's body from the top of his head. After an unknown period of time, the void storm gradually stopped, and the collapse of the spatial tunnel also stopped. The void storm was originally a raging storm, but under the influence of Xueqi's pregnant baby, the destructive power of the storm increased by many times. Within the spatial meridians, it was unknown how many spatial passageways were destroyed by the storm. Unfortunately, Xueqi was unaware of all this. Within Xueqi's lower dantian, a 1-foot-long nascent soul gradually solidified. And at this time, Xueqi's physical body underwent another mutation. Xueqi activated the dragon transformation art, and his entire meridians began to tremble uncontrollably. Following the trembling of his meridians, his nascent soul also began to tremble. Tiny cracks began to appear in his nascent soul, and their positions coincided with his meridians. Vein sculpting? Xueqi was dumbfounded, and he almost blurted out in shock. There are meridians in the nascent soul's body? That's right. In Xueqi's understanding, the nascent soul of the Tao sect was the condensation of heaven and earth spiritual energy. It could directly control spiritual energy, so why would it need meridians? Furthermore, in the records of the nascent soul cultivation method that he obtained, there was never any mention of reconstructing meridians. Instantly, Xueqi thought of the scene he saw when he first dual cultivated with Fairy Hong Xia. That was all the meridians in the body. At the same time, there were many places where the dragon transformation art had not been cultivated. Since the nascent soul wants to reconstruct its meridians, then this Xiao will reconstruct all of these meridians. Seeing this, how could Xueqi not know that this was an excellent opportunity for him? He immediately controlled his mind and used all his strength to control the dragon transformation art. Along with the trembling, the meridians in his memory were revealed bit by bit. At the same time, they were being reconstructed in the nascent soul's body. In fact, it was not that ordinary cultivators did not reconstruct their meridians. However, they only had 2 meridians, one yin and one yang. One connected to the heavens and the other connected to the earth. Even if it was reconstructed, it would be a matter of an instant. Perhaps there were records in the earliest nascent soul cultivation method, but with the passage of time, this had already become common knowledge. Just like how there were only 12 layers of qi refining cultivation methods, no one would investigate further, and no one would reconstruct other meridians. Of course, even if there were people who wanted to reconstruct their meridians, the vast majority of them would end up with their nascent soul destroyed. Who would think of something else at the crucial moment of forming their nascent soul? In particular, the human body's meridians were originally balanced. One more or less meridians would cause the nascent soul to collapse. The nascent soul and meridians stopped resonating for only a moment, then the surface of the nascent soul trembled slightly. This trembling was very subtle, and Xueqi almost didn't want to pay attention to it. However, just as the trembling was about to disappear, Xueqi suddenly woke up. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the void and was suppressed by the might of the heavens, Xueqi almost jumped up and down. Damn it, this is a chance for a nascent soul cultivator to reconstruct his physical body. How could I waste it? However, just as Xueqi was about to control the vibration of his nascent soul to reconstruct his physical body, he hesitated again and thought, do I have to reconstruct my body to be as handsome as second senior brother? Damn it, that guy is already a handsome freak. Even if I reconstruct my body, I can't surpass him. Since that's the case, why should I compete with him? Do I have to reconstruct my body to look like Zhang Xueqi? But Xiaohua's small nose and small eyes, aren't they too ugly? Since I have a devil statue to look like Xiaohua, I don't have to look like him anymore, right? After thinking about it, in the end, Xiaohua couldn't bear to part with his current stinky skin and decided to reconstruct his appearance to look like a 24 or 25-year-old. After all, an 18-year-old face was too delicate, giving people a kind of immature feeling. Sigh, so pitiful. Xiaohua touched his smooth cheeks, then touched his bald head that was even brighter than his cheeks, and said with a bitter smile, being handsome is also troublesome. Even if I'm reconstructing my physical body while pregnant, I still have to face a huge problem. Just as Xiaohua was indulging in his narcissism, all the phenomena of the pregnant nascent soul and heavens might came to an end. The collapse of the passage and the storm in the void also came to an end. However, the heavens might gradually dissipated, and the pressure that Xiaohua released slowly retracted. At the same time, The countless fluctuations that were attracted by the fluctuations of Xueqi's nascent soul crazily poured into Xueqi's body like a spirit tide. That huge spirit statue also gradually entered Xueqi's body along with these fluctuations, gradually fusing with the solemn nascent soul. When the spirit statue fused with the nascent soul crawled out from the top of Xueqi's head. Although there were endless storms and countless fluctuations in the void, under the heaven's might, the nascent soul's location was also extremely stable. The nascent soul pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, and sang, "Heaven and earth, 9 directions, soul and spirit, 1 lotus throne, 1 soul burning the soul, 1 heart of the 5 Qis cleansing the mundane, 1 Taoist master with 7 refinements." Chapter 3385. When the nascent soul finished singing, it opened its mouth and the surrounding brilliance turned into a waterfall and fell into the nascent soul's body. The nascent soul seemed to be extremely satisfied and laughed. "From now on, I will be called Taoist Master Xiao." Before its voice fell, the nascent soul's figure shrank and disappeared into Xueqi's bald head. The brilliance of the void disappeared, and the fluctuations also subsided. Everything indicated that Xueqi's trip to the void had been successful. Xueqi's heart was even more calm. The nascent soul formed a seal and closed its eyes to rest. It seemed that the meridian sculpting and body sculpting just now had consumed a lot of its energy. Xueqi slightly closed his eyes. A very strange, yet familiar feeling arose in his heart. The nascent soul could be considered as a doppelganger of Xueqi, but Xueqi didn't split his own primordial spirit to the nascent soul. However, this nascent soul gave Xueqi a kind of feeling. This feeling was similar to his own primordial spirits. Of course, Xueqi was used to seeing the green-robed Xueqi and the soul cultivator Xueqi. Not good. Suddenly, Xueqi opened his eyes, and the nascent soul in his lower dantian also opened its starry eyes. All 4 eyes flashed with panic. This Xiao is indeed a pregnant nascent soul, and has crossed an unimaginable abyss. Now, I can be considered a grandmaster. However, this is a spatial vein, and this Xiao only has 3 days. With such a large-scale storm in the void, how can it possibly stop in 3 days? This Xiao's nascent soul is not just 3 days. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Hurry up and find. Unfortunately, before Xueqi could raise his eyes to look around and use his sense of space to find the direction, an indescribable feeling of horror suddenly arose. In particular, the nascent soul that had just been born trembled and curled up into a ball, seeming to be extremely terrified. Xueqi raised his head and narrowed his eyes. The pupils in his eyes had already shrunk into a ball. He looked straight at a place in the void. There was nothing special in that place. However, in just half a cup of tea's time, in Xueqi's vision, a gray ball appeared from the dark void. It was like a meteor in the night sky, flying towards Xueqi at an extremely fast speed. "See, there are still demonic beasts in the void?" Xueqi was shocked, but he immediately felt relieved. Since the light beast could come to the void, other monsters in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm could certainly come. Since there were monsters in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, people in the Hidden Immortal Continent, and Buddhas in the Pure Land world, then what was so strange about demonic beasts in the void? Shocked, Xueqi hurriedly opened his eyes. Xueqi's brows furrowed, his brows furrowed his brows furrowed, Xueqi frowned. Xiao's eyes. Xiaohua's eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. Far away in the distance, there were some lights floating around. These lights were multicolored. They seemed to be the fluctuations left behind by Xuehua when she was pregnant. Not far from these lights, there was a gray ball of light that was 2 feet in size flying towards the lights. This gray ball of light was the image of a strange insect. Half of this strange insect was the head of this strange insect. On the head, there were 2 long tentacles. The tentacles were serrated and looked very sharp. Behind the tentacles were 2 fist-sized pitch-black spots. These pitch-black spots seemed to be made up of thousands of smaller pitch-black spots. If there was no accident, they should be the eyes of the strange insect. Looking at the other half of the strange insect, there was a slight bulge. Layers of gray patches were stacked together. It should be the body of the strange insect. The gray patches converged at the tail of the strange insect, condensing into a sharp spike several inches long. The spike emitted a dark gray color. Looking at the 2 sides of the strange insect's body, there was a pair of feather wings several feet in size. When they flapped, they emitted a black light. Under the wings, there were two hind legs several feet long, like a pair of halberds. Isn't this a locust? Xiaohua instantly connected this strange insect with the small insect that was commonly seen in the countryside. Oh, it's still a little different. Naturally, Xiaohua's transcendence vision couldn't see things that could be seen with the naked eye. Even if a person stood in front of Xiaohua, he might not be able to see them with his transcendence vision. But this strange insect that looked like a locust could actually be seen by Xiaohua's transcendence vision. This strange insect was naturally not a small matter. Moreover, when the strange insect flew to several spots of light, it opened its mouth, which took up almost half of its head, and chewed up the light with a few bites. Then it spread its wings and flew elsewhere. The strange insect flew very fast, and the speed at which it ate was even faster. Before long, it had already closed the distance between it and Xiaohua. Not good. This strange insect seems to be coming for me. Looking at the strange insect swallowing the light all the way, whether it was to the left or the right, but the direction it was flying in was his direction. Even the light that was slightly further away from its flight path was not eaten by the strange insect. Xiaohua immediately understood that this was the result of the fluctuations he used to form his nascent soul. Run! This was already the third time Xiaohua tried to escape after falling into the void. Now that Xiaohua had just formed his nascent soul, the true essence in his meridians was abundant. With a thought, his nascent soul was filled with abnormally abundant magic power. Using the lightning evasion technique, he flew towards a place with a loud bang. When Xiaohua was in the late Aurus core stage, he had already broken through to the Imperial Lightning Evasion technique. Now that he had formed his nascent soul, his lightning evasion technique had also improved. When he just started, he was still in the early stage of the Imperial Lightning Evasion technique, but with the infusion of magic power, his speed actually became faster and faster, gradually approaching the late stage. Although there was no sound in the void, the lightning flashing around Xiaohua's body was very dazzling in this pitch-black void. Although Xiaohua was fleeing with all his might, his transcendence eye was still vigilantly staring at the strange insect's location. Seeing that he had used the lightning evasion technique to escape, the strange insect did not detect him at all and was still leisurely eating the light. Xiaohua's heart first relaxed. As long as this strange insect that caused him to tremble didn't chase after him, everything would be fine. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua was feeling relieved, the strange insect suddenly seemed to wake up. It abruptly raised its head, and its pitch-black eyes were like colored glass reflecting a black brilliance, flashing with a layer of black light. Soon after, the strange insect's two hind legs stomped, and a strange gray brilliance flashed, and the strange insect actually disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua was stunned, and his transcendence eye hurriedly looked around. His heart once again gave birth to a bad feeling. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, the strange insect's body appeared again, and this time, it was already very far away from the place where it had just disappeared. What kind of divine ability is this? Is it teleportation? Xiaohua turned pale with fright once again. A few breaths of time, Even if he used the lightning evasion technique, it was impossible to fly so far away. If this strange insect used a teleportation-like divine ability to chase after him, it probably wouldn't take long to catch up, right? Having already realized that his lightning evasion technique had attracted the strange insect's attention, Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his lightning evasion technique and switched to the commonly used wind evasion technique. However, there was no wind in this void, and Xiaohua could only rely on his transcendence energy to activate it. The normally handy wind evasion technique was inferior to an ordinary flight technique. When Xiaohua switched to the cloud riding technique commonly used by Confucian cultivators, the strange insect really stopped using the divine ability that made Xiaohua tremble with fear, and switched to a pair of feather wings that were several feet long. But even so, the strange insect's flying speed still seemed to be faster than Xiaohua's by a third, and the distance between him and the insect slowly shrunk. Xiaohua already didn't have the time to think about where the strange insect came from, and also didn't have the time to think about why the strange insect was chasing after him. His transcendence vision was only looking forward. Although his transcendence vision was abnormally tired, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, because he felt that this strange insect was more formidable than the water flow, the brilliance of light, and even the void storm. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he might die in its mouth. At this moment, Xiaohua had already lost his perception of the space gate from before. Perhaps it was because the distance was too far, Or perhaps the space gate had already closed. But Xiaohua's only thought was to quickly avoid the strange insect and not face it head-on. Xiaohua's thoughts were very simple, and his wish was also very pitiful. But it was this tiny wish that the heavens disdained to fulfill for him. The strange insect flapped its wings and calmly chased after Xiaohua. Without hesitation, it rushed into the passage that Xiaohua chose. As soon as the strange insect rushed in, it saw a pale white brilliance appear in the pitch-black void. This brilliance had a blurry appearance. Then, from this brilliance, a red and a green brilliance rushed out. The brilliance made a turn in the void and fell between the strange insect's neck. Chapter 3386. Damn it, go to hell. Xiaohua activated the sword gourd and sneered in his heart. He still knew the power of the execution spirit Yuan Light. However, everything that followed made him unable to laugh. Because before the red and green execution spirit Yuan Light flew out, the strange insect did not stand still under the sword gourd. Instead, its two fist-sized black eyes flashed with a black light. The sword gourd's effect of nailing the mind did not take effect. Xiaohua's heart thumped. He looked at the strange insect again. Seeing the execution spirit Yuan Light falling, it actually raised its head, opened its mouth, and bit towards the two execution spirit Yuan Light. Damn it, it wants to eat this. Xiaohua was shocked. He pointed his finger, and the green and red execution spirit Yuan Light fell into the mouth of the strange insect. The moment it fell, it slightly turned and cut on the strange insect's body. Ka-ka! Sparks appeared on the strange insect's body, and the two execution spirit Yuan Light flew back. The strange insect seemed to be angered by the execution spirit Yuan Light. It spread its wings, bared its fangs, and pounced on Xiaohua. The void was pitch black, and the strange insect was also pitch black. Even the gray on the wings could not be seen clearly in this void. If Xiaohua was not struggling to open his eyes at this time, how could he see the strange insect's attack? Moreover, the strange insect's wings did not seem to be abnormal. Not only was there no sound of wind, but there were also no ordinary fluctuations. It was as if the strange insect was one with the void. Seeing that the strange insect was more flexible than the fish in the water and approached in a few breaths, Xiaohua was shocked again. He did not have time to withdraw the sword gourd, and his other hand was about to take out the wishful rod. But just as Xiaohua's mind thought of the wishful rod, he saw a faint flash of darkness on his left foot, and then a desolate feeling came from his left ankle. Xiaohua's heart sank, and he thought, this is not good. Because his eyes had been staring at the strange insect, it was to prevent the strange insect's sneak attack. But at this time in his eyes, he only saw the strange insect pouncing and did not see any other attacks. In other words, the strange insect actually had a sneak attack that could avoid his eyes. Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not have time to look for the wishful wand. He casually took out a worn-out magic tool from the space and threw it into the void based on his feeling. His body hurriedly curled up. Swoosh! Xiaohua watched as the blue-green magic treasure was shattered by an invisible thing in the air. Then, that invisible thing swept past Xiaohua's feet. An extremely cold chill came from Xiaohua's feet and went straight to the bottom of his heart. Hind leg! Xiaohua couldn't see it clearly, but he could see it with his naked eye. It was one of the two hind legs that the strange insect had used to hide in the void. Damn it, this strange insect is too powerful. Xiaohua's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Not only can the two hind legs fly, they can also be used as weapons. What's more, the hind legs can actually hide from the Dharma eye. Ouch! Just as Xiaohua dodged the sneak attack from the strange insect hind legs, the two tentacles in front of the strange insect's head were even more nimble than two soft whips, and swept towards Xiaohua. The fist-sized eyes were like protruding black jade, flashing a bright light. It bared its teeth and bit towards Xiaohua's head. The strange insect's sneak attack and this attack were very ingenious. If Xiaohua didn't know ethereal steps and other martial arts, he would definitely be able to dodge the sneak attack. Xiaohua's body twisted strangely, dodging the tentacles. Unconsciously, his heart was filled with killing intent. He saw that the strange insect, which was a lot smaller than the wishful wand, had now been smashed into a pancake the size of a foot. However, this pancake flew out from under the wishful wand and then swelled up like a balloon. The two tentacles frantically slashed at the wishful wand. No mistake, right? This can't kill it? Xiaohua felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. In the moment when Xiaohua was stunned, the strange insect's tentacles had already wrapped around the wishful wand. Xiaohua only felt a burst of tremors in his hand and looked at the wishful wand again. There were a few scratches left on it. Shrink. Xiaohua was distressed and hurriedly let the wishful wand shrink. While it was shrinking, he quickly pulled the wishful wand from the strange insect's tentacles and hurriedly put it into the space. When the wishful wand was put into the space, Xiaohua's heart moved again. It was not easy for ordinary cultivators to put into the space, but this strange insect could, right? If it could be put into the space, wouldn't it be up to him to pinch, flatten and file? Thinking of this, Xiaohua tried to release his consciousness. Who would have thought that as soon as his consciousness touched the strange insect, he would immediately feel like it was being corroded? How could Xiaohua still care about collecting the strange insect? He hurriedly withdrew his consciousness and turned around to escape. Xiaohua was defeated. The strange insect wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. However, the strange insect spread its two wings and rushed toward Xiaohua, but this time it attacked Xiaohua's Dharma body. Now, Xiaohua's Dharma body was 10 feet tall, and his movements were not agile. How fast was the strange insect? In a flash, it had already pounced on the thick arm of Xiaohua's Dharma body, and then it opened its saw-toothed mouth and began to bite. The Dharma body was actually damaged by the strange insect's bite. Good. Xiaohua was a little panicked. He could not escape, and he could not fight. This locust-like strange insect also had a good appetite. Whether it was a magic tool or a Dharma body, it wanted to eat everything. What should he do? Xiaohua did not doubt that even his own body and the nascent soul in his body would be food for this strange insect. It was no wonder that the nascent soul in his body was so scared. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaohua was really at his wits' end. He anxiously thought of a way to defeat the enemy. At this time, the strange insect was on Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua did not dare to put away his Dharma body. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and with a wave of his other hand, the hand of the nascent soul appeared and grabbed the strange insect. Go to hell, Xiaohua waved his hand, wanting to throw the strange insect far away. Unfortunately, the strange insect opened its mouth and swallowed the hand of the nascent soul. Xiaohua could not even get rid of it. Xiaohua had heard of a hero cutting his wrist, but he did not expect that there would be a day when he would be reduced to this kind of embarrassing situation. Fortunately, it was only the hand of the nascent soul. Xiaohua shouted, "Go!" The nascent soul's hand broke into pieces. Xiaohua didn't dare to use the lightning evasion technique. Instead, he used the Confucian cultivators riding the clouds and riding the mist technique to hastily escape from the passage and plunge into the passage on the left. After experiencing this strange insect, the previous torrent and splendor became child's play. Xiaohua was not afraid that there would be any more dangers in this passage. Xiaohua even hoped that there would be some kind of danger in this passage that he could use to deal with the strange insect. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was disappointed. Not only was this passage very safe, there was no danger at all. Even the strange insect quickly caught up and pounced on Xiaohua with its teeth bared. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This strange insect was like stepping on dog shit, staring at him. If he could not kill it, he was afraid that he would not be able to have peace in the future. Are you trying to test this father's means? Xiaohua sneered and formed a seal with both hands, preparing to use the power of mountains of the Buddha seal catalog to kill the strange insect. However, the Buddha seal had just formed. Thinking that even the wishful staff could not kill this thing, what use could the power of mountains of the Buddha seal catalog have? Perhaps only the power of the stars and the power of karma that he had not yet comprehended would be useful, right? In addition to the Buddha seal, Xiaohua also had the innate true water. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the innate true water fell out of the air and covered the strange insect. In his eyes, the blue light of the water was very dazzling, and the grayish-black color of the strange insect was completely hidden in the light of the water. I don't know if it will work this time. After experiencing the attack of the strange splendor, Xiaohua did not dare to believe in the innate true water. He looked at the innate true water with some apprehension in his heart. Suddenly, Xiaohua patted his forehead and said, "Damn it, this father doesn't care if it works or not. Don't I have to escape now? While this thing is trapped, this father can't escape, right?" While speaking, Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, and he rushed into the passage. He only flew out 100 feet, but the brilliance of the innate true water suddenly became dazzling, and even the void was illuminated. Then, the innate true water that trapped the strange insect began to freeze. Finally, in the silence, countless cracks appeared in the ice, and the strange insect broke out of the ice again. Its 2 hind legs kicked the void and disappeared. Chapter 3387. Seeing the innate primordial water that had always been successful outside the void lose its effect again, Xueqi completely lost his fighting spirit. Although Yu Lei Jing was extremely arrogant, there was no sound in the void after all. Moreover, Xueqi had just advanced to the Yuanying stage and the spiritual power in his body was abnormally abundant. In order to escape from the mouth of the strange insect, Xueqi completely abandoned the principle of keeping a low profile and fled in this void maze in panic. Xueqi was also unlucky. This strange insect was really powerful. Xueqi relied on his outstanding void perception and fainted several times in this void maze, but he still couldn't get rid of the strange insect. Even the small collapse of the void like the first time, Xueqi encountered several times. But every time Xueqi went directly from one passage to another, before he could calm down, the strange insect quietly appeared near him again. It was as if this strange insect could directly pass through the void. Moreover, this strange insect's perception also passed through the passage and its magical power was far beyond Xueqi's. Of course, when Xueqi shook the strange insect was also not to be trifled with. Several times it actually saw through Xueqi's tricks and rushed in front of Xueqi. Xueqi used the innate primordial water to maintain himself and also used the blood drop paradise, Samadhi true fire and other magical powers. Not to mention that the Samadhi true fire was eaten by the strange insect in one gulp. Just the blood drop paradise alone. Before Xueqi could form the blood helmet, the strange insect's wings spread open and trembled rapidly. Xueqi originally thought that the strange insect was afraid, but who knew that the strange insect was even faster than before and almost rushed into Xueqi's mouth. It turned out that the strange insect was excited. Xueqi had no choice but to escape again. During the time he was escaping, Xueqi also understood that there was something on his body that attracted the strange insect. As for what it was, Xueqi was not sure, but Xueqi already had some understanding. If there was no accident, it should be the phenomenon of his Yuanying stage that attracted the strange insect. Thinking about the strange insect swallowing the Dharma and swallowing the fluctuations, maybe it was the Yuanying in his body that attracted it. Since he couldn't give up on the Yuanying, he could only escape. The way he escaped was really dark. Xueqi's lofty aspirations of just advancing to the Yuanying stage had already been trampled under the feet of the strange insect. Looking at the pitch-black and endless void in front of him and then looking at the black inhumane strange insect behind him, Xueqi wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm just advancing to the nascent soul stage. Why is the heavens playing such a joke on me? It was no wonder that Xueqi was sorrowful. When others advanced to the nascent soul realm, which one of them didn't enter seclusion for dozens of years? After carefully comprehending the heavenly Tao, one's Tao heart would be calm and one's Tao foundation would be stable. Once one's heart and mind merged with the heavens, one would be able to conceive a baby in one's golden core. When pregnant, who didn't hide far away and stay away from people. Some of them even went to the blessed enclave to look for their seniors to protect them. Xueqi, on the other hand, not only did he get a gene dan comparable to a nebula, he even got a hidden gene dan by accident. His divine sense couldn't even detect it. This was simply unprecedented. Even he himself didn't know how to conceive a baby. Now that they were in the void, the strange fluctuations actually carried traces of the heavenly Tao. What was special was that Xueqi's hidden pill could actually be seen in the void. He only knew that the Taoist robe he had just put on was already tattered like cotton. Seeing the strange insect shamelessly opening its sawtooth on his back, and those whip-like tentacles wanting to pull him into its arms, Xueqi suddenly lowered his body and dodged the strange insect's intimacy. Then, he desperately flew down. There was no direction in the void. At first, Xueqi was still flying down rapidly. After a while, he adjusted his body slightly and flew horizontally. At this time, the void was a bit strange. There was an inexplicable light in the darkness. These light rays could be seen with the naked eye. And where these light rays penetrated, there were some faint ripples like water ripples. Xueqi didn't know what these ripples were, But when he saw the abnormality in the void, he was secretly happy. This was because he knew that only the abnormality could give him a chance to escape. Xiaohua's joy had just been born when the strange insect immediately exposed its head a few feet in front of his head. This ugly head instantly extinguished Xiaohua's joy. At this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but admire this strange insect. Its tracking ability was truly top-notch. This void was simply like its home. No matter where he fled to, it would always appear within a distance of less than 3 meters from him. Just as Xiaohua was about to use the wishful staff, a few feet behind Xiaohua, the place where the light rays had just appeared suddenly rippled with a layer of black ash. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that another channel had collapsed. Almost without thinking, he came to a sudden stop and then flew backward, rushing into the grayish-black dot. When Xiaohua flew into the black dot, which was just the size of a fist, had expanded to the size of a person. It was just enough for Xiaohua to fly through. During this period of escape, Xiaohua already knew that although this strange insect could use a magical ability that was close to teleportation, this method could not be used continuously. Generally speaking, the strange insect had to fly steadily for a while before it could continue to use its hind legs to teleport. This time, the strange insect had just teleported, so he was afraid that it could not immediately catch up. He had to use this opportunity to escape. In front of Xiaohua's eyes was a mixture of gray and black. He knew that he was about to enter another channel. With the little light in this void channel, Xiaohua proudly looked at the strange insect that was somewhat furious as it chased after him. Now, the collapse that Xiaohua stretched out was temporary. The time it took to form was very short. Xiaohua had calculated before that it could only allow him to pass through. Although the strange insect flew very fast, by the time it caught up, the collapse had already disappeared. Of course, if Xiaohua was lucky and came to a more complicated void channel, he might be able to escape the strange insect's tracking. Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and then it lit up again. It was just like when he used the transmission array on the Xiaoyu continent. Xiaohua slightly frowned as he looked at the void channel that he had just entered. He could not help but feel a little strange. This channel was completely different from the previous one. It was like a place under the sky. Xiaohua's surroundings were full of light, but where did this light come from? Xiaohua could not find the reason for a while. Looking at the collapse that Xiaohua had just passed through, as he had expected, it had already turned into a clear cloud that was gradually closing up. Damn it, who cares where this is? Escaping with my life is more important. Xiaohua was stunned, but he came to a realization. He cursed inwardly, and lightning flashed around his body as he prepared to fly in a certain direction. As soon as he activated the lightning escape technique, the familiar sound of lightning came from his body with a rumbling sound. "Io here!" Xiaohua cried out in surprise, and hurriedly released his divine sense. Sure enough, there was actually not dense heaven-earth origin qi in this channel. Gurgle gurgle. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, and the sound of boiling water came from above his head again. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and his expression changed greatly. Who else could it be? Naturally, it was the enemy that came out from the 2 tentacles. Go! Xiaohua did not have time to look anymore. His whole body turned into a bolt of lightning, and he flew into the distance several times faster than the previous void. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua flew out for more than 1,000 feet, just 100 feet in front of his head, another silver brilliance flashed, and immediately the void began to rotate rapidly. In just a moment, a channel of several feet in size appeared out of thin air, and in this channel, another monster appeared. Ah! Xiaohua was really surprised. His heart was shocked, but he calmed down again. He stretched out his hand, and the wishful staff was already in his hand. Now that he was in a desperate situation with a wolf in front and a tiger behind, he could only choose to fight. The monster quickly flew out of the channel and arrived in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and with the help of the light in the space, he saw that the monster was several feet in size. Its whole body was gray, and the surface of its body was as smooth as oil. The light in the space shone on it and produced a reflection of light. There were no wings on the monster's back, only a dozen spike-like protrusions that stood straight on its spine. The monster's body was upright and slightly tilted, with 2 thick hind legs standing in mid-air, and 2 thin and short forelegs slightly hugging the front of its chest. Chapter 3388. The monster's head was not big, it was triangular, and its two eyes were also very small, as if it could not open them. In particular, the two eyes were far away from the top of its head, which seemed very uncoordinated. Although the monster's eyes were not big, what made Xueqi puzzled was that when he was on guard, he could see the same surprise and shock in the monster's small eyes. The monster flew out of the passage and saw Xueqi standing in front of it with the staff. Ayo! It let out a long roar and its figure actually retreated, as if it was also avoiding Xueqi. However, the monster had only retreated half a meter. Just as it was about to exit the tunnel, it seemed to have been stung by a scorpion. A layer of gray light flowed around its body, and its several-meter-long body suddenly turned into a sharp spike, charging towards Xueqi. Xueqi sneered and swept behind him with his divine sense. The strange insect had already stretched half of its body out of the void, so he raised the staff in his hand and shouted, "Evil creature, eat this Xiao's staff." Woo! The staff waved, stirring up the wind and clouds, and flew towards the monster with Xueqi. But strangely, before he could make the wishful scepter bigger, the monster actually turned around and rushed towards the top of Xueqi's head. This was really beyond Xueqi's expectations. Ha! Although Xueqi was puzzled, he was happy in his heart. The direction the monster was going was where the strange insect's head was, and in front of him was the passage left by the monster when it came in. If he flew into the passage and the strange insect was blocked by the monster, wouldn't he have a chance to live? After thinking about it, Xueqi swung the wishful steel staff. Just like the monster, he urged the lightning escape to rush towards the passage. Evil creature! Where are you going? Xueqi had just flown half a foot when a loud voice came from the passage. Under the flash of golden light, another figure of several feet rushed out of the passage. Confucian cultivator. The figure of several feet in size had not yet appeared, but the voice of the inscription with the ancient charm fell into Xueqi's ears. Xueqi was overjoyed. It was really a feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Immediately, a strong man wearing a golden armor and standing on a cloud rushed out of the passage with a three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand. The strong man was 4 feet tall, with a purple gold crown on his head, and a fist-sized pearl inlaid on the golden crown. Under the golden crown was a big bronze face, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a lion's nose and tiger's mouth. It was very mighty. On the 40 feet tall body, a glittering golden chainmail was very eye-catching. In front of the chainmail's head was a heart-protecting mirror that was a few feet in size. It glowed with a faint golden light, which was the convergence of thousands of inscriptions on the armor. In the middle of the chainmail was a chain belt that was coiled around the waist. The entire chain belt was in the shape of a dragon. The dragon's body protected the burly man's waist, and the ferocious dragon's head floated above the waist. Where the light flowed, the dragon's head faintly opened its mouth and roared. The lower half of the chainmail was thousands of floating clouds, which were also formed by the inscriptions on the armor. When the burly man flew, these floating clouds also moved, and layers of golden light protected the lower half of the burly man's body. Looking at the man's hand, there was a three-pointed, double-edged blade that was also emitting a bronze luster. There was a trace of gray blood on the tip of the blade. If he was not mistaken, it was left behind by the monster that had just escaped. The strong man flew into the space and opened his huge eyes to look around. He immediately found something strange. A gaze swept over Xueqi, and he called out strangely, "Thou art Buddhist sect fellow immortal? Why are you in this space node?" The strong man's tone was very contemptuous, and even had a trace of hostility. His huge eyes faintly carried vigilance. Xueqi naturally knew that the strong man's target was the monster. It had nothing to do with him, so he did not say much. He casually waved his hand and flew toward the passage. "You!" The strong man slightly frowned, but his figure did not stop, as if he did not care about Xueqi. He moved his gaze away from Xueqi and looked at the distant monster and the strange insect that had just appeared. Ayo! At this time, the monster had already rushed between the strange insect and the strong man. It was roaring at the strange insect. The strange insect did not pay attention to it at first and flew toward Xueqi. Moreover, it waved its hind legs and wanted to teleport. But the monster continued to roar, and the 4 zhang tall strong man chased after it. Even the cold light on the three-pointed double-edged sword attracted the strange insect's attention. Roar! Although the strange insect was small, its roar was very loud, not inferior to the monster's. After a few roars, The strange insect gave up on Xueqi. With a stomp of its legs, its entire body disappeared. The monster suddenly turned around. Its body, which was several zhang long, seemed to have no bones. It was even more ferocious than the dark clouds covering the sky as it pounced toward the burly man. The strong man looked at the disappearance of the strange insect with a strange expression. Then, he used his huge eyes to sweep over Xueqi, who was rushing toward the passage that was about to be sealed. He naturally understood the cause and effect of this. Seeing that the monster had unexpectedly counterattacked, the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand danced, and he also paid attention to the traces of the strange insect. At this moment, there was no one who understood the strange insect's trick more than Xueqi. He had been paying attention to the strange insect all along. Now, seeing that the strange insect had actually abandoned him and surrounded the strong man with the monster, Xueqi's heart trembled. Xueqi was not clear about the strength of the strong man. However, the strength of the huge eyes technique was not inferior to his own divine sense. This meant that the strong man was at least a 5th-level Essence Energy Martial Grandmaster. Of course, Xueqi also hoped that the strong man had the power to subdue dragons and tigers, and kill the strange insect and the monster one by one, so that he could escape. However, since the strange insect could abandon him to help the monster attack the human race, why would he abandon his own clansmen and only care about escaping? Thinking about what old monster Zhifeng and Ao Shui said, the spirit of all living things was the demon race, Xueqi's heart felt very uncomfortable. If he took advantage of the chaos to escape and built his life on the sacrifice of others, even if the strong man was a Confucian cultivator, Xueqi would definitely not agree. Would that kind of Xueqi still be Xueqi? Without hesitation, Xueqi immediately stopped flying and used the wind escape technique to fly towards the strong man. As he flew, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Fellow immortal, be careful about 4 feet below you." And the strong man stared blankly, clearly not expecting Xueqi to turn around. He actually glanced at Xueqi with some surprise. Seeing the strong man look at him, Xueqi's heart thumped, knowing that the situation was bad. Clearly, although the strong man was vigilant, in his heart, he did not take the strange insect seriously. Xueqi made a prompt decision and formed a hand seal with both hands. Rumble. The lightning attraction technique was displayed. Although the dark clouds didn't appear in the space, layers of lightning still appeared above the burly man's head and poured down like a waterfall towards the burly man's feet. The strong man was naturally shocked and raised his head in disbelief. At the same time, he raised the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand, as if guarding against Xueqi's sneak attack. At the same time the strong man raised his head, 2 tentacles stretched out from the place where the lightning fell. As soon as the tentacles touched the lightning, they immediately trembled, then hastily retracted and disappeared. Hiss! The strong man sucked in a breath of cold air. He really did not expect that in just the blink of an eye, the strange insect would actually catch up to him. If it were not for Xueqi's warning and Xueqi's lightning manipulation technique, he feared that he would have suffered a big loss. Moreover, the strong man also clearly saw that although Xueqi's lightning manipulation technique was powerful, when it hit the strange insect's tentacles, the tentacles only trembled for a moment and immediately retracted. In other words, the strange insect was not afraid of the lightning strike that even he was afraid of. If the tentacles really succeeded in sneak attacking him, what would his end be? The strong man shuddered. Looking at the strange insect that attacked the strong man from the other side, when the lightning was produced, it also stopped abruptly. Its upright body also flickered with a gray brilliance, as if it was covered in a layer of oily light. Dozens of lightning bolts fell, but they did not stop on the strange insect's skin and directly slid down, not harming a single hair on the strange insect. Raw. The first wave of lightning poured down, but before Xueqi could activate the lightning manipulation technique a second time, a deafening sound resounded in the entire space. Xueqi frowned and felt a wave of dizziness in his mind. He immediately activated God's traction and blocked this unexpected sound attack. The strong man was also caught unprepared. His 40 feet long bronze-colored body slightly swayed, and then, without waiting for Xueqi's warning, the three-pointed, double-edged sword drew a cold light in the air and suddenly stabbed into the air. Kang! With a muffled sound, a ripple appeared in the air, and the strange insect's figure was revealed. The three-pointed, double-edged sword pierced the back of the strange insect. The strange insect tried its best to twist, but for a while, it could not break free. Hiss! Seeing this, Xueqi could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes were drooling as he looked at the majestic weapon. Fellow immortal, be careful of the weapon. Suddenly, Xiaohua thought of something and hurriedly reminded. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's words were shouted, the strange insect hind legs suddenly crossed in mid-air and cut on the back of the three-pointed, double-edged sword. Zilala! After a disgusting sound that made people's skin crawl, the strange insect took advantage of the momentum to escape from the tip of the sword and left a shallow mark on the sword. Damn it! The strong man roared. Apparently, he was also extremely distressed. He urged the clouds to dance and stabbed the strange insect again. Seeing that the strong man was concentrating on dealing with the strange insect and ignoring the restless monster, Xiaohua did not know what the strong man was thinking. He opened his hand and took the wishful staff in his hand and shouted, "Grow, grow, 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 grow." As the wishful staff grew longer, Xiaohua's heavenly law embodiment technique and Vajra Dharma body were also displayed. A Buddhist Vajra with a height of 5 feet and a diameter of a bowl appeared in the air. Woo! The tip of the wishful staff made a whimpering sound, and the area where the monster was located was shrouded by the wind of the staff. When the monster saw this, instead of retreating, it moved forward. With a kick of its hind legs, its whole body turned into a gray color and rushed toward the wishful staff. Chapter 3389. Granny, how did these monsters become spirits? They are even more cunning than the human race. Xiaohua secretly cursed in his heart. The monster was so direct that his wishful steel rod did not completely fall down. The weight of the wishful steel rod was much lighter than when it fell down. The monster's action was to seize a slight opportunity. With a muffled sound, the wishful steel staff hit the back of the monster, which was also sent by the monster. Xiaohua's arms trembled, and then he saw the monster's oily body flash. His wishful steel staff once again slipped from the monster's skin. Moreover, Xiaohua could clearly see that when the wishful steel staff slipped, the muscles under the monster's oily skin were trembling rapidly. It was not so much fear, but more like it was unloading the force. Immortal friend. The strong man's very majestic voice came. This beast is called Penetrating Void. Not only can it walk freely in the void, but the surface of its body is also covered with a strange oil. This oil is slippery and is what this beast relies on to walk in the void. If it were not for the weapon that can tear the void, I am afraid it would not be easy to deal with. Granny, I'll let you hide, I'll let you hide. Xiaohua listened to the strong man's reminder, and then looked at the strong man who was fighting with the strange insect. He was far less embarrassed than himself. The Vajra Dharmakaya of the size of 5 feet madly swung the wishful steel staff in the air, displaying the Tong Tian staff technique. The staff was faster than the previous one, and the staff chased after the monster to hit it. At first, the monster was still able to resist. Like a lump of oily dough, it allowed Xiaohua to beat it. But after a long time, Xiaohua's strength did not seem to be exhausted. At first, the monster was obviously unable to endure. Seeing Xiaohua's staff strike again, the monster dodged and disappeared. Pooh! The sound was much louder than before. Immediately after, the monster let out a miserable cry and looked towards the direction of the strange insect. Roar! At the same time, the strange insect was afraid of the strong man's weapon. It hid in the void several times to sneak attack the strong man, but it was hit by the strong man's three-pointed double-edged sword. It was a little anxious. Now that it heard the monster's screams, it became even more furious. With a loud roar, its 2 hind legs crossed in the air at the same time, like 2 long swords slashing at the strong man's body. Haha! A mere bug dares to be arrogant in front of this true lord. The burly man laughed and waved the three-pointed double-edged sword in the air. Then he stretched out his left hand. Buzz! The entire space vibrated and countless clouds appeared out of thin air. Then, the burly man clenched his left hand into a fist and punched at the 2 hind legs of the strange insect. Following the burly man's fist, the countless clouds that had just appeared turned into thousands of noble chi, sweeping up hurricanes, forming a vast chi pillar that attacked the strange insect from all directions. Shit! Xiaohua was shocked again. He couldn't be bothered to kill the monster and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Fellow immortal, be careful. This bug can devour the essence energy of heaven and earth. The brawny man was shocked and hurriedly tried to withdraw his fist, but how could he stop now? Rumble. Hundreds of chi pillars comparable to Xiao Hua's thunder-attracting technique descended from the sky and blasted towards the strange insect. The body of the strange insect rolled continuously under this intense bombardment. Humph! Seeing the strange insect like this, the brawny man coldly snorted, looking rather obstinate and self-opinionated. However, after a moment, although the strange insect was still rolling within the chi pillars and looked extremely distressed, its originally 2 feet long shell actually slowly expanded until it was 4 or 5 feet long. Xiao Hua's mouth was somewhat bitter. This strange insect was really cunning. When it was fighting with the brawny man, it didn't reveal the slightest ability to devour the essence energy of heaven and earth. It had been hiding until now. The brawny man's move was indeed powerful, but it had also fed the strange insect until it was full. Humans are still inferior to insects. When did the world become so strange? Xiao Hua sighed and thought with emotion. If this Xiao didn't have some misgivings about this Confucian cultivator, I'm afraid I would have already told him about the abilities of this strange insect. Why would I have let this Confucian cultivator enter the trap? And if this Confucian cultivator had told this Xiao everything about this strange insect, I'm afraid this Xiao wouldn't have to waste so much effort, right? Fellow immortal, thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly sent a sound transmission. Don't worry, first stall this insect. Wait until I kill this beast, then we'll work together to kill this insect. The brawny man looked up and down at Xiao Hua's Dharma body, which was even larger than his own, and a trace of a sneer appeared on his face. Why don't you deal with this insect and let me kill this monster? It seems like this strange insect was originally chasing you to kill you, right? Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and hurriedly explained. My methods mostly use the essence energy of heaven and earth. The weapon in my hand can't cause the strange insect to have any misgivings, so I can't stall this strange insect as easily as fellow immortal. This monster should be fellow immortal's target, right? Fellow immortal can rest assured, even if I kill this beast, it will belong to fellow immortal. I don't want a single strand of hair. Xiao Hua said very sincerely, but the brawny man was still somewhat hesitant. When did your Buddhist sect use the essence energy of heaven and earth? Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He touched his bald head and said with a smile, I am Tao sect's Xiao Hua, not a Buddhist sect's disciple. It's just that I encountered danger in the void passage, so the hair on my head no longer exists. Tao sect? The brawny man was slightly stunned. Soon after, a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. He nodded and said, So what you used just now was Tao sect's lightning-attracting technique. Be careful. At this moment, the strange insect had already stopped rolling in the righteous chi. Its body, which was close to 10 feet long, streaked across the sky like a gray shadow and once again flew towards the brawny man. I am Confucian cultivator Sun Jian. That brawny man already knew how powerful the strange insect was. How could he still dare to be negligent? His 2 hands brandished the 3-pointed, double-edged blade, blocking the strange insect. He also hurriedly said, Not only does the penetrating void beast's skin and flesh have a rare toughness that is hard to break, its eyes even have the penetrating void eye, which can break open the void. If the penetrating void beast attacks with this, it will be even more powerful. If not for the penetrating void divine weapon, any defense would be unable to withstand a single blow. Fortunately, this beast has already used the penetrating void eye just now. It will need some time before it can use it again. You can try your best to find a way to kill this beast during this time. Although the brawny man spoke somewhat vaguely, Xiao Hua had already understood that this Confucian cultivator Sun Jian had indeed utterly defeated the penetrating void beast by relying on the 3-pointed, double-edged blade in his hand. He didn't have such a divine weapon, so he probably had to think of another way. If it was a method to kill this beast, the first thing Xiao Hua thought of was the soul execution origin light. That strange insect was very peculiar. It seemed to have no soul and was unable to have its mind pinned down by the soul execution origin light. This penetrating void beast might not be the same. As long as it was pinned down by the soul execution origin light, even if the penetrating void beast's skin and flesh were strange, it would probably still be killed by the soul execution origin light. But the problem was that the soul execution origin light was Xiao Hua's killer. Xiao Hua didn't want to reveal it to outsiders. Moreover, the soul execution origin light's sharpness seemed to be insufficient to break open the void. Xiao Hua also didn't have the confidence to truly kill the penetrating void beast. Thinking of sharpness, Xiaohua naturally thought of the sword light in his middle dantian. The 9 flying swords transformed from sword qi should be the sharpest weapon in Xiaohua's hands right now. But obviously, these 9 swords weren't divine weapons. Even if they were used, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Moreover, his Confucian cultivator's cultivation was really too shallow. There was no need to make a fool of himself in front of this 5th-level essence energy great grandmaster. Forget it. Xiaohua's mind spun a few thoughts. The wishful staff in his hand once again made that beast stagger a few times. Xiaohua made a decision. Or should I use the sword gourd? Let's kill this beast first. Thinking of this, Xiaohua flung his hand and used the Yuanying's hand. He prepared to seal the penetrating void beast's surroundings in preparation for the sword gourd. Who would have thought that just as the Yuanying's hand was used, the penetrating void beast's body immediately flashed with a faint gray brilliance. A kind of slippery feeling transmitted from the Yuanying's hand. The space around the penetrating void beast seemed to have been sealed. But in this space, the penetrating void beast was still twisting like a loach. So much so that the top of the penetrating void beast's head flashed with a black and white light. An inch-long sharp spike suddenly emerged. An ice-cold feeling that was even more painful than the sharp spike transmitted from Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. Powerful, Xiaohua sensed that the innate divine restriction outside his Naiwen Palace was suffused with a golden light. He knew that this penetrating void beast actually had an attack similar to a soul spike. He couldn't help but look at this penetrating void beast in a new light. Previously, when he saw this monster being chased into a sorry state by Sun Jian, and when he didn't see how powerful it was after fighting with it for so long, he had already felt contempt for it. Now, it seemed that a monster that could break through the void was definitely not as simple as he thought. Although this spike only hit the Yuanying's hand, it could still pierce into the Naiwen Palace through the Yuanying's divine sense. It was not inferior to his own soul spike. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have been injured. It would be normal even if they died. It is impolite to come and go. Xiaohua sneered and immediately used the soul spike technique. This soul spike technique was originally very powerful with the help of the sun-shrouding art. Now that Xiaohua had just advanced to the Yuanying realm, although his realm was not stable, the pressure and divine sense of the Yuanying realm had risen. When he used it, even gods and ghosts would be unable to escape. The spike that had just grown out of the penetrating void beast flashed with a strong black and white light and rapidly shrank. Its small head shook like a rattle drum. The unstable space within a few dozen feet of the penetrating void beast also shook violently. Layers of ripples gradually formed in the void. Buzz buzz. Just when Xiaohua was confident in his victory and pondered about what method he should use to kill this void-penetrating beast, there was a sound that sounded like a group of mountains flapping their wings. Not only did the spatial fluctuation caused by the void-penetrating beast stop spreading in all directions, it instead suddenly contracted. In a few breaths, it seeped into the void-penetrating beast's body like flowing water. At the same time, the sharp spike that had just retracted suddenly extended out from the top of the void-penetrating beast's head, and an extremely brilliant black and white brilliance shot towards Xiaohua's heart. Be careful, fellow immortal. This is the penetrating void eye. Sun Jian actually still had energy left and hurriedly warned. Chapter 3390. The black and white brilliance known as the penetrating void eye was really fast. By the time Xiaohua noticed it, it had already hit Xiaohua's heart. Seeing that it was about to touch the clothes that Xiaohua had taken out in a hurry, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly used the ethereal steps and the wind escape technique. An afterimage appeared in place, and Xiaohua's figure barely dodged to the side. The black and white brilliance passed through Xiaohua's afterimage and went straight into the void. Ah! Cold sweat broke out on Xiaohua's head. He was secretly lucky to escape the attack. But immediately after, a sharp pain unexpectedly came from Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and involuntarily cried out. How is this possible? I have clearly dodged it. Fly 10 feet higher. Sun Jian's stern reminder sounded in Xiaohua's ears like a gong. Xiaohua did not hesitate and flew into the sky. He flew not only 10 feet, but more than 50 feet. Just as he steadied himself in the air, a black and white beam of light as thick as a bowl shot out from the void behind his back. Xiao Hua hurriedly accelerated the operation of the blood drop paradise in his body to eliminate the danger of the penetrating void beast's attack. On the one hand, he was ready to take out the sword gourd. The defense of this void-penetrating beast was impeccable. His wishful steel staff could only injure it, but it was difficult to kill it in one blow. The attack of the void-penetrating beast was so strange. Not only could it attack the entity through the virtual shadow, but it could also turn back through the void. If he fought for a long time, although he might not die, he would definitely suffer. He had just formed his nascent soul and his realm was not stable. If he was injured, it would definitely have a great impact on his Dao foundation. Thinking about it, Xiao Hua waved his hand and the sword gourd was about to attack. However, at this moment, something that shocked Xiao Hua happened once again. The void-penetrating beast was even more nimble than a swimming fish as it soared into the sky. The black and white brilliance that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl accurately struck between its eyes. Pop! There was the sound of a bubble bursting. Although this sound was very soft, it caused the entire space to tremble slightly. After that, an eye the size of a bowl suddenly opened between the void-penetrating beast's eyes as the black and white light hit it. His eyes were a mixture of grayish-white colors. Pieces of white were like white clouds floating in the grayish-white sky. Every piece of white cloud seemed to be the most precious thing in the world. Xiao Hua's gaze was instantly attracted. Xiao Hua's eyes were completely grayish-white. Hey, be careful, fellow Taoist. This is the second attack of the void-piercing eye. Just as Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the third eye of the void-penetrating beast, the soul cultivator Xiao Hua's sigh was like a sudden clap of thunder that woke Xiao Hua up. Void-penetrating eye? Void-penetrating beast. Xiao Hua came back to his senses at once as he suddenly realized something. The moment Xiao Hua turned his eyes, a silver-white brilliance shot out even more rapidly than the black-white brilliance. Even the space between Xiao Hua and the void-penetrating beast started to tremble intensely because of this silver-white brilliance. Dharma Eye? Xiao Hua wasn't familiar with the black-white brilliance, but Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with this silver-white brilliance. Wasn't it just an ordinary delusion breaker Dharma Eye and Goldie's third eye's silver light? Of course, the void-penetrating beast's silver light was clearly much more powerful than Xiao Hua's delusion breaker Dharma Eye's silver light. Even if Xiao Hua had the time to open his Dharma Eye, he might not necessarily be able to compete with the void-penetrating beast in terms of the power of the silver-white brilliance. Moreover, at this moment, that silver-white brilliance had already enveloped Xiao Hua. Even if Xiao Hua used the wind escape technique to dodge, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape unscathed. However, at such a critical moment, Xiao Hua was so calm that it was frightening. That deathly white face of his actually revealed a trace of a smile. He was simply more confident than someone who had a card up his sleeve. Xiao Hua didn't use any divine ability. He merely stretched out his left hand and held it flat in front of his chest. That silver-white brilliance that shook the space within a range of several zhong obediently fell into Xiao Hua's left palm like a chick returning to its nest. Seeing that the brilliance that filled the sky was annihilated by Xiao Hua's palm, Sun Jian's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What's more, when that silver-white brilliance fell into Xiao Hua's palm, that void-penetrating beast seemed to have lost its essence. It softly collapsed in midair, unexpectedly without any power to resist. Immortal! Fellow immortal! Sun Jian was flabbergasted. He didn't have time to think about what kind of divine ability Xiao Hua had used. He suddenly came to a realization. A kind of ecstasy rushed into his heart and he shouted, "Quick! You quickly come and replace me." Xiao Hua understood that Sun Jian wanted him to deal with the strange insect while he came to kill the void-penetrating beast. Okay. Xiao Hua agreed almost without hesitation. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and was about to fly over. However, before Sun Jian and Xiao Hua could exchange places, that strange insect let out a strange AO. And its entire body swelled up again. With a kick of its hind legs, it actually wanted to rush to the void-penetrating beast in front of Sun Jian to save it. It's too late. Sun Jian instantly weighed the pros and cons and said anxiously, "Fellow immortal, take this beast first." Okay. Obviously, he was also resisting. Moo. The strange insect spread its wings and let out a moo like a cow. It was unknown whether the sound came from the mouth of the strange insect or from its wings. Similarly, two faintly discernible phantoms flew out from the strange insect's wings and pounced toward Xiao Hua and Sun Jian at the same time. Not waiting for the illusory figure to get close, a burst of indescribable coldness appeared around Xueqi. Wisps of ice were actually formed in the air, and layers of white frost instantly appeared on Xueqi's bald head. That coldness seemed to be able to freeze his bones. Xueqi, who had not known the cold for a long time, could not help but shiver. Looking at the strange insect's malevolent shadow pouncing towards him, Xueqi suddenly smiled coldly. That smile was even colder than the strange insect's shadow. This was because between Xueqi's eyebrows, a dark green light flashed. The two small characters, thunder and lightning, appeared out of thin air. Then, a wave of lightning enveloped the space between Xueqi and the strange insect. With a kochop sound, it landed on the strange insect's shadow. Moo. The strange insect's shadow was obviously caught unprepared. Even Xueqi's attack was beyond its expectations. With just a layer of lightning, more than half of the strange insect's shadow was eliminated. The strange insect's shadow no longer dared to move forward. For the first time, it panicked and fled in front of Xueqi. However, just as the strange insect retreated, Xueqi's second wave of lightning ruthlessly poured down. The originally incomplete shadow was instantly destroyed by Xueqi. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Xueqi was immediately filled with courage. Previously, this strange insect was like a thorny hedgehog. Xueqi wanted to eat it, but he did not dare to open his mouth. Now that he finally had a breakthrough, it seemed that the soul cultivation technique was also effective against this strange insect. His lightning and thunder technique was enough to kill this strange insect. He rubbed his hands together, and countless rays of light appeared in his palms. When Xueqi waved his hands, bursts of heavenly thunder poured into the space like a torrential downpour. They were even denser than hail as they smashed into the strange insect. Oh! Sun Jian raised his eyebrows. He was clearly a little surprised. Although Xueqi's lightning thunder technique was strange, its power and momentum were really small, so Sun Jian didn't pay attention to it at all. However, this lightning attraction technique actually shook the entire space. It was no wonder Sun Jian had a whole new level of respect for it. However, Sun Jian clearly had some foundation. He only raised his eyebrows, and the surprise only lasted for a moment before he focused on urging the noble spirit. In fact, it wasn't just Sun Jian who was surprised. Even Xueqi himself was greatly surprised. Before he reached nascent soul, Xueqi still had to form hand seals, and the male and female lightning beast cores in his body also had to respond. Now, he didn't need to form any seals at all. It was as if the lightning in the sky was his and he could take it down with a wave of his hand. Could it be that my nascent soul stage is different? The male and female lightning beast's cores have already fused with my nascent soul? My nascent soul is already able to completely sense lightning? Xueqi secretly pondered. He knew that a cultivator's nascent soul could directly communicate with the world and use the origin energy of the world. However, there was a limit to this communication. It also had to rely on the cultivation of the nascent soul to gradually obtain it. How could it be like him, who had just reached the nascent soul stage and could freely control lightning? At this moment, he looked at his dantian and saw that the tiny nascent soul that was exactly the same as him was no longer fearful. It gritted its teeth and waved its tiny hands and feet like him, wishing it could pull down the thunderclouds from the 9 heavens and smash the strange insect that had scared him to death in an instant. Oh! Feeling the nascent soul's anger and hatred, Xueqi suddenly understood. After a nascent soul cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, they would only have one nascent soul. After releasing the nascent soul would be placed in the nascent soul. Their own physical body would be in an awkward state where no one could control it. Of course, there were also some cultivators who had secret techniques that allowed them to control their physical body for a short period of time. It was just like when Taoist Jingxi was chasing him. Taoist Jingxi controlled her nascent soul to use a teleportation technique to attack him while also controlling her physical body to fly in the air. Other people didn't have a second nascent soul, but Xueqi himself had one. Not to mention a second nascent soul, even a third nascent soul, a fourth nascent soul. Even a 10th nascent soul had one. Thinking about how the green-robed Xueqi was muttering that he didn't have a suitable body to leave the space, this nascent soul. Wasn't it tailor-made for these nascent souls? If it was possible, wouldn't Xueqi's several nascent souls be able to use this nascent soul as a body and come out every day to be free and unfettered for a while? Thinking of this, Xiaohua actually beamed with joy. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Put in more effort. At this moment, although Sun Jian didn't know why Xiaohua suddenly laughed, his heart was as calm as Xiaohua's. He didn't forget to remind him as he looked at the strange insect that was expanding like a balloon. Hearing this, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist son, rest assured. This Xiao doesn't have any other magical abilities, but this lightning-attracting technique can fill me up. Let's see how this Xiao will raise this strange insect." As he said this, another wave of lightning easily descended. Good. Sun Jian was overjoyed. He punched out, and the same dozens of qi pillars shot towards the strange insect. Countless waves of qi rolled around the strange insect's body, and countless lightning crackled. Bursts of gray light flickered, as if it was about to lose control of the light. Therefore, Sun Jian touched his chest and transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, looking at the strange insect situation, I'm afraid it's about time. This one will trigger the righteous qi inside the strange insect's body. If your excellency has any method to detonate the lightning, that would be the best." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He understood in his heart that the current him might be able to detonate the lightning, but the lightning that was still absorbed by the strange insect's body was probably no longer lightning. How could he still control it? If there are still some fire talismans in the space, I can give it a try. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of spiritual fire. Along with Xiaohua's divine fire art, the spiritual fire rushed into the void like a lively little bird and followed the lightning towards the strange insect. Xiaohua was most likely the most familiar with this kind of sneaky person who hid the spiritual fire. However, just as Xiaohua released the spiritual fire, a misty green light flashed in front of his eyes. It was precisely from Sun Jian's hand. Kunlun. Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua looked at the familiar light, and shock appeared in his eyes. He almost blurted out. That's right. Sun Jian's hand was holding a treasured mirror. It was the Kunlun mirror that Xiaohua was familiar with. It was almost the same as the icy mirror in Xiaohua's space. How could there be another Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua's heart was somewhat crazy. His own icy mirror was still incomplete. He didn't expect that a complete Kunlun mirror had already appeared in this unfamiliar hidden immortal continent. He saw Sun Jian holding the Kunlun mirror in his hand, and his hand formed a seemingly right but actually wrong seal. Several streams of righteous qi rushed into the Kunlun mirror, and the Kunlun mirror was suffused with a faint clear light. Then that clear light, under Sun Jian's control, turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the strange insect. The beam of light was very strange. After rushing out of the Kunlun mirror for more than half a foot, it immediately disappeared. Looking at Sun Jian again, he threw the Kunlun mirror in his hand into the air, and raised the three-pointed double-edged sword in his hand high into the sky. A burst of caca-cobbing sounds came from his body, and the size of his Dharma body increased by more than 10 feet. Moreover, the golden light around his body became even brighter. Kill! Sun Jian stepped on the auspicious cloud and rushed towards the strange insect with a three-pointed double-edged sword. Buzz! The strange insect flapped its wings, and countless light shadows rushed out of the strange insect's body, wanting to block Sun Jian. However, those light shadows turned into fireflies under the three-pointed double-edged sword. Ayo! The strange insect roared and flew towards the three-pointed double-edged sword. One of its hind legs drew a line in the air, blocking the three-pointed double-edged sword. Unexpectedly, it made a golden sound. Sun Jian seemed to be defeated. His figure staggered, and the strange insect's sawtooth mouth took advantage of the situation to bite one of Sun Jian's arms. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked when he saw this. With a wave of his hands, he raised the wishful staff and smashed it towards the back of the strange insect. Kill! Sun Jian's voice was like spring thunder, and the golden light on his left arm flashed. The strange insect's sawtooth mouth couldn't bite him, and Sun Jian took advantage of the situation to swing his right hand, and the three-pointed double-edged sword was inserted into the back of the strange insect. Shwa! The three-pointed double-edged sword flashed with golden light, and a deep crack immediately appeared on the back of the strange insect. At the same time, a ray of clear light burst out from the strange insect's body, and the strange insect's body expanded rapidly. Chapter 3392. Pang! With a loud bang, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff also arrived and smashed a large part of the strange insect's back. However, the gray mist that had previously covered the strange insect's body was now rising again. The strange insect's body fluctuated rapidly in the mist, sometimes big and sometimes small. As the strange insect's mist rapidly retreated into its body, the clear light was gradually obscured, and the scars of the three-pointed, double-edged sword slowly disappeared. When Sun Jian saw this, his eyes flashed with extreme panic. No one knew the power of the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand, and no one knew the power of the Kunlun mirror. These two treasures together could not kill the strange insect. How many methods in the world could threaten this strange insect? Just as Sun Jian was panicking, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly, and the wishful steel staff in his hand quietly retracted. This was because he had already seen that the spirit fire that had just been sent into the air was sucked into the crescent-shaped groove by the strange insect along with a few strands of lightning. Fellow immortal Xiao. Sun Jian's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear, and his tone was very bitter. This son said too much. This strange insect is too powerful. I'm afraid it's an alien species. You and I should make other plans. While this strange insect has not yet completely refined the noble qi in its body. Right when Sun Wu hung his head dejectedly and was about to discuss how to escape with Xiao Hua, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded from within the strange insect's body. The strange insect's body instantly expanded to a size of around 15 meters, and then the gray mist around it expanded even more before shrinking to a size of around 10 meters. But right after that, the strange insect's body expanded once more. And then there was no more. A spark was produced in the mouth of the strange insect, and the entire body of the strange insect was no longer under its control. It suddenly grew to the size of 100 feet. Pang! With a loud sound, the strange insect's body completely burst open, and countless flames rushed out of the strange insect's body. The power of the strange insect's explosion was not great, but the strange thing was that the entire space trembled at an extremely fast speed, and the four corners of the space flashed with a dark brilliance. The dark brilliance quickly dissipated, and the light of the entire space gradually dimmed. Go! Sun Jian roared first. This place is about to collapse. Fellow immortal Xiao, please follow this sun out. If you are not careful, you will be implicated by the collapse into the void. I'm afraid it will be difficult to return to the space node. Alright. Xiao Hua scanned the area with his divine sense, but he didn't find any strange insect's soul essence. Knowing that he had indeed killed this strange insect, he didn't hesitate to agree and flew up with Sun Jian. But just as Xiao Hua was about to fly up, a strange feeling suddenly emerged from his heart. Xiao Hua almost instantly shouted, "Fellow immortal son, be careful." Then, his entire body abruptly flew backward. Even as he was flying, his entire waist was also rapidly leaning backwards. When Sun Jian saw Xiao Hua's sudden change, his complexion changed greatly. He thought that Xiao Hua wanted to take his void-penetrating beast and flee. Unconsciously, he swung the three-pointed, double-edged blade in his hand. Just as he was about to give chase, before Sun Jian's figure could fly, a loud sound rang out. A huge force came from the three-pointed, double-edged blade. Sun Jian's right arm went numb, and he almost couldn't hold the weapon in his hand. When he took a closer look, he found that one of the legs of the insect that had just exploded was stuck in his three-pointed, double-edged sword. Hiss! Sun Jian sucked in a breath of cold air. A feeling of surviving a disaster arose spontaneously. The appearance of this hind leg was so strange that he couldn't detect it at all. If it weren't for Xiao Hua's warning, he was afraid that he would have been stabbed by this hind leg. Even if he didn't die here, the injury he received would certainly be heavy. Thinking about his guess about Xiao Hua just now, Sun Jian's face unconsciously became slightly hot. At this moment, Xiao Hua also saw the result. The other hind leg of the strange insect also stretched out from the void and flew past Xiao Hua's lying chest. Xiao Hua's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble. He raised his hand and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to take this object into his space. Xiao Hua's figure didn't change, and his divine sense swept out once more. Meanwhile, Sun Jian opened his eyes, and a faint golden brilliance flashed out from his eyes as he looked around. After looking around for an entire moment, Sun Jian called out, "I'm afraid it's fine. Fellow immortal Xiao, let's leave quickly." Sun Jian seemed to be very familiar with this place. He flew to a place in the space, looked around, and raised the Kunlun mirror in his hand. Another beam of light shot out from the mirror and shot into the space. Then, Sun Jian looked at the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and put away the strange insect's hind leg. He looked at the broken weapon with some heartache. He raised his hand and drew in the air. A shallow crack appeared in front of him. Sun Jian stretched out his hand and grabbed one side of the crack. As if he was pulling, the crack actually opened up. Sun Jian lowered his head and drilled into the crack. Xiao Hua, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Damn it, this Sun Jian can actually tear space apart with his hand? If Xiao Hua didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. What kind of divine ability was this? Of course, Sun Jian's move couldn't be denied as a show of force. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be vigilant. After passing through several similar spaces, Sun Jian and Xiao Hua arrived at a small space filled with clouds. Sun Jian entered the space and found a cloud to stand on. His golden eyes swept across the entire space. Slowly, the golden light around him dissipated, and his avatar returned to its original state. Xiao Hua also stood several meters away from Sun Jian. His body flickered with brilliance, and he also withdrew his heavenly laws embodiment technique. Fellow immortal Xiao. Sun Jian looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Where did this strange insect come from? Why is it so strange? Even if it was killed, how could it still attack us?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. "Fellow immortal Sun, this Xiao thanks fellow immortal for your help. If I didn't meet fellow immortal Sun today, this Xiao wouldn't know whether this Xiao's luck would be good or bad." Sun Jian faintly glanced at Xiao Hua and said with a double meaning, "Unpredictable luck? That's not necessarily true. If fellow immortal Sun didn't intervene in the end, that strange insect might not have been killed." He, Xiao Hua knew that Sun Jian saw something strange, but he didn't point it out. He continued, "As for fellow immortal Sun's question about the origin of the strange insect, this Xiao isn't clear. It was just a chance encounter. And it seems like it really is an alien creature." Sun Jian nodded. "This insect doesn't seem to have any soul. It's already so powerful, but when it was attacked just now, I didn't see any soul essence appear. If it was something from the Thousand Demons sacred realm, I'm afraid it would have already used its soul essence to escape." "That's right. This Xiao also examined it just now, and I didn't see any soul essence. Moreover, this Xiao has a magic treasure that's effective against souls, but it's ineffective against this insect." Xiao Hua also nodded. "In addition, this insect is addicted to vital energy. It's not afraid of the Taoists' vital energy of heaven and earth or the Confucian cultivator's vital energy. If fellow immortal Sun didn't use the method of fighting poison with poison, we really wouldn't have been able to kill it. Fortunately, there's only one of this kind of alien creature. If there were another half of it, this Sun would also have to flee." Sun Jian smiled in a relaxed manner. Thinking about the matter of face that Sun Jian mentioned just now, Xiao Hua also smiled. He stretched out his hand and said, "Fellow immortal Sun, do you have a Chenkuan bag? I can return the void-penetrating beast to you." Sun Jian raised his eyebrows and was rather surprised. He was originally thinking about how to ask Xiao Hua and what price he should pay to get the void-penetrating beast back. He didn't expect that after a few words, Xiao Hua would directly ask to return it. "Many thanks, fellow immortal." Sun Jian naturally wouldn't be negligent. He touched his chest and took out a Chenkuan bracelet and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also took out a small Chenkuan bag and pretended to put the void-penetrating beast into the Chenkuan bracelet. He handed it to Sun Jian and said, "All right, it's returned to its owner." After receiving the Chenkuan bracelet, Sun Jian scanned it with his vital sense. Sure enough, he saw that the void-penetrating beast was still inside without a single hair missing. Sun Jian almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. He hurriedly said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, please wait a moment. After I take out the void-penetrating eye, I'll return the other things to you. This is what I promised earlier." "Haha, do as you wish." Xiao Hua chuckled. Actually, he was already muttering in his heart. Even if you want to take the void-penetrating eye, why don't you first leave the spatial meridian and arrive at hidden immortal continent? But after only a short moment, Sun Jian spoke with a difficult expression. "Fellow immortal Xiao, I have no choice but to go back on my word once more." "Oh why? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously. Sun Jian raised the Chenkuan bracelet in his hand and explained. Even though the void-penetrating eye on the void-penetrating beast is undamaged, the void-penetrating beast's vital essence has been completely exhausted. It's not suitable to take out the void-penetrating eye now. Only after the void-penetrating beast recovers its vital essence can the void-penetrating eye be taken out in perfect condition. So, I can't return the things I promised fellow immortal now. Otherwise, all of my painstaking efforts would be for naught. Haha, so that's how it is. Xiaohua thought in his heart and hurriedly waved his hand. I understand. I'll give it to fellow immortal. I don't have the qualifications to make a fuss about it with fellow immortal. That won't do. Unexpectedly, Sun Jian shook his head in all seriousness. How could I be someone that goes back on my word? After I take out the void-penetrating eye, I will give the other parts to fellow immortal. However, fellow immortal will have to wait for a few more years. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua had already obtained a lot from the Void Meridian, so he did not want to argue with Sun Jian anymore. He nodded and said, when you and I return to the hidden immortal continent, fellow immortal will give me the address. I will go and find fellow immortal when I have time in the future. Fellow immortal should tell me the location of the cave. Sun Jian laughed. I don't know when I can return this item to Yub. Fine. Xiaohua laughed. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be the imperial advisor of Yu Province's Jiang country in the future. Fellow immortal will know if you ask around. All right, I'll remember it. Sun Jian nodded, and then said embarrassedly, in addition, there is no way out from the spatial node here to the hidden immortal continent. Fellow immortal Xiao, you can either return to the hidden immortal continent through the passage you came from, or go out nearby. However, when I was chasing after the void-penetrating beast, a large-scale void storm appeared in this spatial node, causing the entire node to be extremely unstable. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before this place collapses, and this spatial node won't exist either. Therefore, if I were fellow immortal, I definitely wouldn't take the risk and would make plans after leaving. Chapter 3393. Ah! Xiaohua was stunned. He was the one who added fuel to the fire in the void storm, so it was normal for the space node to be unstable. However, he didn't agree that it would immediately collapse. However, he still asked curiously, fellow immortal son, are you not going to return to the hidden immortal continent? Yes, I have other things to do, so I won't be returning for the time being. Sun Jian replied. Xiaohua was in a difficult position. He smiled bitterly and said, then where is the nearest space node? At this point, Xiaohua suddenly understood. If it's not the hidden immortal continent, then it must be the Pure Land and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Since Sun Jian chased the void-penetrating beast to this place, if I'm not wrong, the nearest should be the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. The Pure Land World. Sun Jian's words killed Xiaohua's guess. If fellow immortal is willing, I can send fellow immortal to the Pure Land World. However, I'm not sure where in the Pure Land World this place is. Ha! When Xiaohua heard this, he almost laughed out loud. What was his biggest wish after arriving at the 3 continents? Wasn't it just going to the Pure Land World? Wasn't it just to wake Jiang Luer up? Now, he could actually arrive at the Pure Land World without using any heavenly steeds or crossing the ocean. What was there for Xiaohua to be unhappy about? Xiaohua suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and cupped his hands. If so, fellow immortal, please send me to the Pure Land World. Fellow immortal, you're a Taoist disciple. You have to be careful in the Buddhist sect's territory. Sun Jian didn't say much. He activated the Kunlun mirror and brought Xiaohua across several spaces. As they flew, he reminded, Buddhist sect's bald donkeys are people who don't mean what they say. Don't let them see through you. Hee, if I don't say it myself, how would they know that I'm a Taoist? Xiaohua smiled and touched his bald head. Sun Jian smiled and nodded. That's true. If fellow immortal wasn't wearing a Taoist robe, I would really think that fellow immortal is a Buddhist sect's disciple. As he spoke, Sun Jian took out the Kunlun mirror. He waved the 3-pointed double-edged blade again, and a small gap appeared in the void. As the gap appeared, a biting cold wind blew in, followed by fresh air. Fellow immortal Xiao, please. Sun Jian put away his weapon and flew a few 100 feet away. He made way for the gap and cupped his hands with a smile. The green hills never change and the green waters flow forever. Fellow immortal Sun, we'll meet again. Xiao Hua knew Sun Jian's intentions. He cupped his hands in salute and stepped out of the gap. Then, lightning flashed around his body as he flew into the distance. The gap high up in the sky gradually closed up. Sun Jian's eyes looked through the gap at the spot where Xiao Hua had disappeared. As he looked at the swirling snowflakes, a thoughtful expression flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "This Xiao Hua is a kind and righteous person." Previously, he did not flee by himself. Later on, he even helped me kill the strange insect. In the end, he even completely handed over the void-penetrating beast to me. His cultivation may not be as good as mine, but if we really fight, he may not necessarily lose. He still has the void-penetrating beast in his hands. If he threatens this sun with it, it will really make things difficult for this sun. Void-penetrating eye. A void-penetrating eye. This true monarch has finally obtained you. When I refine you, my divine power will definitely reach a higher level. At that time, even if I have to face Saint One, I won't be afraid. Sun Jian's figure disappeared, and the gap also gradually closed up. Finally, he disappeared among the palm-sized snowflakes. After 2 hours, Xiao Hua's figure slowly appeared on the left side of the gap. He also had a thoughtful expression on his face. He also pinched his chin with his hand and looked at the gap. Who is this Sun Jian? He is almost a Taoist spirit-severing stage cultivator. Especially that Kunlun mirror and the 3-pointed, double-edged sword that can break the void. They are definitely not ordinary. Could it be that this Sun Jian is a member of a first-class family? While talking to himself, Xiao Hua patted his forehead with his hand, and the Dharma eye slowly opened. However, Xiao Hua didn't use the heavenly eye. Instead, the silver-white eye slowly turned into a pure silver white. The silver-white eye slowly rotated, and then a silver brilliance fell on the space where the gap was. Open! Xiao Hua shouted in a deep voice. The silver light beam roared, and with the rotation of the light beam, a small gap in the void also appeared in the air. Ha! I see. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He stretched out an eye and quietly looked inside. He smiled and said, "The delusion breaker Dharma eye has such an effect. If it wasn't for the void-penetrating eye of the void-penetrating beast, this Xiao wouldn't have thought of it. With the Dharma eye, this Xiao can remember the location of this snow mountain. After Lu is settled, this Xiao can also return to the hidden immortal continent through the space meridian." Then, Xiao Hua turned his hand again, and a fist-sized silver bead appeared in his left hand. It was condensed from the void-penetrating beast's light beam that rushed into the space transformed by the delusion breaker Dharma eye in Xiao Hua's left hand. This is the essence of the void-penetrating beast that Sun Jian was talking about. Xiao Hua swept his gaze, and sent the silver bead into the Dharma eye imprint on his forehead. He said with a smile, "If this Xiao can refine the essence of this void-penetrating beast, I'm afraid that the delusion breaker Dharma eye and heavenly eye will rise to another level." Ha! Xiao Hua was really happy. He raised his head and laughed loudly. That laughter shook the surrounding snowflakes into powder. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and looked at the snowflakes that covered the sky, which blocked his vision like this. It even covered the snow mountain that he was on. Then, he directly descended, and used his divine sense to mark the snow mountain with his divine sense. Only then did he release his Buddhist sense, and looked around. He casually found a piece of clothing that wasn't a Taoist robe from the space and put it on. Then, he didn't fly far, but landed on the snow mountain. He stepped on the snowy ground with large strides, and walked down the mountain. Because in his Buddhist sense, he already saw that there was a temple built on the mountainside of the snow mountain. The snow was very heavy, and the snowflakes were the size of a palm. They fell on Xiao Hua's bare head, and also fell on Xiao Hua's nondescript clothing. They even fell on the foot of the snow mountain. The snow on the foot of the mountain was at least a foot thick, and under the layer of snow, it was extremely smooth. It was obviously a thick layer of ice. In this kind of weather, ordinary cultivators would release their true qi to protect themselves. Cultivators who cultivated to the gold core realm would have a protective golden light. Even if they didn't do it deliberately, they would still be able to block all the dust, raindrops, and snowflakes outside their body. However, Xueqi was an exception. Although he didn't like dust, sometimes he also liked raindrops and snowflakes very much. Just like now, he withdrew the protective golden light, and didn't even leak a trace of true qi. Previously, he slightly revealed his Confucian cultivation base, but now, he was completely concealed under the secret soul cultivation technique. He was like an ordinary young man, walking step by step on the snow mountain. His whole body was already snowy white. If Xueqi wasn't walking, others would definitely not see such a white in this vast white world. The snow mountain was extremely high, and the small temple was built halfway up the snow mountain. Xueqi walked down the faintly discernible mountain path step by step, and it took him no less than 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Xueqi's heart was like the world in the snow. The dust in his heart was slowly washed away by his slow steps. Even the impetuousness in the void and the bloodthirst from using the demon world's blood-drop paradise gradually subsided. Once again, Xueqi's state of mind was like an ancient well without ripples. Although Xueqi couldn't see the nascent soul in his lower dantian, Xueqi could clearly sense that the newborn nascent soul was also sitting cross-legged in the original location of the nebula in his lower dantian. Its hands were forming hand seals, and it was cultivating with its 5 hearts facing the sky. Seeing the corner of the small temple on the side of the pine tree not far away, the corner of Xueqi's mouth curled up. He looked left and right, and the path under his feet had already appeared. The place covered in snow was obviously a bit shorter than the other places. Xueqi stepped on the path, but in his heart, he secretly thought, this Zhao's nascent soul is a bit strange. Not to mention that all the meridians in my body are opened. Even the image of my nascent soul is faintly discernible. Previously, when it climbed out of my body and arrogantly pointed at the world, I could still see its shadow, but when it entered my dantian, it disappeared. Also, although this nascent soul looks like me, but why does it look like a huge nebula most of the time? Even the color of its skin is very different. Not to mention when it's hidden, when it's revealed, it's not necessarily black and white or 7 colors. As the saying goes, the appearance is born from the heart. This Zhao's Dharma idol is naturally this Zhao's image, and that spiritual idol Dharma body is also the image of this Zhao's nascent soul. Naturally, this nascent soul should also be this Zhao's image. This is without a doubt, but why does it often give this Zhao the illusion that it's a nebula? Nebula? Thinking of the nebula, Xueqi's body trembled, and he was stunned on the spot. The heavenly Tao starry sky? Isn't the heavenly Tao starry sky made up of all the nebulas? In other words, the nascent soul is not born from me, but from my Tao foundation. The nascent soul is the result of my cultivation. I have succeeded in comprehending the heavenly Tao. Although it's only in the so-called heaven glimpse realm, this heaven glimpse realm is also integrated into my Tao foundation, and now it's manifested in this nascent soul. Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao, only the heavenly Tao is the pinnacle of my Tao cultivation. Even if I cultivate a nascent soul, I still have to rely on the nascent soul to strengthen my Tao foundation, and use the nascent soul to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Since the foundation of the Tao sect is the heavenly Tao, then what is the end of the Tao sect cultivator's cultivation? Also, the foundation of soul cultivation is the 9 heavens of spirit origin? What is the pinnacle of soul cultivation? Xueqi, who had made great progress in his Tao sect cultivation, couldn't help but have a shocking thought. The foundation of Confucian cultivation is the 5 Qis unification? What is the pinnacle of Confucian cultivation? The foundation of Buddhism. What is it? It can't be Buddha's Sarira, right? The pinnacle of Buddhism is Buddha? Is it the fruit of Buddhism? Dang! Right at this moment, a muffled sound was like a blow to the head. Then, a burst of ice-cold energy fell from the sky, and some even fell on Xueqi's neck. Xueqi was startled, and he hastily raised his head, only to see that in front of him was a strange tree that was 9 zhang tall. When he lowered his head to think, he bumped into the tree trunk, and with this collision, the snow on the strange tree's branches and leaves fell down one after another, revealing a half-qi-long leaf that looked like a heart and also like an eye. Chapter 3394. Xueqi raised his head and looked at the leaf, somewhat astonished. Under the heavy snow, the leaf was still verdant, without the slightest trace of wilting or yellow. The contrast between the snow white and the green of the leaf made the vitality of the green leaf even more obvious. Looking at the tree trunk that he had crashed into, he realized that it was different from an ordinary tree trunk. This tree trunk was several feet in size, and it was not an independent tree trunk. Instead, it was formed by dozens of tree trunks clustered together. These dozens of tree trunks were rugged and coiled together into a cluster. Each of the individual tree trunks was strong and powerful, and the bottom of the tree trunks was deeply embedded in the snow-covered foothills. When he reached the middle of the tree trunk, these dozens of tree trunks coiled together into one. Branches, leaves, and leaves spread out from the top of this tree trunk, covering an area of several hundred feet to his left. What kind of strange tree is this? The pitiful Xueqi came from the barren dawn rain continent of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally didn't know the origin of this tree. He inwardly wondered, this tree doesn't look like an ordinary spiritual tree, but if it isn't a spiritual tree, how can it still maintain its leaves and branches so green in this heavy snow? Thinking of this, Xueqi raised his head and looked at the small temple not far away. He smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be fine if I go over and ask?" The small temple wasn't big. It was comparable to the Jiangqiao Mountain Range's Jiangqiao Temple. Moreover, the front of the small temple was covered in snow and there were no traces of anyone passing by. Xueqi already knew that this must be another dilapidated temple. When Xueqi arrived in front of the small temple, he turned his head and looked at the winding footprints he left behind along the way. A kind of understanding appeared in his heart. Wild geese leave their sound when they pass by. People leave their names when they pass by. This Xiao only occasionally passed by this mountain and left behind such a heavy snow. Although the sky is clear after the snow, and no one knows this Xiao's journey, but what about this Xiao's heart? What about this Xiao's memories? What about the great master of this temple? Forget it, forget it. A person's journey, the shadow of heaven and earth, the chaos of the world, who can understand? Xueqi suddenly felt that he seemed to have aged a lot. Everything would make him sad. He hurriedly shook his head and looked at the plaque above the small temple. Yang, Ling, Wang Si? The signboard of the temple was clearly written in Sanskrit. Xueqi could also be considered to be able to read it, but this signboard was truly very old. It looked almost as old as the spiritual herbs in Xueqi's space. Therefore, the writing on the signboard had long been blurred. Xueqi tried to decipher it a few times and simply gave up. He lifted his foot and was about to walk up the steps to knock on the similarly tattered temple door. Suddenly, Xueqi stopped, because the steps in front of the temple gate were abnormally clean, with only a few snowflakes drifting down with the wind. It was clear that someone had just cleaned it. Xueqi hastily retreated a few steps and shook his body. The snowflakes around him flew up, revealing Xueqi's unusually dry clothes. But just as those snowflakes were about to fall, Xueqi seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, all of the snowflakes once again landed on his body. Then, Xueqi extended his hand and wiped his head. Then, he patted his body several dozen times, shaking off most of the accumulated snow. After leaving a portion of the accumulated snow, he respectfully stepped forward and knocked on the bronze ring on the temple's door. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the door knocker wasn't loud, but it was very clear. Amidst the shuffling of the falling snow and the whooshing of the breeze, the sound of the door knocker spread far and wide. However, after a moment, he didn't hear any sound coming from inside the temple gate, nor did he hear any footsteps. I know. Xueqi tentatively pushed the door. The temple gate was unlatched, so when he pushed it open, there wasn't any screen wall in front of him, but rather a small open space. The first thing that entered Xueqi's eyes was an orange-red mass. When Xueqi focused his eyes, he could already see clearly that it was a monk wearing strange orange-red clothing lying on top of a pile of snow. On the other side of the monk was a half-swept open space. Seeing this, Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. Just as he was about to fly over to rescue the monk, he saw the motionless monk's entire body twitch. Then, slowly and with great difficulty, he curled up from the ground and crawled up. At this moment, Xueqi could see clearly that this was an old man who was over 60 years old. The skin on his face was very dark red, and his entire face was covered with wrinkles, just like a walnut. Under his snow-white eyebrows, there was only a kind of turbidity in his eyes. The old monk stood up. First, he looked around. Then, he slowly bent down and picked up a strange orange-red hat that looked like a coxcomb from the ground. He carefully knocked off the snow on the hat, then carefully put it on his bald head. Xueqi could see clearly that although the old monk was careful, There seemed to be a problem with his eyes. Cleaning the hat was completely based on his intuition. At the end of the strange hat, there were a lot of snow that he didn't knock off. After putting on the hat, the old monk bent down again with great difficulty. He picked up a broom from the ground and slowly started sweeping. Although the old monk was sweeping, he was sweeping too slowly. The snowflakes in the sky were too big. Just as he swept, another snowflake fell. It was as if the old monk hadn't swept at all. Xueqi quietly stood at the entrance of the temple. He didn't make a sound, nor did he approach. He only silently watched. This old monk was completely different from Seven Suns Temple's Dao Shan. One was in the hidden immortal continent, the other was in the Western paradise. One was a disciple of the Dao sect, the other was a disciple of the Buddhist sect. However, in Xueqi's eyes, the two of them didn't seem to be any different. The broom that the old monk waved was very similar to the spoon that Dao Shan used to give porridge. They were both so firm and so persistent. Seeing that the empty space wasn't that big, the old monk swept it for the time it took to eat a meal. When the old monk turned around, the entire empty space was covered in a layer of snow. This empty space was a small square in front of the temple's main hall. It wasn't like the steps in front of the temple that were blocked by eaves. Seeing that the old monk didn't say anything and didn't even raise his head and started sweeping again, Xueqi could only cough. The snowflakes were so big and the old monk's movements were so slow. Xueqi didn't doubt that unless the snow stopped, the old monk would never be able to finish sweeping. Unfortunately, Xueqi's ordinary cough didn't attract the old monk's attention. The broom was still sweeping the empty space. Xueqi raised his head and looked at the somewhat gloomy main hall. After hesitating for a moment, he still released his Buddhist sense. After taking a rough look, he knew that there was no one else in this temple other than the old monk. Xueqi could only walk in front of the old monk. He clasped his hands together and called out, "Amitabha Buddha. Elder, how are you?" The old monk acted as if he didn't hear Xueqi's words, or perhaps he was simply unfazed by the chaos. He snorted and ignored Xueqi. After sweeping several feet in front of Xueqi, he seemed to have suddenly understood. He slowly raised his head and looked at Xueqi with his murky eyes. When his gaze landed on Xueqi's bald head, he slowly hugged the broom in his arms and clasped his hands together. "Amitabha, you've finally come." "I'm finally here? Elder, what do you mean?" Xueqi was somewhat puzzled. However, he wasn't surprised because in Xueqi's eyes, the old monk didn't see his face at all. He only saw his bald head. Other than the old monk mistaking him for someone else, he didn't make any other guesses. "Elder, you mistook me for someone else," Xueqi said with a smile. Everything about the old monk was slow, whether it was sweeping or speaking. However, since the old monk spoke, the old monk didn't pay attention to Xueqi's words. He asked again, "What is your Buddhist name?" The old monk's words just happened to interrupt Xueqi. Xueqi faintly smiled. He knew that the old monk didn't listen to his words, so he replied, "I don't need to mention my Buddhist name." That's right, Xueqi didn't shave his head. He wasn't an orthodox Buddhist disciple. Where did his Buddhist name come from? However, the old monk seemed to be able to understand at this time. He nodded slightly and said, "Oh, so you're called Bodhi." Bodhi? Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old monk was really good at interrupting. He actually found his Buddhist name in such a short time. The old monk was even more interesting. After saying this sentence, he picked up the broom again. He seemed to have forgotten Xueqi and started sweeping the snow again. He swept for a moment before he stopped and said slowly, "Bodhi, Bodhi? My Buddhist sect doesn't seem to have this seniority." "Oh right, little monk, you're a layman disciple of my Buddhist sect?" "Yes, I'm a layman disciple." Xueqi thought for a moment and could only reply. He didn't enter the Buddhist sect and cultivated the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. It was appropriate to say that he was a layman disciple. However, Xueqi was very doubtful whether the old monk heard him say this sentence. Because after saying this sentence, the old monk started sweeping the snow again. It seemed that if the snow didn't stop, he wouldn't stop sweeping. Besides sweeping the snow, he didn't do anything else. Xueqi sighed. He knew that his purpose of inquiring about information wouldn't be realized. After thinking for a moment, he bowed and said, I won't disturb the elder's cultivation. I'll take my leave." Just as he stood up, the old monk raised his head again. His turbid eyes didn't know whether he was looking at Xueqi or at the temple door behind Xueqi. He said, "This poor monk has been waiting in this Shaolinglong temple for 90 years. Now, this poor monk has reached the point where the oil lamp has dried up. Calculating, you should have come in 2 days. This poor monk has finally completed the mission of my Shaolinglong temple and led the future Buddha to the Pure Land world." Boom. In an instant, Xueqi's bald head seemed to be bombarded by a pillar of awe-inspiring qi. When Xueqi heard the words Shaolinglong temple, he immediately thought of his exquisite leaf scripture. When the old monk said the words future Buddha, although the old monk's words were very soft and even somewhat inaccurate, in Xueqi's ears, it was almost like a bolt from the blue. Large beads of sweat seeped out from the top of his head. His whole body was slightly swaying. Looking at the monk sweeping the snow in front of him, an indescribable strangeness arose from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 3395. Elder. Elder. Xueqi's voice is almost trembling. He stares at the old monk and says tentatively, I just came here to ask for directions. How did I become the future Buddha?" Unfortunately, the old monk lowered his head again, turning a deaf ear to Xueqi's words as he continued sweeping the snow. How could Xueqi, who had already planned to leave, move again? He stood there quietly, staring at the old monk without blinking. His Buddhist sense had been fully released, covering the entire Shaolinglong temple. His eyes were full of disbelief, and his heart was thumping wildly. He was thinking about the credibility of the old monk's words. Snowflakes were still falling, and there was no wind in the Shaolinglong temple. The old monk had just swept 30% of the courtyard when Xueqi made up his mind. There were too many unimaginable things in this world. Jiuxia's art of clairvoyance, the Shaman King's art of divine connection, and his hand of karma. Jiuxia could predict that he would appear in Huan Kingdom. The Shaman King could predict that he would appear in Meng Mountains, and this senior of the Buddhist sect could predict that he would appear in this Shaolinglong temple 90 years ago. It was nothing, and Xueqi chose to believe it. However, Xueqi was still puzzled. How could this old monk recognize him at a glance? Could it be that he knew that he would come today? Or did the senior of the Buddhist sect leave behind an image? If he knew that he would come today 90 years ago and left behind an image, would that senior know about his lost treasure in the Western Ocean? Or perhaps, if he had changed his appearance when he was forming his nascent soul in the void, would this old monk still be able to recognize him? Looking at the old monk sweeping the snow, Xueqi waved his hand, and the seal of ocean-turning seal flew out of the void and rushed into the sky. Its bronze brilliance covered the entire Shaolinglong temple tightly, and no more snowflakes would fall. The old monk naturally would not look up. He swept the snow in the yard with a broom and suddenly raised his head again. He did not care whether Xueqi was beside him or not. He opened his mouth and said, "Beauty, don't be surprised." When Master accepted this poor monk, he had already said that the mission of Xilinglong Temple is to wait for the arrival of the future Buddha Lord. If a disciple can't find another disciple in his life, then he will definitely be able to wait for the arrival of the future Buddha Lord in his life. After saying this, the old monk swept the snow again until all the snow was piled up in the corner of the courtyard. Then, he trembled to the door of the main hall, carefully placed the broom next to the thick pillar, bent down with difficulty, and randomly chose a row of large vats. He removed the wooden lid on the vats, took out a small wooden spoon, scooped up the water in the vats, and drank 2 mouthfuls. He wiped the water stains on the corner of his mouth with his strange monk robe, and said, "This poor monk has tried every means to accept a disciple in his life, but he has never accepted a disciple. Therefore, this poor monk knows that the glory of welcoming the future Buddha must fall on this poor monk." However, this poor monk still didn't expect that the Buddha would come so late. It's so late that this poor monk can't do anything for the Buddha. Elder. Xueqi walked in front of the old monk and asked with a smile, "Elder, what's your Dharma name? Elder, why do you suddenly think that I'm the future Buddha? Could it be that no one has ever come to the Shaolinglong temple?" This poor monk's Dharma name? Don't mention it. This poor monk doesn't even remember what it's called. This time, the old monk really heard Xueqi's voice and replied, "It's not that no one has ever come to my Shaolinglong temple. Usually, there are monks who stay, and there are also devout benefactors. However, if it's someone like the Buddha who doesn't speak the language of my pure land, then there's not a single one. To be a disciple of my Shaolinglong temple, being able to communicate with the Buddha is the most important thing. This poor monk often talks to himself when he has nothing to do, so he won't forget these words. Moreover, as he spoke, the old monk opened his mouth again, and actually used the language of the Dawn Rain continent to say, could it be that the Buddha wants this poor monk to say these strange words? These words, this poor monk can't say too much. Of course, the old monk's words were very jerky, and even some of his words were inaccurate, but Xiao Hua heard it clearly. This was the language of the Dawn Rain continent that he hadn't heard for a long time. Hiss! How is this possible? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. His previous doubts were all gone. He had forgotten that the writing and language of the Pure Land and the hidden immortal continent were different. Just as he entered the temple, he spoke the language of the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent to the old monk, and the old monk also responded accordingly. Now that he thought about it, just now, the old monk really seemed to be talking to himself. Now that the old monk actually spoke the language of the Dawn Rain continent, how could Xiao Hua not be surprised? What happened next was even more out of Xiao Hua's expectations. The old monk didn't bring him to the main hall of the temple, and didn't say much to him. Instead, he walked to a small house on the left side of the temple. Not long after, a burst of smoke floated out of the window of the small house, and then a kind of faint fragrance floated out from inside. Xiao Hua didn't follow. Now that he was surprised, he walked to the door of the small house, and stuck his head out to take a look. This small house looked like a kitchen. In my Buddhist sect, although divine abilities are important, the Dharma is the most important. Xiao Hua wryly smiled and opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer. He really came to ask for directions and wanted to know where he wanted to go. He really didn't come to be the future Buddha Lord and didn't want to read any Buddhist scriptures in this Shaolinglong temple. The old monk didn't wait for Xiao Hua to say more. He reached out and closed the door of the main hall. Then, he brought Xiao Hua to the right side of the main hall and pushed the door open. There was a thick pagoda in the main hall. This pagoda didn't have any Buddhist lights and even looked a bit rough and simple. Moreover, it looked very strange. Layers of railings and stairs were built outside of the pagoda. This is my Shaolinglong Temple's pagoda. Since the establishment of Shaolinglong Temple, all of the disciples' relics are here. After this poor monk passes away, a relic will be left behind. Buddha Lord can place this poor monk's relic on top of it, and this pagoda will be complete. Every day, we will chant and pray for Buddha Lord's arrival. These relics are filled with our willpower. When Buddha Lord achieves enlightenment, they will be of great use. The old monk's tone was as calm as water. He pointed at the pagoda and spoke in a very natural manner. It was as if these relics were the butter tea that Xiao Hua used earlier, and not the true fruits that Buddhist disciples refined for dozens of years.